Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. This is Season X and we are into the winter split. Europe's got their regional one down and North America is doing the same. I'm Leaf and alongside me is the Chiefs, Johnny Boy, and Shogun to talk about everything Rocket League until kickoff happens in about 30 minutes. Johnny Boy, I just want to talk to you. You were off yesterday doing your own thing, watching some Rocket League on your own stream over there. How did all the matches go?
Oh, it was great fun. You know, it was a speed run. C-Stream speed run. I think we had 5 best of 5s in less than 3 hours, way under 3 hours, because we had, I think, 4 sweeps and 1 3-1. It was all very one-sided over there.
That's crazy. I got to tell you, though, we had a crazy story going on over here. We're going to get into those in just a little bit. For now, let's recap just a little bit of some of the matches that happened yesterday. There were some very important ones, and I'm sure we'll covering these in a moment here. I'll let each of you pick a match that was yesterday people should go back and watch. I'm going to start off with the Chiefs here. Which match do you want to touch on?
For me, it's got to be NRG versus Ghost, because I got up here on the desk, was like, Ghost, you have absolutely no chance to beat NRG, and boy, was I wrong. Ghost was on a challenge, just absolute train. Could not lose one, it felt like, for a while there. Some great adjustments from NRG in the middle of the series, starting to weight back a little further, but at the end of the day, it came down to a phenomenal passing play right here. To just absolutely take the series. Ghost, just phenomenal.
Yeah, and Ghost will be using this now to sort of propel them, hopefully, to better results in the future. But very good play from them. Hopefully see what they can do with that and start building on from there, because we've had a lot of these teams that come in. There's a lot of excitement because they get that one win, and then they don't really work with it moving on in the future. So got to see more from Ghost, but hopefully this is a good sign of things to come.
Yeah,
Johnny,
that was sorry. I'm just so eager, Leaf.
That's fair. That's fair.
Get right in there. I want to tell you about the other upset of the day, V1 against SPACESTATION Gaming. What a match that was. You know, we saw Ghost versus NRG was, you know, a good start for the underdogs, and then it was the veterans fighting back. It was the other way around. SPACESTATION Gaming looked pretty much business as usual to kick off the V1 series, and then V1 actually came back from 2-1 down with, you know, obviously they're a 2/3 veteran team as well, with new player Com getting cheeky with Arsenal in one of the games. But you know, I don't think SPACESTATION were expecting this from V1. I believe there is even a Rettles comment somewhere, I'm not sure where, saying that V1 should disband, and then this is what happens to them. That's why you know, we all love Rettles. He's not afraid to you know, put it all on the line, and I'm sure they'll try and make up for it today.
Disband, not the word he wished he'd said at this point. Reform would have been more accurate. They looked great. Com looking like a great addition to the version 1 roster, as well as Torment. I was personally impressed with how aggressive he was able to play yesterday, and Gimmick seeming to find his form again as well with the new addition. So perhaps a little bit of novelty for version 1, where they lock in a little more than usual.
Shogun, I guess I'll give you a chance to recap one. What you got?
Yeah, well, they've kind of taken the 2 really exciting ones there. So you know what? We're going to focus on a team that went in and did the job that they were supposed to do. G2 up against Sonics. Coming in, we were kind of expecting some interesting stuff, actually, from Sonics. They took out Safu for T. Corral, and we thought that this would be a decent enough roster change for them, that maybe this could be something that can start pulling them up, and maybe it still can be. But for the time being, Team House G2 will be a step beyond them. It started off a little bit close, and then G2 started to take over more and more, and we have to talk about Rizzo. I've mentioned it a few times how Rizzo is always the player to watch on the big days, because if he's playing well, it brings the rest of the team up as well. You have to have all 3 players clicking, and on days he's not playing well, you can really see them real struggle. So Rizzo at that level of form is very difficult to play against, and looking forward to seeing if he can keep that up.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Rizzo is very often that key to unlocking G2's full potential, because when he plays well, they just look like they're all playing so confidently and positively. I believe he said on Twitter after the event something to the effect of, "I popped off," which I would agree with. It was a great analysis of his gameplay of the day.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm wondering now, based off what we've seen from G2, if anybody ends it, they're always talking about their play style can win, you know, everything, but they have yet to grab a regional in North America. Do you think maybe they're in a phase with the other 2 down in the lower bracket?
Nice.
Is this a chance?
They're being nice. They won last season's regional. You know, season 9 took that. They were just sharing everything else around, okay? Now that there's parity, now that all 4 of them have won one, they're happy to go and start winning theirs.
It's your turn, guys. Maybe now it's their turn again. They want a taste of that victory. We'll, of course, have to find out over the course of this weekend and next weekend, but let's hone in a bit. We just had some sweeping recaps. Let's dive into the best of the best. It's time, Shogun, for your top 3 plays. Take it away.
Absolutely. So we're going to have number 3 coming up here, and we are starting off with one of the Game 5 winners, Gimmick, coming in, and he couldn't hit it cleaner. Do you know how good a shot has got to be to get onto top 3 plays purely based on how well they struck it? But that is the way that you take down Space Station Gaming. Rettles would be wishing that ball went to literally anybody else. But number 2, we have got yet another Game 5 winner, yet another overtime winner. This one, the infield passing play over to Lion Blaze, who has been incredible throughout this split so far. He has been making such a great name for himself, and it is more plays like this that will start to make his legend just that little bit better. But there could be only one number 1 play, and it's from the same team, but it's definitely not the same sort of goal. Demolition for Lion Blaze. He will get the credit, but full credit goes to wiping out the final defender. Nothing you could do if you were NRG, and it is more than good enough to take our number 1 of yesterday's highlight plays.
It seems like it was all about precision, Shogun. It was the beautiful placements on the first 2, and then just straight in homing missile onto that demo.
I love how we just went, all right, finesse for the first 2, anger for the last one. Just get rid of them.
It's brilliant. But now that we've got a little bit of recap, again, I always recommend go back and watch all of them if you got the time for it. But let's take a look at what things look like now. Let's take a look at that upper bracket. This is a double elimination situation. You guys know this format. 24 teams have dropped into this bracket, and of course, only 1 can make it out at the end. Instead of like Swiss achieves, you only have 2 lives now, and these are the teams that are still remaining with those 2 lives in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and a couple noticeable ones, obviously SSG in version 1 that we talked about. Xset knocked off by Rogue making a roster swap. Obviously, Kronovi out, and they're looking good, so they'll play version 1. And also E United, another team to watch out. But Alpine, down in the bottom half, having an excellent run. A good start with a 3-0 over Loco, and they'll play against Ghost today.
And we'll take a look at that lower bracket because there are some teams chilling down here, and that's what day 2 is all about, Johnny. It's all about sending people home. Well, I guess if you want to take a pop spin, it's all about winning and not being sent home here. And these are the teams that are down there. This is not looking good. Obviously, we're going to touch on the elephant in the room in there soon, but like some of these teams probably shaking in their boots, Johnny.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. It's all about sending people home. Although they probably already are home since we're in the middle of a global pandemic. But yeah, outside of the obvious teams that stand out here, NRG and Space Station, you know, Sonics are probably pretty surprised to be in the same spot as well. The Peeps, you know, Xset, KC Pioneers. This is a stacked lower bracket. It's not just the top 2 teams in North America. There's a lot of other dangerous teams in this bracket.
Yeah, again, it's spread across the whole thing. Like, again, KCP as well. You look at Sonics, X, all these teams, Peeps, have the possibility of really plowing through and making it through today. But only out of all of this, only 4 teams are going to be able to push on through here. But before we get to talking about, again, that elephant in the room I mentioned of NRG and SSG down there, let's take a look at a different bracket and we'll talk about the collegiate scene just real briefly because Achieves, the collegiate scene has been popping off tournament after tournament. And right now we have ESPN, putting on this Maui Invitational.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been an event that's been going on the past couple of days, and it's got a lot of the top teams from the CRL that you might have seen if you watched the Rocket League stream. Obviously, it's just today. It's only the finals left. It's going to be Northwood University versus the University of Missouri, and of course, both of those teams managed to win the regionals over in the CRL. Northwood made up of Buddy, Pirates, and Noxus, some prominent bubble players that you might have seen playing around at community turns, and Missouri, Nitrovity, Choxic, and Crims, who unlocked an absolute new level to just run the table in the Western Conference and take out some of the strongest teams over there. So it's fun to see them get to have their matchup tonight as well.
Getting some good Rocket League out of the collegiate scene. If you guys want to watch this, you can watch it on ESPN2 at 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight after this broadcast. So make sure you guys, if you're not done with Rocket League today, you go and watch that as well and support your favorite team here. But let's talk about those upsets. We have to mention SSG and NRG down in that lower bracket. These were big guys. One happened. We're like, okay, that's crazy, and especially after SSG talking so much smack with Rettles on Twitter, you're like, that's kind of funny, you know. But then it happened to NRG as well. Well, okay, Envy, watch out. You're up next. Try to hold your ground here. And they managed to, but now we have two teams down in that lower bracket. So I'm just curious off the bat here, before we dive in too deep, who you guys think was the bigger upset between those two teams? I'm gonna start with Gianni on the other side here. Who really was unexpected to be dropped down there?
I think, for me, it would have to be NRG. And, that might sound weird to some people who are listening right now thinking, wait, I thought you said Space Station are the best team in North America, so surely they must be the team who are less likely to go down into the lower bracket. But, that's not always the case, in my opinion. Space Station, one of the reasons I think they're the best in North America until someone else wins a regional at least, is because of their incredible record against NRG. They're just smashing them every time they play them in RLCSX outside of the grid. But NRG have been pretty consistent against teams in the Ghost kind of category. Obviously now Ghost might be at a higher level. We're not sure based on the few results we've seen so far. But that's why I think NRG came as more of a surprise to me. And who knows, maybe the trash talk played in a part as well. But it's when you're in a tough series like that, Leaf, that all that trash talk starts to get replayed in your ear. You're thinking, oh no, we can't lose this after I tweeted this, all the things Retto's tweeted in the past week. But it happened.
I'm curious if anybody has any objections to that. You think SSG was maybe either one of you two?
Well, I think in terms of the biggest upset, I'm still with NRG, obviously, just because I think the players on version 1, they've always had top level potential. It was just a matter of, would they be able to bring it out to bear against Space Station yesterday? But Johnny, I think, hit the nail on the head by saying, NRG has a track record of just absolutely smashing teams that were on the same tier as Ghost for the longest time. So to see Ghost just come out and play the way they did and take them down in a tight game 5 really was excellent to watch.
I was going to assume, Shogun, you have the same opinion, and I'm not going to let you talk. We're going to move on here. Let's talk about their bracket runs now. Let's zoom in a little bit on these lower brackets here and really break down who may have that better chance of moving through. The story is that they're down there. Whether one was more upsetting than the other, they now have to make these runs. Looking at NRG's side of this bracket here, how do we feel their chances are? I'll was teaming. I'll let you talk, Sean. How do you feel their chances are on this part of the bracket here?
I think they'll be pretty happy with what they've got down here, especially their very first match. Continuum did not look good at all when we were casting them yesterday, so that'll be a nice match for them. Obviously, you've got a team like KCP down here as well. KCP, we don't know what to expect them, really. We were hyping them up so much. We heard a whole bunch of, Colin Stumpy talking about, hey, KCP, I know the new big team. And then they score only 2 goals up against Pittsburgh Knights. That is not the sort of result they're going to want, but the good thing about the lower bracket is you get to play a lot of games. It means you can have a lot of momentum and a lot of time to put that behind you by the time you start hitting some bigger teams.
You'll be able to watch these matches on twitch.tv/UGC. Obviously, we're going to show the next part of this lower bracket on this stream, twitch.tv/Rocket League. Right here is where you're going to find SSG's side of the bracket. So, looking at SSG, Chiefs, do we feel like their run's going to be a little more difficult than NRG's have?
Yeah, for me personally, yes. I think Space Station's run is going to be much more difficult than NRG's, because if you look at the projections, Space Station, assuming they beat 72-pin Connector, likely plays against XSET, which is sure something they can win, but not easy. And then you look at that quarterfinal match 4, assuming Envy wins that, they got to play against Pittsburgh Knights, which are no slouch for Doko, ZPS, and Sosa. And then after that, they would eventually play NRG in losers round 4. So just looking at, if you were to project who to win, I think XSET and KCP are a lot more dangerous potentially.
I'm going to ask you, Johnny, too. Now that you've seen both of them here, if you had to pick one that may upset, I feel like we can all agree that there's a good chance that they push through far. Yeah. But if one of them were to be upset, who do you think has kind of that higher chance that one of these teams in their bracket could take them down?
I would be more worried for Space Station Gaming right now. The Peeps have beaten them before. They've given them trouble. Obviously, the last time they played in the grid was an easy win for Space Station, but the grid results haven't always translated into RLCSX regional events. So, yeah, I'd be more worried for Space Station Gaming. NRG's side of the bracket, there's a few scary teams in there, but we have to think that the Ghost result yesterday was just a one-off and that they're going to be back to beating that kind of level of teams pretty easily.
Well, let's talk about maybe why this is happening too. Of course, we're seeing some of these teams start to take picks off of those top 4 in the North American region. Obviously, we saw KCP do that recently, solidifying themselves really in that kind of top 5 talks here. And other teams are starting to do that. You see teams kind of shifting their rosters around in what seems like a move to take on a lot of these top teams. So I kind of want to break down what's happening in North America that's causing this unbalance, that's causing teams to make these shifts to take down these top teams. Is the meta shifting a little bit here, or is it just players getting stronger? So let's break it down here. I'm going to start with you, Cheese. What do you really think is going on with North America that's causing some of these teams to be able to take these wins?
So I don't think it's necessarily anything to do with like a meta shift per se. I think it has a lot more to do with how well players read the game and how they approach challenges. And even I hesitate to say that's necessarily an unbalance. I mean, you see it with teams like BDS. Why are they so good? Because they really understand where the ball is going, despite how many people are approaching the ball at the same time. They know who's going to win the challenge, where it's going to tip off, and that allows very quick follow-ups. And I think you got to see a little bit of that with Ghost yesterday. In that NRG matchup, because it did not feel like they could lose a challenge. And NRG tries to mate. You got all the tools in the bag. If you don't win a challenge, it's going to be tough to get things through. So I think it's mostly just teams are getting a lot better at understanding where balls are headed and not getting too tied up in being worried about their teammate not making a play.
Sugar, what are your thoughts on the matter here?
I'm going to go right next to Achieves on this one, actually, and completely agree with him. I think, those results yesterday are crazy. Of course, they have a lot of impact on this tournament, but doesn't necessarily mean that the region is suddenly all over the place and this team's better than this team when suddenly they weren't anywhere close. We'll get to figure those out as we go along with future weeks, as we see these teams play against each other more often. But for the time being, it's one result. And it's a result that really stings for these teams. It sucks. You shouldn't have lost it then. But now they've got to deal with it. As for the wider picture, these teams are still pretty safe as long as these sort of things don't happen again.
Yeah, I do want to point out, Shogun, that you agreed with Chiefs, who is in Gibbs' seat, which means you just
which means I'm wrong.
And you agreed with Gibbs. So.
I believe in Chiefs to undo the curse that has happened with this sort of box.
Well, he's off to a bad start from yesterday.
Yeah, were you yesterday? Yeah.
I believe it. He can turn this around, all right? I've seen him on the field of play. Put him down a little bit by a couple of goals. You can turn it around. I think you can do the same thing here on the prediction desk.
Johnny, you got the smart seat over there, so I'm curious what your thoughts on the matter are.
I think it's pretty simple. The entire discussion, what's causing this power shift, it can be explained with one thing: the rise of 1v1 mains. Simple as that, Lee.
Okay. It's all about the ones now. You think this is something that is allowing players to up their level?
Oh, 100%. That's it in a nutshell.
Well, actually, speaking of, you had your Salt Mine Underground recently, which was super cool. And Johnny, I heard you have another one coming up, so let's take a look. Hey, looking sick again, man. Those trailers are always clean, Johnny. But this is it's super sick. You're really pushing this 1v1 scene, and I honestly think you're right. It really is helping. So it's really cool. You got another one. That first one was super fun, eh?
Yeah, and be sure to check it out. Even 3v3 fans, we've got Rizzo, Zamway, Alpha 54 or 45 as he was misspelled there. Sorry about that. Monkey Moon, Lion Blaze, and Mectos, the Ghost Gaming legends. So, plenty of the RLCSX talent are, dipping their toes in the 1v1 scene as well.
Well, it's time to start talking about what's about to happen here. That'll be fun to watch later, but we have to start sending some teams home. And I'm curious now to what teams you guys think will be making it through this, because it is going to be a just bloodbath down in this lower bracket as we send teams home. So I want to get some predictions on who you think is going to make it through. We'll go down the line here. I don't know if we can throw that full lower bracket up as well, too, just to kind of give people a picture of what teams are down there. But I'll start with you, Achieves. Give me the 4 teams that you think are going to be making it through this lower bracket by the end of today.
NRG and Space Station, you have to pick 1 and 2. You have to. I think the Peeps squeak by the Sonics, and I don't know. KCP looked a little sketchy versus Pittsburgh Knights yesterday, but I still think I'd pick them over Board of Shadowy Figures.
It is a new day, right? And there's a possibility they come back, doing what we expect KCP to do. Okay, so you have Peeps, KCP, NRG, and SSG. Shogun, who do you have?
Because I'm coming into this thinking I really want to try something that's maybe a little bit less expected, but then I see, who are the expected teams to go through there? Pretty much all the ones that Achieve said, and then who is supposed to be the main challengers for that? And I just can't quite convince myself that even on an off day, those sort of teams can maybe beat them and upset them to cause a second loss and knock them out of the tournament. So again, and I can't believe this happened twice in a stream, I'm going with the Gibbs C. I'm going with Achieves. I'm completely agreeing with him.
Here.
The whole way through. So yeah, that's a thing that's going to be on my conscience for the rest of the day.
I'm glad it is.
Wow.
Johnny, what do you have?
Right. Fine. If nobody else wants to be different, I will happily do so. Obviously, NRG Space Station Gaming, a given. No way. Surely there's just no way that they can fail to make it through here. I mean, XSET, I've got a chance against Space Station, but I don't think it's going to happen. However, I think the Sonics will beat the Peeps for that bottom little quadrant there, and I really like the look of Boss F yesterday versus KCP. I think that they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Achieves and Shogun as well, too, about, Achieves did, I think, briefly mention Sonics there as well, but, do we still feel like the Peeps have that upper hand against a team like Sonics now based off what we've seen?
Well, I think that's probably the most coin toss one up there, right? Because I expected Sonics to play a lot better yesterday as well. And, well, obviously you can't really blame them. They absolutely ran into the bulldozer of G2 yesterday. But I think the Peeps have a lot of potential to beat Sonics. But, that's a coin flip, and it's just whoever you prefer. And I think the security of Illusion is the big difference maker there on the back third for me.
Well, you've seen all the teams that are down there. You probably know when you're want to know what you're seeing where and all those places. There's 2 streams going on right now. Let's take a look at the schedule. What we're going to see here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. A reminder that upper half where NRG is playing will be over at twitch.tv/UGC. You can go watch those matches there. But here we're doing that bottom half of the lower bracket, and these are matches coming up. Of course, the TBDs will be determined once these teams start playing each other. And that first match there, 72 PC versus SSG. That's right, we're getting into SSG right away. Let's start talking about this match as kickoff is slowly coming our way. SSG versus 72 PC. We say obviously SSG is making it through on this lower bracket. They have a lot of challenges to plow through first. 72 PC will be their first. Do we feel like this is a lost cause then, Shogun, for 72 PC?
If 72 PC show up and play like they did yesterday, then yes. It was not a good performance from them whatsoever. They looked really lost across the field. Me and Crelly brought up a number of times that they were going for passing plays, but they were going for absolutely nobody to get to the end of their passing plays. The one thing that they did do that I thought was pretty interesting, you know, and maybe they can use it a little bit more, was they were leaving Jacob downfield a lot of times and just trying to use him as someone to blast the ball to. Maybe you can tap it back down for the 1-2 and they can score off that, but there still wasn't much success from it, as entertaining as it was to see. So they've now had 24 hours. They've had to try and figure out, all right, why did this go so wrong for us? And can we put this together against one of those big teams in the region? It's going to be a tough ask, but it's something that they're going to have to try and do here, because even looking at the wider view, they're already quite far back in the overall regional standings. And this is a tournament that they can't afford to, you know, have this 0-2 in. As tough as the situation is, 72 PC are already playing catch up.
Well, barring yesterday, I mean, you look at that win rate is like, they shows how dominant they are just on that number alone.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. But Johnny, like, this is a team that is just wins. So I don't know what 72 PCs. If you're 72 PC coming into this match, what are you thinking? What is your strategy? What is your approach to SSG's playing?
It's got to be, you know, as much aggression as possible, because Space Station, they don't really beat themselves. They're not one of the, I mean, you can maybe criticize G2 of that in the past. They'll try to do their thing a bit too much, and then when it goes wrong, they just get hit with open net counterattacks all the time. We don't see a lot of that from Space Station. They have lost series, but it's not by just going in and bashing their head against the wall. 72 PC are going to need to do this themselves. They're going to need to come out hot and be as aggressive as possible.
Johnny's got the wrong idea here.
Oh, okay.
The key to beating Space Station Gaming is obviously put Sipical in a headlock, because every time Sipical's been in the headlock, Space Station has lost the game. So that's the game plan.
Okay, which 1v1 works best? They can get 2 rule 1s going at the same time. Which 1v1 matchup looks best for 72 PC?
Good question. It's a shame they don't have Lion Blaze anymore. Those would
have been a good match.
That was the peak 72 PC days, wasn't it? But now it's not as confident. I don't know. Well, luckily Space Station don't have the most confident ones players either, so I think it could be.
All right, no, they may not have the best ones players, but saying not confident when Rettles is around.
Yeah, you'd want
maybe not.
Rettles.
I think Rettles can probably play a game that he's never even seen before. Rettles would happily go into a game of Rumble and automatically proclaim himself as the greatest Rumble player that has ever hit one of the power-up spikes.
Yeah, I don't think he'd say that, but he would say that he's better at Rumble than EU. That's for sure.
So I was gonna say, is the only chance for 72 PC to win this one if they start playing in Rumble, but even then they might not take this.
Not if Rettles is the best Rumble player to ever play the game.
Hey, give me a minute. If they let me make the lobby, you never know. We could have bots by accident. We could have anything in here.
I know Gibbs is out there right now. Gibbs prides himself on Rumble. Gibbs is ready to go for that title.
Pry that from SSG's hands, yeah.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. We want to get your thoughts on this one. I think I know which way it's going to go. You can use the hashtags down below here, hashtag SSG or 72PC in the chat to vote for which team you think is going to win this one. Obviously, we're heavily favoring SSG in this one. We're trying to find approaches that 72PC can win in this match, and obviously it's difficult, not because of 72 PC, but because SSG is so darn good. While you guys are doing that, let's get some of our thoughts out here. I feel like predictions are going to go one specific way on the desk here, but I'm going to ask just in case there is someone thinks that SSG loss streak is going to continue on to day number 2 here at Chiefs. I'm going to walk down the line here and start with you.
Space Station. It's not going to happen. And I know that every time I said that the underdog had no chance yesterday, they won.
They had a chance.
But today that will not be the case. So Space Station.
Space Station Shogun.
Space Station for me.
Okay. I figured. And Johnny Boy, you're going to keep the story.
Oh, totally. Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I'm going to do Space Station Gaming. I guess, why not? You know, it's just,
you sound so defeated saying this aloud, Leaf.
yeah. And legitimately,
wow, we didn't get to 92?
Yeah, I'm surprised. The highest we saw yesterday at Cheese, as you said, was 92, and we're only hitting 84 at max here. So some 72 PC believers out there, or people just hitting their keyboard randomly, and that's just the letters that manage to come out here as they try to get drops. But it's going to be a tough battle for 72 PC as we head into our first day of eliminations. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, and let us know how excited you guys are. But it is now time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our first elimination match.
Well, thank you very much there, Leaf. And we continue onwards, Johnny, for our very first series of the day. A reminder to everybody as well, if you are just jumping in as the games get kicked off, it is elimination only for every single series. We are, of course, kicking off with 72 PC against Space Station Gaming. Up next will be Seoul against XSET, and the winners of those matches will take on each other to see if they can get through to next week. As we get ourselves underway for game number 1, and absolute banger.
Well then, well that is a start. So not exactly
Leaf,
what we...
Can you come back? I'd like to change my pick.
Not exactly what we had in mind here, but you know, 72 PC will take it. That might even be more ridiculous than the kickoff goal we saw yesterday against NRG.
Oh, good demo, but yeah, maybe not the greatest start of all time for Space Station Gaming. They'll look to try and sort this out nice and quickly. Arsenal would like to do it, and across the front of the middle of the goal as eventually Seabass can get himself in the way. Space Station Gaming looking to try and just put that goal behind them, get themselves sorted out in this series proper. And I, myself here, Johnny, will be pretty much parked on Jacob's camera throughout the majority of this series because it was his rotation that was the weirdest one to watch, and typical just has to get back in time. Scary start here for Space Station.
Yeah, it's the worst possible start. You know, Space Station have performed well in these kind of positions this season. When their backs are up against the wall, they do know how to just dig in and get the results that they need, but it's not where they want to be, of course. Now, I like your comment about Jacob because you're absolutely right. He is not only, you know, maybe the most unique player in this lobby, but also one of the most interesting players to just watch play Rocket League. He's got very good style, nice touch there, actually knocking the ball wide onto the post. Awkward shot coming in for SSG, but you know, speaking of awkward, Rettel's on the wrong side of the ball there. Space Station's attack really going nowhere.
Yeah, Jacob's always been one of those players that he doesn't necessarily mind losing, but he does mind losing without trying something different against you. Try and test you, see whether or not you are actually capable of passing that test. Ty couldn't quite make contact, but just the threat of him was good enough to keep the pressure on. Here comes Seabass. Shot is saved, but so far the bearer of the pressure has been going over to 72 PC. I'm going to see how they can deal with this, and not apparently very well, as Arsenal can find the backboard self-set, and he will turn it in 1 each.
It was just an awkward touch there from Arsenal. I like that he's put the ball as close to Ty on the back wall as he could. That did make it quite difficult for the defender to block that. However, you need to be saving those. 72 PC, if they want to get the upset today, the likes of which we've already seen this tournament, they need to play at a higher level than they just did. They're still in a tie game though, but will they be for long? No, they won't. Typical off the infield pass makes it 2-1.
And this is now Space Station back to where they wanted to be. Arsenal, that is a phenomenal recovery to set up Typical, who is ready and waiting. That is more of the Space Station Gaming that we expect. Lightning precision on the pass. Here we go. 2-1 now.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one to say the least.
It's just another really awkward looking ball rolling through off a kickoff, and Space Station would rather have those cease immediately. You know, despite grabbing the lead for themselves here, they don't look all that tidy, and they, I think, will have a much tougher match later on today, even should they get past 72 PC. But that's a good pass, and Jacob, you know, should be doing more with it. Ty will get the follow-up, however, and we have another equalizer, and it's a full-team aggressive play from 72 PC that makes it happen.
Yeah, Rettles really wanted to just take that as cleanly as he possibly could so he could start breaking away the rest of his team. Instead ends up losing the challenge to the left-hand side, and it is a great shot to tie us up. Well, there would have been a moment there after the first goal that everyone could have just shrugged it off and said, well, it is what it is. Maybe they were caught off guard. But suddenly a little bit more nerves will be creeping in for Space Station Gaming fans. Seabass does have Ty coming forward of him, who has to avoid being demoed, and decides to go and return it as Ty hunts down Arsenal. Jacob will keep the shot out. That's great defensive play.
Yeah, that one just clipped Jacob's car and flew on the entire length of the field, giving a real breather for 72 PC. This is really the moment for me that Space Station have to try and solidify. We've had some awkward aerials, some awkward landings of the ball, some pretty weak-looking kickoffs. If they can just try to play consistently, what we're currently seeing from 72PC, although solid, won't be enough to beat them. That was actually a block on Jacob's shot by his own teammate. They got in each other's way just slightly. They do still have some decent pressure on SSG, and that's a shot into the bottom corner. Are you joking? How was that one stuck past the defense?
Well, I was asking this a bunch of times yesterday because this was the one thing that was working for 72PC yesterday. The passing plays were going nowhere, but whenever they tried to outpace and just use the backboard to set up, it seemed to be working almost every single time. And now, 72PC, 1 goal up, minute and a half here left to play. And they look to try and take game number 1 here. So this can be Jacob already around. That was not the best touch from him. Has he caught himself out? Yes, he has. Stuck between 2 mud stream, long clearing, controlling it. And it goes nowhere. Arsenal happy to take over.
Yeah, nice shot from Arsenal. Space Station need to take all the chances they get right now. Not having a great game, but okay, more importantly, can they hit the ball properly on kickoff? Yes, they can. However, it's a back left strategy from their opponents. 72PC take control. Good possession play from the center circle.
Ty didn't make good contact either. Arsenal, will he go for himself? He's also got a couple of options to the other side. He goes for it. Rattles his shot. Is blocked by Jacob. 72PC need to be very, very cautious of where they are rotating out to. As Ty will clear yet again, but there's been a couple of times here where they've started rotating out and looking for the offensive play before they've actually cleared the ball, and can get them caught if Space Station Gaming are already waiting in the midfield. Rattles can't find his second challenge. Typical with Arsenal up in support. Arsenal will now be forced to take over defensive duties. Drop down to Ty. Looks for the top corner. Arsenal will keep it out. The shot was slightly off target anyway. Definitely a much more exciting game 1 than I think many were expecting, ourselves included here, Johnny.
Yeah, there's definitely some fight in 72PC, but oh, what a shot that is. Rettles to the top corner. Unfortunately for 72PC, Seabass was beaten to the ball, actually couldn't get up to it in time himself. Rettles with perfect placement gets the lead late in the game.
And now with 19 seconds left, 72PC need to find something. They already managed to put 3 past Space Station. They would have hoped that would have been enough. So far, that has not been the case. Jacob off the wall. Will they get enough out of this situation? Ty couldn't run into the shot. He was already waiting. Couldn't run onto it properly. And now 72PC have to get control of this ball back. Jacob will do so. Has to manage to recover in time. He cannot quite do that. Typical with the ball onto the floor. And Space Station Gaming, scrappy as it was, have got game 1.
Yeah, they've just about done enough there. Now, based on that game, I think we can safely say Space Station have yet to find their form. This is more of the same from what we saw yesterday, maybe even a bit worse, because the start that Space Station Gaming just had was pretty horrendous. The complete miss on a kickoff. We had multiple awkward touches and landings on the ball. They still got the job done, though, because 72PC's defense was equally unimpressive. Now, if Space Station can just play at their very, like some kind of normal level for them, you know, 3rd gear, they're going to be just fine in this matchup. But looking farther into the tournament, they're going to need to step it up and you know, step it up significantly. For 72PC, though, yeah, this is unfortunately why we all predicted them to lose. Space Station play a bad game, they still get the win.
Yeah, that really did seem like the perfect storm for 72PC to try and grab themselves a win and get a good start to this series. Now it's up to them to try and figure out how to turn this around here in game number 2. Just set the scene a little bit as well as to how 72PC are looking in the overall points tables. Obviously, points have been reset in regards to qualifying for the major, but the overall points totals have them coming in right now in 17th position and quite far back from those all-important top 6 spots, back by about 600 points right now. So dropping out here where there's only 40 points available for them is not going to be the start to this tournament that they would have wanted for this split. They know the task ahead of them right now, and it is beat one of the best teams in the region just to hold on to your spot in this tournament. Arsenal can't get the reset, or he is challenged. Typical is going to have his own go. Jacob is getting attacked by Arsenal. Will he be able to recover in time? No, he cannot. Typical, far too good.
Yeah, really great work off the ball as well by Arsenal. Jacob would have challenged Typical in time there, had it not been for Arsenal driving up to him, forcing him to jump early. And because the recovery took so long, Typical had a long time on the ball there, all by himself, uncontested, and puts in the top shelf shot.
Something a little bit better there as well from Space Station. I think we'll never end up really questioning their mechanical ability, and we're going to have another one from Typical.
Okay.
All right, well, we wanted to see Space Station Gaming wake up. Typical seems pretty awake.
Yeah, Typical got such a fast recovery there as he side flips off the wall. It almost looked like his impact with the ball forced him down into the ground and made him recover even faster, and that enabled him to flick the ball a second time over the follow-up challenge, which maybe should have been a bit closer behind the first one. Either way, though, just brilliant play by Typical. Both goals, you know, the first one had an element of Arsenal helping out, a large part, but that was all by himself.
And a bad situation has just got much worse here for 72PC. Typical has got Rattles in the midfield. Rattles choosing better, and especially off the demo, that was the correct decision. Good field awareness there from Rattles. He's going to be called into action downfield. Right now, 72PC just need to try and find what they can do here. As it's going to be off the backboard yet again. Much better rotation this time around from Space Station Game if they want to try and react to those backboard plays. But this is becoming the same issues we saw yesterday. Despite an improved start here for 72PC, there is a lot of blasting the ball with no real intent after the fact, and that's usually fine if it's a neutral game. You can work from that. But Space Station Game will be very happy to see that at the moment, as Arsenal almost gets the flick with the second half of his flip.
A nice little accidental flick there. Seabass with a fake challenge as second man. He really should just be charging that ball, because look at Rattles. He doesn't really care for fake challenges. He'll take his time. You know, I hate to say it, but 72PC look like they're just fresh out of ranked 3v3, and they're running into one of the best teams in the world right now. There's very little in the way of passing plays, synergy of any kind, and unfortunately, Space Station are now playing solidly. They look great, especially compared to that first game. That was half a chance, but yeah, it was. Typical just got in the way of that shot, which could have been dangerous.
And look at this. Space Station Gaming are dominating the air.
Okay.
Fantastic goal by Arsenal. That's their lead up to 3. And with the way this has been going, you just don't see a way back for 72PC.
That is some brilliant efficiency by Arsenal. I don't know how he managed to reach that ball as quickly as he did, using all the boost that he had to do so. Yeah, Space Station, they fixed all those Game 1 problems, the Game 1 jitters that they had. I think 72PC missed their chance there. That was the winnable game. That was the game to put Space Station on the back foot. And you know that with the class and the talent that Space Station Gaming have at their disposal, that they were going to have a game or maybe even two that they just run away with off the back of a solo play. Seabass gets 1 goal, however. Maybe there is hope yet, as the defense is Typical, unable to hold up there.
And 72PC again scoring in the exact same way. Attack the backboards and just get that one moment where you can try and get that golden scoring opportunity. So far, it has given them a couple of goals per game. Certainly not had many times where they've been completely scoreless. Jacob going to drop the ball down yet again. Ty unable to follow in the way he would like to. It's another attempt to just blast the ball long. Rattles ready and waiting for it this time around. Seabass looking to keep that pressure up. And it won't last for too much longer, but Jacob, good half rotation from him, actually. Managed to spot the chance to keep the offensive going. Now he can jump on in. Maybe get this down to 1 goal, but it's another good save. Shot directly at the keeper, but still had to be there.
Yeah, and a nice touch to the side from Typical. He didn't just save the shot, he knocked it very safely into the corner. Not so much now, though. Jacob off the crossbar. 72PC really in the hunt for his second goal.
Might just get it at this rate. Got to keep this offense going, though. They don't want to drop any sort of space over to Space Station. Good turn yet again from Ty. Not the best touch, though. Didn't give himself much to really follow with. And that double commit, well, the pinch will certainly help out. They're not going to complain about that too much. Drop down. 30 seconds now, and this might be the end of that offensive sprint, especially off the miss from Seabass. They're trying to figure it all out. It was Jacob, actually. Seabass, though, still struggling to try and maintain possession of the ball. Ty can't find his flick. It's all falling apart here for 72 PC. 20 seconds left, and that flurry really did need to result in a goal. Space Station Gaming, though, this is more we want to see from them. We had a lot of worries in Game 1, but Game 2, definitely more of what we expected from a team of this magnitude.
Yeah, this is why you can't just throw away a glorious opportunity like Game 1. Well, it was such a great chance for 72 PC to win this, or to get the good start in the series, I guess I should say. Space Station Gaming, they've got Typical on their team, they've got Arsenal on their team, they've got Retals on their team. You guys can read that yourselves, but you need to be reminded of it if you're going to play against them. Typical might just show up and score a couple of early goals and put you on the back foot. That's exactly what happened in this game. Next game, it could be Arsenal or it could be Retals. The class is definitely there for Space Station, and it's been lacking for 72 PC. And yeah, at this point, they just have to decide what kind of series this is going to be. Are they just going to keep playing the same way and hope that Space Station Gaming, have a bad game? Or are they going to change it up? Are they going to try something different? I want to see more aggression from them. I would love to see some chaos from 72 PC, because these are talented players. They look like they're holding back, and they're afraid of making mistakes. And you can't play with that kind of hesitation against Space Station.
No, certainly not. The one thing I would like to point out that I did like is a change from 72 PC. I mentioned earlier on about how we saw them go for passing plays yesterday and nobody was ever there for them. But second half of that game, we saw Jacob actually becoming a lot more of an option for the passes, as we do start off with Space Station looking for the first goal of this game. So they got a couple of opportunities with balls falling over to him. Maybe it'll be something they can work on and work with here in Game 3 and beyond. Ty again.
Oh, wow.
Let's have Jacob, who might try and put it back over to him. The bump does certainly not help out. But here we go, shot Ty against Typical. Managed to save his second flip to get himself more distance to covered. There was another double commit. Arsenal, lovely touch across. He's even got it over to Typical. That is fantastic by Arsenal.
Yeah, just a deft touch to clear what could have been a dangerous position. Space Station positioning awkwardly at times, but they've got the mechanical ability, they've got the finesse to get out of him without any issues. Still though, 72 PC able to pressure, which isn't unusual. Space Station, they're not a team who rely on just constantly backing up their opponents and stealing the boost away. They love to play a counter-attacking style every now and again, even against lower tier competition, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Wait for the game to come to them. It's been one of the more important things this season, especially when you are going to take on a lot of wildcard teams that might play to a standard different to what you're expecting. Arsenal might be able to follow this, actually. Good recovery. Tried to predict where Jacob was going to go. Unfortunate thing is that for the last 4 or so years, players have been trying to figure out where Jacob's going to go. Not many have had success with it. Seabass looking for the pass yet again. A little bit better here right now. Not just trying to blast the ball every single time. Maybe something available now. Rattles. Only as far as Jacob has got Ty in the midfield. As Typical will leave it for Arsenal. This game's the exact same thing from Space Station. They don't rush the ball out of their own side of the field. Happy to just soak up a bit of pressure for a little while. Wait for the chance to come to them. And they are out, but not for too long. Seabass over the top of one. Typical, though, realizes that Seabass is fully out of control of his car. Happy to just take it away.
That's acceptable defense there from Ty, playing Typical's air dribble into the corner. It is interesting watching Space Station and how passive they can be in a matchup that should be, quite one-sided in most people's opinions, I'm sure, who are watching right now. Compare this to a BDS or an NRG. You don't get this kind of series from BDS or NRG, even a G2 in this kind of matchup. They love to attack. They just want to pressure constantly, and if that gets them scored on, they don't really mind. But Space Station, they're trying to read their opponents constantly and react to what they're seeing. And look at this. Another perfect shot from Rettles off an infield pass. You don't save those.
Certainly not. Ty tried. He jumped. He hoped. And unfortunately, he was hopeless. 1-0. And Space Station Gaming really have not had to just go all out for it. Yeah, I do agree with you on the point that you made as well, especially teams that we have seen in this season especially. Oh my goodness, what a shot that was from Difficult. Even better by Seabass to keep it out and to keep 72PC's hopes alive. But for a lot of teams that we have seen towards the top level, you get that sort of first game and you see things start getting out of hand like you did in game 2. You start to just expect, all right, game 3 should be just completely over. It should be 4 or 5 goals. Space Station Gaming don't do that necessarily. They are happy just to completely reset between every single game. And it has worked for them thus far. Jacob going to take the ball down. Great challenge. It's only as far as Arsenal yet again, but Ty's not got too many options. He wants to try and find a challenge and a favorable one at that from Arsenal. Not going to quite get it. Arsenal now have his chance. Good challenge against Jacob. Got Rattles up in support. Should he need it? Of course he doesn't need it. Happy to take on everybody at the moment, and he's going to still keep going. Finally might allow Difficult to move in.
I don't know how Arsenal managed to reach that ball. He's looking very sneaky today in the Octane. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the playstyle we're seeing from SSG right now is entirely based off game 1. They did not look confident. They tried to play a bit of that fast and aggressive style that we do see from them sometimes, and they kept on, you know, mishitting the ball and getting out of position, and it just looked like an awkward game. They can't read a 72PC, perhaps. I'm sure Rettles would have something to say about that on Twitter. You know, I think he's had lots of choice words recently. But, you know, when it comes to the top teams, SSG know how to read those guys. I'm sure we will see plenty great gameplay from them later on in the tournament. They haven't needed to really show us too much in the way of flair today, although we had some great goals and, you know, really good individual goals, some infield passes. It's just been just a routine win for SSG. Unless 72PC can pull out a miracle here, doesn't look likely.
Nope, just need to find the ball to the floor now. Ball is heading the wrong direction for that, though. It's going to be up to Ty, who couldn't quite reach it. Space Station Gaming have got it in a sweep. They move through to lower round 2.
Yeah, and it wasn't pretty. It wasn't the most insane series that I've ever seen, but it will do the job. It's good enough for Space Station for now. However, you know, next round should be a lot tougher for them. You know, if they go up against XSET as expected, and I think they're going to need to bring more than what they've just shown us. I think they will. SSG are very good at reading top-level teams, and XSET are a very respectable team, very talented roster. But we'll have to wait and see if that is, in fact, who makes it through to play against Space Station later on today.
And it was a question I did want to pose to you. And I feel like this sort of performance makes this question a bit harder, so my apologies on that. But if you are the coach of XSET and Seoul and you were expecting, okay, we're probably going to have to take on SSG in the next round, are you looking at this performance and rubbing your hands just going, okay, this is our day? Or are you thinking, oh, okay, they're sort of back? Where do you stand on that right now?
No, I think XSET especially will be quite happy with this bracket and how it looks. Space Station don't look unbeatable today, and Seoul should be a very easy series for XSET. Seoul have yet to win a game here, but best of luck to them. You know, they are the underdogs of this quadrant of the bracket, and we're going to find out how they can perform in the lower bracket today.
So SSG move on through, and as you've already heard, XSET and Seoul wait in the wings. When we come back from a quick break, we're going to find out which one it's going to be that take on SSG.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright through the darkness.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me we have Turtle and Achieves to break down that last match there. Turtle, well, it went the way we expected.
Yeah, we didn't get the upset that maybe some people had dreamed of. Another one against SSG. Yeah, the 17%. I would have been in disbelief, but yeah, this was typical SSG. The first game was a bit sloppy, but they started picking it up, especially in game 2 because of Typical. He started turning into that striker that we all know and love to see. The mechanics were just too strong, and at the end of the day, 72 PC, Jacob wasn't there to save him.
Yeah, and a lot of those long goals from SSG just getting over the heads, and combined with a couple of nice passes later on in the series allowed SSG to take it pretty cleanly. But like Johnny said, SSG looks beatable today, so not out of the question. They got to keep their heads down and keep on the grind.
Let's just kind of take a look at the part of the bracket we're focusing on today. This lower bracket is huge. There's a lot of teams down here, but we're only showing these matches on this channel here. You can watch the other part of the lower bracket on twitch.tv/UGC. And right now, we only have SSG moving forward. Unfortunately, 72 PC was the first team achieved that we have now sent home.
Yep. Unfortunately, 72 PC draw the worst, or one of the worst draws you can get in terms of one of the top teams in North America. So Space Station Gaming on in 3. And of course, like you said, much needed wins today in this regional, considering their placing on the point leaderboard if they want to continue on and have a chance at that world championship. So 72 PC, a bad 0-2, but what are you going to do?
Just quickly, Turtle, just get your thoughts on the mentality of that. 72 PC obviously had to go into that match saying, well, we know we're probably not going to win it. But you also don't want to have that thought, because then you kind of defeat yourself before the match even started. What's the best mentality to go into a match where the odds are against you?
I mean, it's a frustrating situation, obviously, for 72 PC, but if you want to be a performing team that is the best amongst North America, excuse me, at the end of the day, you have to beat everybody. That's just what you have to tell yourself. If we're going to win this tournament, which we think we can, we have to beat everybody. It doesn't matter which seed we go up against, or if SSG through the previous one, we just have to focus on winning.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at these next matches, though, and it's going to be Seoul versus XSET as we just run down that part of the lower bracket that we're covering here. One of these teams is also going to have to go home here. I feel like this is a little bit of a closer toss-up here, Achieves, than our last series there, but still probably a favorite in XSET.
Closer, sure, but not by much, to be honest.
No, I didn't mean
no, I know what you mean. Seoul definitely struggling in the RLCS, so I think they absolutely ran into another beast in their own way here in XSET. I mean, JPA, Alpha Cap, and Trey are just absolute monsters. Obviously, Hawks are going to be playing with XSET instead of Trey today, as they picked him up. And like we touched on, I think Hawkser has a lot of potential, and I'm excited to get to see him on the pitch for the first time in this split.
Yeah, no, and this is just to kind of touch on what you said there by having some difficulties. It's not been quite a good run here for Seoul. 0% win rate across all of RLCS Season X. And I think they're looking to try to get a dub today at least. But you're right. Just looking at the numbers themselves, Seoul's trying, and the thing is they keep consistently getting to a point where they can try, and that's impressive in its own, in all honesty. I mean, you're sitting here, Turtle, in the top 24 in North America, which is getting harder and harder to achieve.
Yeah, and that's something to be proud of. You deserve to be here competing with the best, especially against XSET. It's still going to be tough, though. XSET, they did get the reverse sweep against Sip and Ice Cubes, which I'll remind everybody is Forky, Luke, and Mile. So even when XSET are, maybe down a couple of games, we can still expect them to pick up their mentality and get that win.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat if you think that maybe we're going to see XSET drop this to Seoul. Seoul finally going to be able to get that dub, just a little trophy of their own on the shelf here. We'll find out in just a moment. Get your votes in chat there. Let's get our predictions out here, how we think this is going to go. I think Achieves already kind of got a vibe from you of what you think it's going to be, but put it on paper. Who's winning this one?
XSET. Like I said, I think Hawkser was as good a pickup as you could ask for T. Corell, and I think they show it for the first time today here.
Turtle, do you believe in the dream of Seoul here, or is XSET plowing through?
I am not going to do it today. I think XSET against Rogue as well. They only lost the first 2 games by 1 goal. If it was any different, maybe there'd be a chance for Seoul, but just because of how XSET have been performing lately, it hasn't been a complete blowout in their losses. I'm going XSET.
Yeah, I feel like I was gonna vote for Soul just to like give them the you can do it buddy thing.
Yeah.
But I also know I also know that Trey will yell at me if I don't pick Xset. So I gotta go with Xset here also because I think they're gonna be able to take this one. But we find out in just a second. Chat is believing in the story. They believe in the dream here for Soul a little bit. Only they got 30% of the chat
boost
behind
the numbers. They don't want to see the 0% win rate. We got to boost it.
Yeah, we're chat. Get your boosting shoes out here for them. Get on Twitter as well at RL Esports #RLCS. Let us know your thoughts and give some energy to Soul as they go up against Xset over in the Verizon Skybox.
So, Space Station Gaming await in the next round for the winner of this series. Johnny, Xset against Soul. Death Sound very much on the side of Xset here. I'm assuming you're very much the same.
100%. Yeah. I got a chance to cast Parth, Shay, and Stealth yesterday, and although they look like they belong here, like the desk discussed, top 24 in North America, that is a great achievement. But now they're on to the next achievement. And as Shay tweeted yesterday, they're going to get their first win today. That, I think, is the game plan. Just get a win on the board, try and build upon that.
Well, here we go. And yeah, it feels like objectively winning is, of course, getting 3 games. But for these guys, winning is getting a game, and certainly can respect that. Build upon that from there. So hopefully we'll see whether or not if they can accomplish that goal in this series. They've got a tough task ahead of them, though, against the 9th rated team at the moment in the form of Xset, 440 points to their name from the first split. Only teams above them right now, teams like Loco, Rogue, Alpine, and of course you've got our top 6 as they're trying to find some way to get themselves into that top 6. And that's kind of a horrible spot as well for Soul, because they're against a team that is not only expected to be better than them, but is a team that needs to perform better than them today. There will be no punches pulled.
Yeah, it might be a little bit disheartening going in. Oh, here we go. A chance for Shay. What a shot! Brilliant start for the underdogs. It looks like Twitch chat were right all along. They might have the upset on the cards.
Someone find the ref. Tell him to blow the whistle. It's done. Right there. 1-0.
Stop the count.
Yep. When are we going to start going to have
1-0.
I've always thought, Johnny, 57-second games in Rocket League was the future.
I thought this was first goal wins. Are we playing up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This must be one of Gibbs' crazy format ideas. But I was going to mention, so usually when you lose in an upper bracket round 1 to the 9th best team in the point standings, Loco, you go to the lower bracket and you face easier competition. But unfortunately for Soul, they've gone to the lower bracket and they face the other 9th best team on the point standings, because the Xset and Loco are actually dead even for 9th. So it hasn't gotten easier at all on paper. In fact, I think it might have gotten harder, because Xset, although they're tied with Loco overall, I would say that they've got more potential as a roster. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a threat to the top teams at some point.
So it has been the perfect start, though. Shay desperate for that first game win, and he has already completed nearly 40% of that task. J Powell, that's gonna hurt. A huge demo on the goal line, and there is nothing to stop this one.
Yeah, Stealth, unfortunately, just bounced the ball off the wall. He was trying to bounce the ball off the curve towards safety, up the corner, near the wall. But because that's centered, any thoughts of a back pass were eliminated with that demo. Oh, look at Shay, though, 2-1. We've got one player who's on a mission. He means business.
Shay off the kickoff to himself. Who needs a team? That was, well, as clean as you like. Puts his team right back, and that's going to reset the mentalities as well. Goal against us? Well, what goal against us? Alpha Cat would like to try and get back forward again off the backboard. Hoxter does get his shot saved. J Pal, though, the goal scorer earlier on, looked to pass to Hoxter, who was only just turning up to the play, so a little bit of a miscommunication and mistiming there by Xset. Oh, Shay again. He's looking for those demos. He is very proactive. He does not want to lose this one.
I'm a big fan. You got to root for the underdog, even though it would be a shame. Yeah, I think Shay POV would be a good one to watch. He's just hunting demos constantly. He's at the center of all the action. Yeah, we're loving what we're seeing from him.
Now.
You know, it would be a shame to see Xset go out in round 1, but you know, the Shay mission has to start somewhere. He's 0-12 in RLCS regionals for this year's game so far. Can he get a 1 on the board? That would be brilliant to see.
We are still here.
Look at him, he's getting boosts, he's amazing.
Oh, J-Pow, he's up against Shay!
Oh, he dodged the demo!
Oh! J-Pow, good enough to read it! And that is a dunk that will hurt for a very long time, but fantastic by Xset.
Yeah, great play by Xset. The run-on demo forced Shay to jump, and although Shay got a touch on that, you couldn't save it. The follow-through was just too good. Brilliant off-the-ball play by Xset. The aggression ties the game. I think it was a good try, though, by Shay, and that's the shot on target. J-Pow holds his ground. Yeah, I think this is a much better showing from Seoul than what they had yesterday.
Well, Shay wants to find the hat trick here. He's going to struggle to do that, though, against 2 players. J-Pow does have Alpha kept to the far side, but Hawks are still downfield. Means J-Pow decides to take it all the way by himself. Does still have the midfield option. J-Pow pre-jumping it. Xset starting to really rev up what they're trying offensively. And they also refuse to go away right now. Alpha kept, will he turn for it? Of course he will. But the shot will be blocked, whatever he wanted to go for. So J-Pow tries again. A lot of pressure coming out right here by Xset. Here's J-Pow that ends up blocking his own teammate's shot. Just over a minute left. Pass over to Stealth. It's on target. Oh! 1 goal up. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, these guys are definitely here for the win now. This is full aggression. The whole team commits to the attack. That's what you want to see. And with a minute left, I'm starting to believe, Shogun. I think they can do it.
Certainly so. We've already seen the Xset, though, have been really throwing everything at them. Just going to see whether or not they can actually try and pull it off, or if Stealth, who's going to be unchallenged here, can find the opportunity. Shay for the hat trick. It's blocked one more time. Path on in. Buys his team a little bit of time. They're still trying to get back. Pass over to J-Pow. Hoxer ends up leaving it. It's taken away, and Alpha Kep has to go all the way back. A chance the breakaway didn't quite work. Shay can't move around for it. But this time in the corner is going to be so important. J-Pow actually revived on it. Over to Shay. It's off target. And now Path and Stealth on their way back. They're going to have Hoxer to contend with. Off the backboard one more time. Stealth should make it, but it's only as far as J-Pow. Shot on target and Path will clear.
It's still the attack continues. Alpha Kep wants to follow up, but look at the defense. All these backboard reads are still hard to make under pressure, but fortunately for Seoul, they're hitting every single one of them. Ground pitch slowly on target. The defense is in a mess. Oh, the pre-jump save comes in. And now the 0 boost 50-50 sets up the hard clear. Oh my goodness, they've done it. Oh, wow. Xset went for the roller, but it actually bounces on the ground. They thought it was going to stay up on 0 and they could go for the wall play. Not today, Xset. Seoul take their first game in RLCSX. Shay takes his first game. 13th time lucky for the underdog here.
Right, so you've completed 1 of your objectives today. I think it's time to start looking a little bit higher now, Seoul. You need 2 more to take this series against a very game Xset coming into this, but this is not what Xset wanted to do here. They wanted to come in, make a statement against a 0-12 team, and go up against SSG with a lot of momentum on their side. This is not the start they wanted there. And now they find out that, hey, this team is for real, and they offensively looking very dangerous.
You know, all you need to know about Seoul so far is that, you know, game 1, Space Station today. Game 1 Seoul, I would take Seoul any day. They were better than Space Station Gaming for game 1. But yeah, maybe only game 1. Space Station were pretty good for the rest of the series.
I mean, we went to the checklist there and said, did go for kickoff.
Yeah.
All right, well done, Seoul. You've got game 1.
Yeah, Seoul versus BDS when?
Ooh.
Give the people what they want.
Absolute legends as Stealth now tries to find a way to bring the ball down. Ends up being missed, but Alpha Cap can't turn around quickly enough. Be very curious now to see how Seoul are going to adapt to being in this situation. And it looks like they're going to adapt by putting even more pressure down. That's what you're going to want to see. Cannot afford for this team to retreat into their shell, but there's no way they can retreat in time for this. What a pass.
XSET have slowed the game down. They want to play as awkwardly as possible, and unfortunately for Stealth, that's another one of those passes off the wall that actually goes to an opponent. So that's probably a warning now. If Stealth have picked up on that, they should try not to play those, you know, back passes to their third man off walls, as XSET have been all over them.
Booming clear from Stealth. But it has been a continuous issue here for Soul, that whenever they commit a lot for offense, they've been doing it a few times. Stealth's going to get lucky as well, because the ball ricocheted off him into the top part of the goal yet again. As J-Pow will just about make it back in time. But there's been a few times now where we've seen Soul go very aggressive looking for their goal, but they're not very good at buying themselves time to get players back. As now Alpha Cap looks to try and make it 2. Something they're definitely going to need to sort out, because I do like the aggression, but you need to have that time to get yourself back into a good spot, as Alpha Cap swipes over at Shay, and that prevents him from being able to take the shot.
Stealth with a monster bump off the back wall. That opened the net, in fact. It was just the rest of the team didn't believe. Parth and Shay had no faith in Stealth landing on the goalkeeper there. No follow-up came through, but they've got a chance here. Shay to Parth, J-Pow again with the interception, and XSET are starting to get a read on Soul. A lot of these passes are being shut down.
Shay's going to try and take over here. J-Pow removing one of the players. Alpha Cap warding off another. Very physical play style so far by XSET, looking to really throw off the momentum that Soul gained from game number 1. There is Alpha Cap. He's got J-Pow downfield, who just does not want to rotate back. He finally will do so. Soul definitely looking like they've been a bit grounded here. Looking to try and regain something, as the attempted bump on Hoxer won't quite come through. Path puts it straight back over to Hoxer yet again. Do not want to go 2 goals down here, but they might not have much of an option about it if XSET get their way. It's a good block. That might be sneaking on through. Hoxer quick enough to avoid being demoed. Stealth also look to try and take out J-Pal. Both these teams really want to try and get these demos and these bumps, but been a little bit slow to get them so far. This game could really open up, though, should these touches happen.
Oh, wow.
J-Pal. Well, he doesn't need any demos. He just needs raw power on his shot.
Yeah, brilliant approach from J-Pow. He's in there at the back post, gets over the top of the defender. Perfect placement as well. That's beautiful. XSET are playing really well. I think, you know, it's easy to look at a matchup like this and think, you know, XSET must be playing poorly. They've lost a game to one of the lowest seed teams in the competition. But if you take a look at the gameplay, these teams are both playing phenomenal Rocket League at times here. We've had, a few missed touches here and there. But overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I like the chances of either of these teams against SSG, to be honest, later on today.
I'm going to find out which one it is going to be. Minute and 30 left here. Soul, if they want to try and bring this one back, need to get something going very soon, because their offensive chances have been very few and far between here in game 2. J-Pal, great drop, but for a team that's 2 goals up, you don't really need to send anyone over to that. So despite the fact that it would have been a highlight reel play, it was a highlight reel play that they didn't need to go and score. It's the midfield. Shay will have to start all the way back again. Path tries to jump up for it, but XSET just that little bit quicker than them at the moment. Been very difficult for Soul to really find their footing against this team, because it's going to be a flip reset. Path will clear the ball to the far side. But I love this from XSET. They're not trying to force the pace. So many times here, we have had teams that are coming in, expected to be the better team. They lose a game and they just go, all right, well, we're just going to completely outpace them. They haven't done that so far. They're picking their spots. They're letting the game come to them. And it has worked out fantastically here in game 2. XSET have responded well, but what a dunk! Stealth from out of nowhere comes in from the blind spot.
Yeah, Hoxer had no idea about that one. What a read by Stealth. They got to go for things like that. You're running out of time here, and I totally agree with you. The change of pace from XSET was phenomenal. They've made the necessary adaptation. They realized, okay, these guys are playing confidently, they're playing fast, and they look good while doing it. So let's just slow the game down. Let's try and read their passing plays, go for the interceptions, and then just win the game with finesse. And now, you can see that there are more than one gear to this Soul team. Now here comes Parth for a solo play. He's denied.
Now back to the midfield. Stealth doesn't want to let this play go. Path over, and it's a save by Alpha Kep, assisted by the crossbar. Shay wants to keep the ball up. He's not going to have the chance to do so. And a bump on Path means that XSET have got game number 2. And this is turning into a great series, Johnny.
Yeah, what a couple of games. And I love the change from Seoul. At the end of the game there, they're taking some extra risks because they realize we're 2 goals down in the final minute against a team who are posturing quite defensively and looking really solid. So let's just throw ourselves in there. Stealth goes for a wild dunk attempt, and it actually works. And they get multiple chances on net in the final 30 seconds. That is some brilliant, aggressive Rocket League at the end of the game, giving themselves opportunities to get this comeback. But equally well done by XSET to squash every single one of them.
Yeah, XSET are putting the players in the right spots, especially when they're in their offensive side of the field. It's been good because they're not forcing it in any way. It's just, hey, a player's in a good spot. Are you going to utilize him? Of course we're going to utilize him. And they're just getting goals like that. It has been a good, sustainable way for XSET to try and play in this series. As for Seoul, they now know the challenge ahead of them. They now know that if they are going to take a series against XSET, they're going to have to do it against an XSET that is playing at a decent standard.
Yeah, both these teams, like I said, playing pretty well so far. That is a miss in defense, however. Shay has to be very careful right now, and he is sufficiently. He just keeps an eye on the aggressive players coming in. Make sure the ball stays away from every single one of them. But, you know, we talked about earlier on what these two teams might be thinking if they look at Space Station Gaming's performance, winning 3 in a row to progress against 72 PC. Oh, look at this from Alpha Kep. What a finish, but the pass was really wonderful from J-Pow.
Yeah, J-Pow has been outstanding throughout this series so far. He was in the right positions to score the goals in the last game. Now he's in the perfect position to set them up in this one. And he is the leading light in XSET. As Alpha Kep's going to try and take his own opportunity straight down the middle. Kept out, and crucially so for Seoul.
The more calculated play coming out from XSET, I was going to mention. You know, the opposite of what we discussed earlier. Space Station watching this matchup, they might not be feeling too great about it because these are the kind of level of teams that Space Station might struggle to just read as well as they usually read teams like NRG and the other very best teams in NA. Big chance now. Oh, it's gone in off the defender. Shay gets the credit, and he definitely should, but that was technically an own goal.
And it is J-Pow! You're the one that's going to be the unfortunate recipient of the own goal award. Which was an award, actually, Johnny, in the old game. I'm a little upset that they don't hand those out anymore.
Yeah, we need to bring that one back. Own goal of the day segment on the pre-show. If you guys want that, remember to tweet at RLCS, RL Esports, let them know.
Top 3 plays followed immediately up by own goal of the day.
The bottom 3 plays, yes.
If we were to take either of those, which one would you want? And why is it definitely the bottom? Yeah.
You can. Well, I mean, we used to do this. In fact, you used to narrate a top 10 plays of the week, and I used to narrate the worst 10 plays of the week. So we could bring it back.
XSET would like all of those plays to be theirs at the moment,
well
and
played.
shots like that will certainly go a long way to help them. Well, Seoul have looked really good, but I would say overall, this series is really starting to tread towards XSET.
Yeah, XSET have shown some class here. They, you know, in the fast-paced matchup, they were extremely close with Seoul. That game 1 could have gone either way. It was a very tightly fought matchup. Game 2, XSET changed the pace. They're, you know, really just trying to avoid mistakes and to read the passing plays as early as possible and wait for mistakes, which are starting to come in more than they were earlier. That is another one. J-Pow with a dunk capitalizes.
Yeah, Shay realizes he can't go for it and then struggles to get out of Stealth's way.
Yeah.
Stealth could have maybe helped him out with that, and instead just sort of got right in front of him.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You know, sometimes it's just a bad landing and you don't really have any way to get out of the way, but that's not what happened there. You know, it seemed like a lapse of concentration. It's pretty easy for that to happen in front of the net, though, especially when there's an attacker coming into the ball. It does happen, but it can't happen again for Seoul. They're down by 2 now. Stealth with a shot that's a bit too direct at Hoxer, who's done well, takes control. Well played. XSET look really good today, Shogun. This is a clean performance. They're up against extremely tough opposition, definitely more dangerous. Look at this again. Shay coming forward with Parthen support, and he mind games the last defender.
And they are still in this, mistakes and all. Shay,
beautiful.
With a bit of help, he's going to get that over to Path. We'll call that a goal secure. Had to be done.
Yeah, it was perfect timing, though. Really well done by Shay there. Jumping as the 50-50 came in. Neutralizes the ball, but also keeps it very, close to where they were going to be landing. Keeps the open net on the cards. This definitely keeps this game close. It's not an easy series at all for Exet, despite some pretty solid Rocket League. And I really rate this team with their new addition. Look at the pre-flip shot by Stealth. Denied by all 3 Exet defenders.
Now with 2 minutes left, that 1-goal lead is looking more and more precarious. Here comes Shay. Won't be able to get there before Hoxer. It's a booming clear. Path will try his best to try and get back to this one, but have to start all over again from the beginning. But nobody really available to run onto this one. Gives Path a lot of bit of room.
Man.
It's going to bounce all the way out. In comes Shay. Didn't quite get a hold of it. Stealth was waiting in the midfield as well. They could have found him. Then that could have been the golden opportunity that they were waiting for. Alpha Cap again has to rotate back. It's over to Stealth! 3 each! And there was a lack of respect from Exet. Every time they thought they could get out, they got too far forward, and the chance eventually fell.
Wow, Stealth just lingers upfield, made himself available for the infield pass. Alpha Cap's going to be disappointed with his positioning on that play, though. 50-50 went past the player in front of him. I believe it was Hoxer and himself. That's just a bit too close on the spacing. He's got to leave enough of a gap there so that if a 50-50 does go wrong, he can still get goal side of the ball.
Off the backboard. In they come one more time. Alpha Cap! 4-3. And they'll be wiping a bit of sweat off their brow there. They've got to hold on to this for another minute 23.
What a series. Exet responds with an immediate lead again. All 3 players getting involved in the offensive play. Very fast as well. I'm so impressed with what I'm seeing from both teams here, Shogun.
It's certainly been an entertaining series, which is exactly what I'm here for every single week. This has been great to watch so far. Out goes Stealth. And for the backboard, they're going to need to try and find something here. This is for series point for either team that can take this. Has he got anyone to find with that pass? No. As it's a good block, though. Shay won't be able to... Oh, he could have actually turned around for that after the miss. Hoxer, though, will respawn. Pass over to J-Pow. J-Pow back to Hoxer. And J-Pow is having the time of his life on the field.
Exet are playing fantastic Rocket League. What a pass from J-Pow. From the back wall, he flew right across the goal to knock that one into the middle again. But even before that, the reads on the infield passes that Solar are attempting are phenomenal. They're keeping Exet ahead in the game here.
Now it's going to be Hoxer looking to try and put that 3rd one in. We've already had 8 goals so far. What would be a 9th? Well, Stealth and Shay would like to try and provide it to us off the backboard. Oh. In comes Path, and it's right into the path of one of the Exet defenders. A blasted clear, and it will be 6-3. Again, we saw what we had from the last game, Johnny. It was Soul that wanted to throw everything in to give themselves a chance, and didn't quite work.
Yeah, they're overdoing the infield passes at the end of this game. There's no doubt about that. That was, I think, the 3rd read. Just complete interception that we've seen on an infield pass in the final minute that we've seen here. So that's something Soul will need to be careful about. If they plan to continue to pass the ball infield in offense, they need to do it more sporadically. They'll need to mix it up with some direct shots, maybe some backboard passes, just mind games, anything else. All it takes is a couple of different strategies being shown, and that will prevent Exet from moving off the line as aggressively as they are to read these passes.
Yeah, certainly so. Exet 2-1 up in a series that is certainly delivering for all of us here. And they are now just 1 more game away from booking their place in the next round up against Space Station Gaming. Yeah, I feel like this is now up to Soul. They've got to do what we just saw Exet do. We know Exet are capable of changing the plan on the fly. Now, Soul, what is plan B? Because plan A, if you lose the lead, is starting to seem like it falls apart towards the end. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Soul are going to bring here in Game 4.
Yeah, it's been mainly solo plays, demo plays, infield passes. That's been the combination that Seoul are rinsing and repeating here in this series. And unfortunately for them, a large part of that, the infield pass element, has started to cause them more harm than it is helping them. So they need to switch it up. I think that they're capable of switching it up. They definitely look like they've got the mechanics, and they've definitely got the confidence today. And hey, they've got a 1-goal lead off a kickoff. That's a good start. But will they be able to avoid tough interceptions, which have been hurting them as XSET start to get a better read on them as the series goes on?
What is going on with kickoff goals today? And why is it Shea that keeps scoring them? That's his second. He scored the last one, going for the kickoff and then scoring it by himself. This one, he's able to get to for the immediate goal. We even got the non-going for kickoff earlier on, so we're already up to 3 here on the Rocket League stream. Off the backboard, it's going to be Hoxer that ends up missing it after he was under a little bit of challenge. Continued pressure though from XSET as a good drop down, but nobody available. And speaking of the streams, quick result for you guys as well, especially if you're a Forky fan, because unfortunately he is now out. Slipping Ice Cubes end up dropping in our first round. So we won't be seeing any more of them. They dropped to Loco, which is certainly not a bad team to be dropping down to. But that is also bad news for XSET, because it means that, hey, they definitely need to win this now.
Well, the exact 2 teams that put Seoul here. Alpha Cap ties us up in this series, or in this match, I should say. Great 50-50 from Hoxer. Keeps the ball in the center. And it was just maybe a bit risky for the Seoul defender to play that ball directly down the middle. Maybe it would have made more sense to go towards the corner.
J Powell can look for a kickoff goal of his own. Path doesn't allow it. Alpha kept with the second opportunity. There's going to be no third. Certainly have not been lacking for goals in this series so far, and they have been all varying quality, but plenty of really solid ones. There's going to be J-Pow. He's got Alpha Cap already moving forward to help him out, and he's already up for this ball. Going to be over to J-Pow one more time. It's a crucial touch by Path. Must win here for Seoul. If they don't, then they will be out of this tournament, having gained that first game win that they were so desperate for. But now's the time to get greedy. Time to get 2 more of those. So you can take yourself through to a matchup with Space Station Gaming. Here is J-Pow. Looks for Hoxer one more time. He's not going to get the pass he was after. Instead, Path. Oh, that's not the flick he was needing. And Alpha kept cool as you like. Maybe a little bit too cool, actually, as Shea comes and removes the ball away from him. And his team is still under pressure.
I love the decision-making, though, from Parth. The execution let him down on the flick, but to dribble there made a lot of sense. Now another infield pass saved this time from Alpha Cap, but that's the safe infield pass. That was such a short-range one. There wasn't really a window for XSET to punish it.
Off the backboard, J-Pow just waiting around.
Amazing.
He'll drop over to me.
Yeah, he just stops. He didn't want to get in the way, so he just said, well, I'm not moving. You can play around me.
The first ever solo person rule 1.
The fake controller
the
DC. Oh, it's another own goal.
It's another one.
Stealth gets the credit this time. This one is even more of a wicked deflection.
Well, Stealth hits it, and then the post does the rest of the work for him.
Oh boy. Well, they're back in the lead, 2-1. It wasn't pretty, but unfortunately for XSET, own goals are coming in more often than they'd like. They heard about our worst play of the day idea. They've decided to make as much of a go of it as they can.
Are they aware that we need a variety of goals? Off the post, into my car and in. I feel like we've had that, hopefully we get to see some more. As Alpha Cap, he's up for the top 10 plays, though. And with goals like that, I'm not going to deny him. And it seems like the defense of Seoul was unable to either.
They do say any publicity is good publicity. XSET are going to be in the bottom 3 plays and the top 3 plays with shots like that. 2-2. This has been a brilliant series, but I would love to see a game 5. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Seoul have played really well, and it's great to see a confident performance from such an underdog team with there's such new players to the scene here. Another very useful pre-flip from Stealth. He's been putting those to great use today.
I was terrified because I was on his camera and it looked like he might accidentally hit it into his own teammate. Maybe get another one for the own goal record as Shea will make sure that one is in. And that is great counter-attacking play there by Sol. T-Hox is already up, and instantly Shay goes looking for anyone that he can possibly demo. Like a rocket over there.
I love that. There was no hesitation at all. As soon as the ball ended up behind him, he only had one thing on his mind. He's thinking, right, how can I help my team in this play? Let me just look for the goalkeeper. It works out brilliantly. Now Shay with a pre-jump save blocks Hoxter's aerial. 1 goal lead for the underdogs. If they can send us to a game 5 here, you already know anything can happen. And, you know, I think that would have everybody watching the SSG versus the winner of the series getting really confused, thinking, okay, clearly SSG are going to run all over whoever wins this because it was such a struggle for them. And no, this is actually the round 1 in the lower bracket that's been more impressive for me.
The good thing is we're going to have to play that out and get the real results for ourselves. Just looking forward to seeing which team that is going to be. Is this a bump on Alpha Cap? He won't be able to recover in time. Well played by J-Pal. I feel like I've been saying that an awful lot this series. J-Pal has really impressed me. Especially with a lot of his offense, his passes, his shooting. Pretty much had the complete package so far as Alpha Cap chooses not to jump on through. There's a good reason why. Path over to Stealth, and that's not in! They double the lead!
Oh, man. Well, you know, we were criticizing their infield passes to third man in the last game, but if you're playing it to your second man in the attack, you're covered. And with accuracy like this, why not? This is phenomenal. They've actually fixed the problem they had in the last game without changing strategy. They've just executed the same strategy to a higher level.
What I do like is that they executed that one whilst on the counter. The last one, they were getting intercepted because the other team was already back. They can set up, they can just drive straight through the passing line. This one, not the case. Catch them on their way back, they're gonna have to half rotate just to get over to you, and that's awkward enough as it is. 20 seconds here. Stealth just want to stay on the ball, and they're not going to try for a third. I think even a team as entertaining as Soul has been so far will have their own limits. Realize that they've just got to try and keep a hold of this here, and game 5 is on the way. Champions Field looks like it is up next.
Wow.
Soul for the first time.
Oh boy.
Have got their chance of the series. They find themselves on series point, and it's all to play for.
Well, you know, it's fine to say that teams look competitive and that they look like they could be tough for Space Station to beat in the next round, but that's a meaningless statement. Nobody wants to hear that. What you guys want to hear is that these teams will beat Space Station Gaming, but the more I watch them play, I think the more I'm ready to say it. If I see a good game 5 here from the winning team, or, you know, if game 5 is a good game, I think whoever wins this series will progress past SSG later on today, just based on what we've seen so far today from this tournament. That's looking like more and more of a reality the more that we watch these two teams play. It's been phenomenal Rocket League all the way through.
Well, we're going to have to find out which one it's going to be. Both teams have shown us some great Rocket League, but only one team can move on through. The other team will have the unfortunate distinction of being out at the first possible stage. And this could be huge for them, not only because they get another $500 just for winning this game, but also those 30 extra points that are also important to both of them, especially a team like Seoul that still need to find their way. They want to get any sort of chance towards maybe qualifying for the major at the end of the split. Here we go, 5 minutes between either of these teams and the next round. J-Pow over to Alpha Cap, and we're going to see what this team can do. A lot of teams I would usually turn around here, Johnny, and say, all right, relatively unexperienced, probably going to turtle up a little bit here. But if I say that here, I would be lying to myself, to everyone. I expect this to be even more boost button permanently pressed down by Soul.
We're certainly hoping for that. These two teams have been so entertaining today. But I think the win condition for XSET is it might be to park the bus and to try and hit Soul on the counter-attack, because game 3 counter-attacks were working out really well, and it looks like XSET might be starting a more defensive line right now. I agree with that strategy. I think it's very smart, but will Soul be able to avoid, you know, those counter-attacks? Will they be able to avoid letting all their infield passes getting intercepted? Maybe. They were playing a great game last game. That was close, and there was no defender anywhere near it. Soul had the best chance so far.
Well, you said they were taking a more defensive line, but they haven't been overly cautious where they're clearing that ball. Now it's XSET's opportunity. Drops down to Hoxer. J-Pow wants to go the entire way, and he will go the entire way. My personal MVP for this series steps up yet again.
That first touch is unreal. J-Pow controls the ball mid-air to start an air dribble. And I don't think anybody expected that one. They were ready for the hard shot. They were maybe ready for a flip reset being attempted, but the old-fashioned vanilla air dribble comes out, and it works out wonderfully. 1-0 to the favorites.
Shay now looks for his own chance. It's a double commit. Stealth off the backboard. Hoxer wants to make contact, and he ends up missing it! What? Stealth ties us up!
Oh, I just had a feeling. You just see Hoxer flying so awkwardly for this ball. You knew he might be missing it. But still, for Soul to be ready for it, you're playing against Xset, you're playing against Hoxer, and you're ready for him to miss an overhead clear. You know, that shows just how aggressive these guys are playing and how ready they are for any opportunity.
Well, it wasn't going to be that easy, was it? Hoxer can't quite get it to J-Pow, and now it's going to be a breakaway opportunity. Stealth, he's managed to beat Alpha.
No way.
Double tap! And it's in! Stealth gets the brace, and it is a phenomenal goal to get there!
Oh, that is disgusting. Stealth with the best double of the day. 2-1. To play that first touch so confidently, you can tell that all he was thinking of from the moment he jumped was, I'm scoring this double touch, and he has gone and done it. 2-1, Soul with a comeback. Look out for the bump. Parth decides to go for the ball instead. Shay unable to pop this shot on target. Stealth trying to get involved in the attack, and that lets the ball go through towards Hoxer, and now Alpha Kep into the middle. Will he double it on target? He's run out of boost, and J-Pow is too far back.
J-Pow, though, will keep the pressure on. It's not a great recovery for him, though. Almost managed to swipe away at one of the oncoming players. Again, these clears just aren't good enough. Stealth looked to jump on into it, much how we scored earlier on. And just look at how long Soul are willing to just stick around on the offensive side of the field before they start rotating back. They are determined to steal boost, get a player. They don't care what. As long as they can find something that will benefit them. And yes, it has left them open to counterattacks, but no, they do not care. Path looks to try and tip the ball on, cannot quite do so. 2 minutes remaining here, Johnny, in a series that I wish wouldn't end. But I suppose if we're going to, we might as well have it as tight as it is looking to be.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe overtime will give us a couple extra games on a technicality. J-Pow versus Shay with a really good save, but Hoxer's following up with a shot of his own, and that will be blocked by Stealth, but J-Pow dunks in the equalizer. And a response, a much-needed response for Xset.
Yeah, take a look at this. Stealth looked to get rid of it, but J-Pow fully behind the ball. Stealth just wanted to find something, some sort of contact that could take that ball away. 1 minute 40 on the clock. And now real test for both teams. What can they do here? Path on in. And it is a deflection that takes it away from the goal. It's a great return there from Shay. Wasn't in a good spot to actually go all the way back for it. So instead just make sure that any contact that he's going to get has to be wild.
You know, got to just give credit to Soul. The movement off the ball that these guys use to enable these passing plays to happen, these run-on counterattacks, are working out because there's always a player running ahead, making a bump attempt on a goalkeeper or just making themselves available. And it's all about the clutch factor. We're into the final minute. So far, both teams have been inseparable. Xset trying to play that counter-punch style. Hoxer's shot will go into the corner. Can Soul continue to play at this level?
Going to go across the face of goal. Shay will just about keep it away from the upcoming attacking player. But J-Pow turns around, and he's in the form. They can hit those sort of shots. Shay will eventually dive on free, can recover for this, actually, and the entire three-person team is going. J-Pow will be happy to see how heavy that first touch was. 30 seconds left here, and we're all tied up.
Oh, what a chance that was. If Shay brought that ball down, it was a 3v1. There was just anything available for them. And you can guarantee that the run-on demo was planned. Now they have to go for plan B. Final 15 seconds of regulation time, game 5. We really didn't expect that we would be settling the series here, but look at the outplays coming in for Soul. Hoxer in an awkward position in the back wall, but this time he will do excellently with a clear.
Yeah, no matter how badly he did last time, he's made it up for it this time around. Oh! Breaker for Soul. Buzzer beater will do it to him, and Xset move on to face Space Station.
What a series. Hoxer was outplayed earlier on this game, misses an overhead clear, and then he's put in this same position again at the very end of the same game. And not only does he save the shot, not only does he prevent it from bouncing off the backboard, he brings it under control, takes it the full length of the field, and centers it perfectly for Alpha Kep. 0-second winner for XSET, but, you know, well played to Soul. What a series, what a performance from 3 relative rookies in the scene. And, you know, based on this one series, I really doubt this will be the last we're going to see of them.
Okay, Johnny. Okay, I've seen the schedule for the day. I think we're going to have to make this official right now because we're not going to have the chance to hear it later on. Is XSET going to beat Space Station, in your own words?
Yes, Game 5. I think it's happening. I think, well, based on what we've seen so far today, yes. You know, Space Station are a great team, and maybe they're going to bring a version of Space Station that we've not yet seen today, but based on what we've seen today, that XSET will beat this Space Station we saw earlier.
Well, cannot wait to see that. And make sure you guys stay tuned to see that as well later on in today's broadcast. But when we come back from a break, we're going to hear all of the reaction from our desk, as well as get into our third match of the day, which is the Sonics against Nefarious.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leif, and alongside me is Shogun and Chiefs to break down this last match. This was a closer one than our 3-0 that we had with Space Station before. This one going the distance, Shogun.
What are you talking about? Boring. Nothing really happened. And it was just, a meaningless game 5, 0-second goal. If you're just tuning in, yeah, make sure you go back and check this out when you get the opportunity. My goodness. It's one of those ones that you coming out, you just enjoyed it. I think you guys got to hear me and Johnny just sort of talking in between the break about how much we enjoyed this. I hope you guys at home enjoyed it as well, because this was phenomenal. Both teams hitting some banger goals, and look at that from Alpha Kep. Cool as you like, and experience shines on through as they take it and move on to take on Space Station.
Yeah, and Stealth over on the Soul side of things felt like that guy could do no wrong. Always in position to catch a pass, and also J-Pow over on the XZ side, always in position to set someone up. Alpha kept there to knock him down. So that was a lot more than I was expecting to get, but I'm glad we got it.
Well, to talk about that victory and how close and how much their heart is still racing right now, Trey, the coach of XZ, is joining us on the line. Trey, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I'm probably a little more calm than yours. With that 0-second goal, man. How you feel about that one? What's the comms like?
Yeah, no, that was definitely a really hectic series than we're used to. Those guys came out really good and just played down like our weaknesses a lot. So it's definitely a lot closer than we were expecting.
I gotta ask off the bat, of course. You guys made a move not too long ago, and now another move here with Hawkster coming on. What's been the decision, behind this most recent move?
Yeah, so we did really good with Cheekrell, and I don't think anyone was like disappointed on our roster how we were doing. It was just more so the potential when we saw Hawkster as the free agent, and over the season, like we had a lot of really close like game 5s against like SSG, even NRG there in that top 8 that we made, and we felt that Hawkster's experience that he has, like just like World Championship experience and playing in the RLCS for a while, could definitely help Belfkep and J-Pow out just like in the long run.
Yeah, and you mentioned in Leaf's first question about how they played well off your weaknesses. I feel like I might be probing a little too much, but could you try and expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, we're still a new roster, so we're still trying to build a lot of synergy behind what we're doing, and like everyone's just trying to become one unit, so we're flowing all the time. And we've had really good moments like that, but it's not exactly consistent. So sometimes when we come in against a new playstyle, like a team like this who we've never played against, it really just throws us off a bit than what we're used to.
And a bit of a peel behind the curtain here and just get to see, what was it like for you guys in the comms? What were you saying to the lads as you were getting ready? You sort of saw, hey, this series might be a little bit more difficult than we were expecting it to be. How was that like to try and coach through? And what were you saying before game 5?
We knew from the start of that series before it even started that we just had to play our game. And then game 1, we kind of just slipped up and underestimated them and didn't really stick to the game plan that we had set forward. So after then, we were mostly just trying to like keep reminding ourselves like what our game plan is, what we want to do. And then we just ended up executing it in the end with just some little mess ups here and there.
So I'm looking forward, Trey, to having you on here again once you guys take down Space Station Gaming. I just want you to tell me how you're going to do that.
Yeah, we're pretty familiar with SSG. We haven't been blown out by them before, but obviously those 3 players, Arsenal and Typical, are probably 2 of the best players in North America right now. But obviously I don't think they're playing the best considering their results yesterday. So hopefully we just come off guard and they can see a play style that they haven't seen before with us and just see what we can do.
Hey Trey, congrats on the win there. Good luck moving forward, and it was good to have you on.
Thanks, Leaf.
There's Trey from XZ. Again, dude's you can tell. I've hung out with him a lot before. Dude's an energetic dude, and that's a guy I think that achieves. You want behind a team, especially when things are getting that close. You want a guy that can get in there and keep you amped up.
Yeah, every team always says we're really glad to have somebody around who's like, yes, let's go. Because I guess unless you're Cloud9 a couple of years ago, but that's not the point. Always nice to have an upbeat source of energy that everyone can kind of rally around.
let's take a look at the bracket now and see just where it's at. We're just going to take a look at our section here. As there are 2 sections. Twitch.tv/UGC has some other matches going on the side of NRG over there. Just an update, they won as well. And this is what's going on in this broadcast down here, though. We have 2 teams now eliminated: Shogun 72 PC and Soul just barely.
72 PC, though, I think will be a lot happier with the way they performed today compared to how they performed yesterday. I mentioned earlier on, I was really unimpressed by that, but it looks like there was starting to be forming what the game plan is supposed to be for them. Now they've got a bit of time, get back to the drawing board and see what they can come up with for next time. As for Soul, well, their plan was to win a game. They doubled their goal. I think they'll be absolutely loving it right now. Maybe a bit sore from the loss, but they really overachieved, I feel like, in a lot of people's expectations, and they should be very proud of what they accomplished today.
Fair enough. Soul maybe getting some new fans. You had about 17%, I think it was, thinking Soul could take that one before, and you guys were right to make those picks. That was a very close match. But we have to move on as we have more matches for the day and more eliminations to happen. Sonics versus Nefarious is our next matchup here. This honestly, again, I think could be a close one. Sonics, though, achieves looking good with that new roster.
Yep, they got T. Carell from XSET, and of course Shock is now back on the roster considering that Sathu has moved on, versus Nefarious Stokely, the guy to watch for them. So I think obviously you have to favor the Sonics here a little bit, but can't get too comfortable. Nefarious is a dangerous team. We saw it in the fall split. They can take it to a couple of teams if they catch you off guard.
Shogun, look how close the stats are on these 2 teams. This is going to be a battle of just heads butting.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think this is going to be one of those series where that first goal is going to be so important because both of these teams look like they're pretty solid. You just got to keep a hold of it. Don't make those mistakes. And I think both of these teams should be fairly solid in that regard. So look to see how these 2 teams start because it's going to be very important to see how they're going to play it after that first goal goes in.
It's time for the Verizon fan vote. You guys know what to do. You've been doing it well pretty much so far. So get those hashtags in chat with SQ or NEF for Nefarious. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. We'll start racking up those counts now. While you guys are doing that, we're going to get our predictions out here too. How's this going to clash together, guys? I'll start with the Chiefs. How do you think this is gonna go back and forth, and who's going to come out on top?
I feel like I have to pick Sonics, obviously, just because I have faith in their ability to execute. They kind of got taken to task yesterday against G2, but today is a new day, and I'm expecting Shock and T. Carell to put together some monster offense.
Okay. Shogun, do you feel like we've seen the players on the other team before. Do you feel like they could maybe take this series?
I'm having one of those days right now where I'm going to turn around and then say, again, I agree with the Chiefs. And the reason for that is because I can't turn around yesterday and say, wow, this Sonics roster change is probably the one that I'm most looking forward to seeing, and then vote against them to go 0-2 out of the tournament. So I've got to go Sonics here just to maintain what I've done elsewhere as well.
I think, have we agreed on all our predictions so far?
I mean, we've been right.
That's what I'm saying. And I was going to go with Nefarious, but I think I'm not going to because so far on a good track record. I'm going to go with Sonics.
Incorrect.
Because we've all agreed so far throughout all the matches, and we've been right on all of them. So if I try to break that now, I'm just asking for
good
bad
job.
news.
Nice
there
job.
We go, chat.
Everyone's
you're
on team correct.
we're all together in this one. We'll see if that's going to carry the Sonics to a victory here. Well, they're going to carry themselves to a victory maybe, but Nefarious is in their way. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. Let us know your full thoughts. But now someone is going home. Is it going to be Nefarious or is it going to be the Sonics? We'll head over to the Verizon Skybox to find out.
I would certainly agree that the Sonics are the favorite in this matchup. They fell to G2. That's why they find themselves in this lower bracket. Whereas, you look at Nefarious and they lost to Board of Shadowy Figures 3-0. So Sonics, Corelli, what's your take?
I think, look, the T. Carell pickup for them, I think is really good. Shock being back as well. The potential is there for the Sonics. And I think the potential on the other side for Nefarious is there as well. I think Stokely's a fine pickup, but I felt like that Nefarious squad had great potential. If you go back to the fall split, you remember that game against Envy where Adam certainly popped off. Buddy was a contributor to that as well. Now with Stokely, see how Nefarious can fare here against the Sonics.
The Sonics have shown some promise. You know, they gave G2 a better run in the grid than they did last time. If you saw that G2 matchup with the Sonics, it was pretty one-sided, almost the perfect sweep. But J-Russ almost got that goal.
And there's so many options now for Sonics when you bring on T-Corel, because before it felt like a lot of J-Russ, a lot of Shock. T-Corel can live up to that type of attack as well. The mechanics are there for him. This team now has all 3 players that can really be a force individually, but also as a team. And it's really just for T-Corel to find his spot on the roster, but how about getting bumped out of the net and wide open for J-Wiz?
That bump was the play. Stokely had no boost left, got the ball upfield, and you see him jumping off the wall, knowing that T-Corel was going to want to go for that. It was a heads-up play from Stokely, and he cut off the save. Nefarious will hop out to an early lead. Now J-Russ off kickoff. We'll get some support from Shock. That shot looks good. Top corner from Shock.
Great touch here from Shock. The pace behind the ball so tough for the defense to read. J-Russ wanted to cut back in. Stokely jumped all over him, but unfortunately for him, the ball drops right in the face of Shock. Great touch to the top shelf and tie game.
And I think, Corel, if you really look at the players individually, you can see the talent is there on the Sonics. You remember when T-Corel made his debut on X-Set, he was hitting every single double tap, looking so nasty in the air. All of the Sonics have that in them as well. J-Russ, very mechanical. Shock, we just saw what he could do.
That's exactly, and I think that's really where Sonics are going to thrive, is either isolating that final defender with any of them behind the ball or those team plays as well. But right now, Nefarious doing a great job of keeping this pressure on. Sonics are struggling to break that first man that pushes the ball back into the Sonic side.
That's a good corner pass as well. J-Wiz, if he gets that little more lateral, maybe Stokely can go for it. Now Stokely finds himself on the defense.
There it is.
And no chance. The isolation play comes through.
And that's the scary thing for anyone going up against the Sonics. When you have J-Russ on the ball, brought down with boost in his pocket, he's going to take that man on 1v1 and put it away. Great flick from J-Russ. Tough for that last defender. He's too far away to get to that ball before J-Russ can settle it. And unfortunately, too much time for him to pick his spot.
Air dribble attempt. You see it forced 2 defenders on that play. And there's that mechanical excellence from T-Corel. But the demo opens up the goal line and nobody was back. Jay Wismont, he was clearing the way.
Yeah, great demo, especially Jay Wismont taking out that last man. And like you said, pretty simple here for Adam. You got an open net to shoot on. Your teammate in J-Wiz cleans out the defense. And a quick transition from Nefarious as well to keep it tied up.
We're seeing Sonic struggle to respond to these bumps and demos. If you think back to the first goal, it was Stokely flipping off the wall with no boost, bumping that final defender out of the way. Now the demo. So Nefarious living up to their name a bit, getting aggressive, getting violent, and that's how they're getting their goals. Adam tosses over to J-Wiz, who goes for an interesting flick. And the quick counter attack, that was a fun series of events right there, Corelli.
Yeah, you're seeing the transition game really thrive between both teams. T-Corel already downfield. Adam was well late on that challenge. T-Corel just in the perfect spot to receive it. Great shot from him.
But, I mean, that was that pinch off the post. I mean, do you think Shock's even trying? I think he's just going for the save, and T-Corel ready for the clear. That just worked out. And players like T-Corel, if you get them that ball high up in the air, that's where he wants to be. But Shock, credit for him getting that post pinch. Quick turn from T-Corel. Shock also in the vicinity is going to have to rotate out on this one. Goes for the catch, flicks it up. T-Corel with the demo. Shock keeping possession there. I don't hate that play. Nefarious having to play a lot of defense right here. Good backboard pass, but the shot wasn't there.
Everyone from the Sonics keeping possession. Good initial touch from the Sonics and every single one of the players there. Everyone getting involved, and Nefarious struggling to track that ball across their own net, especially once it goes into the corner. Here's Stokely on the shot. Shock and T. Corral combined to push away. J-Russ actually beats the first man, and Nefarious do get back and break out.
Let's see if Nefarious keeps going for those demos that have been working out for him. Can't afford to give one away. You see T. Corral harassing Adam, but Adam with good speed gets out there. There's a downfield. T. Corral to Shock. Shock back down. J-Russ, his shot blocked. Now a counterattack opportunity. Stokely racing to it, and his shot was blocked. T. Corral flying back to get on defense.
Stokely just had no boost there. That was the best he could have done. That was a goal that Nefarious really needed. They might have another opportunity. Here comes Stokely. Adam waiting for the pass to come out. It's Adam's turn to go. 20 seconds left now for Nefarious as the Sonics finding that outlet every single time. J-Russ second touch, turned away by Stokely.
And Stokely had to get in the way of that one. J-Russ, he was poised to score. Now final attack for Nefarious. Shock will beat out one defender. Stokely couldn't keep the ball up. And the Sonics take the win with just a 1-goal margin.
Yeah, very back and forth game. And we saw the Sonics able to isolate a couple defenders and find their win in the 1v1 situation. But also the transition game for both sides was very, very strong. But you can see the shooting department definitely favored the Sonics here. 14 shots for them here in this game. It was a 1-goal margin, but especially near the end there, it felt like Sonics really got a foothold in this game and really started to take it to Nefarious.
Yes, the Sonics, the individual mechanics, I think, elevated them in this game. However, we saw the early goal. Stokely coming off the wall to get that block. Then the immediate response from Shock. And this play here, that was, a bit fortunate, but also very skillful. T. Corral in the right spot at the right time. That pinch found him perfectly. But Nefarious, they kept with the Sonics pretty much the entire game, Corelli. So I think that it's still going to be interesting to see how the series pans out. Nefarious coming close, but falling short. We'll see if they can bounce back in game 2.
I think one of the biggest things for Nefarious was Stokely. He seemed to be a catalyst for them to break out and transition from defense to offense, and he was a part of a lot of the transition as well. Maybe not the man to make the pass or the shot, but a lot of times was the initial touch to break Nefarious out.
And even here, he's in a good position for an outlet pass. That 50 will work nicely. T. Corral was floating around and found himself in the right spot. That was a scary situation, though, for the Sonics.
Yeah, but great 50 by Stokely to keep that one going. And here he comes again, gets by T. Corral. Shock, that's a weak touch. We'll let Adam come through and couldn't get a second touch. Help from Jay Wiz. Nefarious coming out strong here in the beginning, but can't find the net yet.
Well, Stokely just drove underneath the ball as well. See how this play develops. J-Russ will have T. Corral in the middle. It's a high pass, a bit too far out in front of him. Stokely couldn't get the double. Adam, everyone from Nefarious was flying around that ball.
A little jumpy there from Nefarious. The opportunity was there, and I could see why they were so anxious to get up to it. You got to make sure you can't double commit. You got to make sure that you don't double commit, because the Sonics, we talked about the transition game multiple times, will punish you if you don't finish your shot, and that was a time where Nefarious didn't. Luckily not punished here.
All bounce into the middle. J-Wiz was able to get back there before J-Russ. Double tap pass. Adam, not the hardest clear. Adam will follow it up and boom it to the corner now. This is going to be an important ball for Shock to handle. Gets it over to T. Corral. Nice pass. The counterattack forces Stokely to stretch for a save. And now the Sonics are getting boost and gearing up for this assault.
And you're noticing it's a lot of T. Corral and J-Russ downfield as that type of point man for the Sonics to find. And it's paying off quite well. T. Corral has really gotten behind the ball on these long clears to the walls downfield. And it's just helped the Sonics not only break out for their end, but put on dangerous chances in the transition.
And even that play, letting the attacker miss, going for the flip reset. T. Corral, rock solid at the midfield, as well on defense. It's a chance. Oh, he backflips, but Adam had the hit anyway. J-Wiz going for the corner. We're past the halfway point, still scoreless. Game 1, it was just a 1-goal game, and game 2 shaping up to be the same.
It's only a 1-goal game, but the majority of chances coming towards the Sonics again, something we mentioned that happened in game 1. Stokely wanted to drop that one down to J-Wiz, couldn't do it. Sonics having to play a bit of defense here. This clear gets away for just a moment, but Shock there to clean things up for Sonics as they move downfield.
I like that play from Adam, though. He saw Shock going for the demo, was able to get the touch and dodge it. Adam breaking up the play there as well. Shock went all in on that passing play. He'll be slow to rotate out. Could be a counterattack opportunity. J-Russ wasting time on that air dribble. That was well done.
Clear from Adam. You're seeing a lot more of that from Nefarious. They just want to throw it downfield at the moment. Great block by T. Corral. He had no boost as well. Just calls out exactly where that last man was going to clear. Here comes J-Russ, gets a second touch. Couldn't get by Stokely. Now the transition for Nefarious. He's got Jay Wismont back in the midfield, but just Shock cleans it out for the Sonics.
Shock has had a few good hits on defense. That was a big moment there as well, relieving pressure now. T. Corral, the delayed shot, gets the dunk. We saw him get a big stop earlier. This time, he just dunks it right in.
And he's so smart. When T. Corral goes up, he always has 2 plans. The initial plan to touch the ball, but if he has to call an audible and fake the touch, he will. And he does it quite a bit on many of his longer aerials, especially one like that, where he pulls back and feints the touch. Now Stokely trying to make some work here for Nefarious, but great work from T. Corral, especially in a very low-scoring game, to put that one away for the Sonics.
And that's such a good play, Corelli, because, you know, when you fake the shot, you get the defense to jump up like they're going to have to deflect a hard shot. And so they jump early. They have no momentum moving into the ball. So if you go for the dunk, they're sitting ducks. That worked out perfectly for T. Corral. Brains better than brawn sometimes. However, on that shot, T. Corral had both.
Yeah. And now Sonics marching to this 1-0 victory lead here. As Nefarious, they might have one last chance. It's going to be Adam and J-Wiz. I don't think they're going to hold on to it. Sonics going to go up 2-0 here in the series.
So the Sonics now in position to get the sweep on Nefarious. Nefarious, though, keeping things close. 2 games in a row where it's just a 1-goal margin. But if you look at the shot differential this game, the Sonics barely edged out Nefarious game 1. Game 2, outshot 10-2. Nefarious is struggling to find any offense right now.
Yeah, and I think that's really the biggest issue for Nefarious is they're playing fine defense. I mean, obviously they can keep it 0-0 for most of the game, but aside from maybe the initial attack downfield with Stokely and that challenge where it came across the net, that was the best look that I think Nefarious had. It really is about generating and staying on offense longer for Nefarious. It's one attempt downfield and it's right back to defense for Nefarious. And Sonics have done a good job to have 1, 2, 3, 4 multiple shots coming from multiple different players. And it's just that barrage of attack that finally leads to a goal for the Sonics.
And they didn't get many. They got 1, but it was enough. This is the tournament life for Nefarious. Can they answer the call or will they be eliminated? Adam. Try to 50 that. It goes up to J-Wiz. Downfield to Adam and J-Russ. You saw him getting up in that play. J-Russ cutting off some options. Now J-Russ with a big win there. Net could be open. He gets around the ball, and that's an early goal for the Sonics.
And look at this little touch by J-Russ right here, right up and over Jay Wismont. It hardly even got any height on it. It just pushed it past J-Wiz a little bit faster before J-Wiz could get up to it, and that's what earns him the space behind for the open shot.
Did the boost spawn on him as well? That kind of looked like that.
It kind of looked like it.
Regardless, J-Russ, there's that individual play, Corelli. We had talked about it before. If Sonics can isolate the play, it doesn't matter who's on the ball, you got a pretty good chance of scoring.
Yep. It's what makes this team so dangerous. We even saw it in the last split before they made roster changes. J-Russ really started to come into his own. It was really good to see a player like him find that individual confidence. And now here in this series, he's gotten 2 goals under his belt where it's just been in that individual effort. I think makes Sonic such a better team. Here's Shock. Can he get to it? Oh, Shock. That was Adam by accident. Adam threw himself in front of him, and it threw off the shot.
That's laying it all down. Very easily could have been 2-0. Now J-Russ will have to defend that one. Good speed from Adam. Shock off the backboard. Follow-up is saved from T. Carell. Another lob. Adam, backboard pass. Shock. Weak hit. J-Wiz, the high shot. T. Carell will save it.
Wow, the Sonics barely holding on, but you could see they didn't panic. They had to throw a lot of bodies at the ball, but they stayed in front of the net. Here's Jay Wisma trying to drop it in, and Shock clears it away.
Shock on empty. Scratching and clawing at this ball, trying to get the clear. J-Russ will finally get full boost, but he's blocked by J-Wiz. Adam up above net, double tap down. It's right to T. Carell. The Sonics, well, they're starting to struggle. Adam sealing pass to himself, flip reset. The shot by Adam was a death blow to this Sonics defense. What a shot.
And I've been waiting to see him pop off. Look at the second touch into the flip reset and just over Shock. That's an individual effort that deserves an equalizer. And Adam gets the first goal for Nefarious.
That was nasty from Adam. The Sonics defense was blocking everything. It's going to take a shot like that to get through him.
And it's a great initial touch, too, because he plays it off the ceiling. Now Shock tried to get a piece of Stokely. As an attempt from the Sonics, foiled by the Nefarious defense. But that touch off the ceiling from Adam, right back to himself, it's just undefendable for the Sonics. They can't get to it. They can't interrupt where he's going with the ball, and that's the beauty of that type of shot.
And we're seeing more of those types of plays as well. The backboard, when it's so defended, a lot of times your best option is to pass it off the ceiling. Adam passing it to himself there. Gorgeous play. Adam now on defense. T. Carell, he's empty now. Adam, can he do it again? Off the ceiling down to Stokely. Deflection will send it to the side. J-Russ with a block. Adam to the sideline. Stokely had to bail. And field pass. T. Carell was too far away. Sonics find themselves on defense yet again. Shock will get it cleared. Can the Sonics keep this ball in the Nefarious half, or will Nefarious keep marching upfield? Looks like they're going to keep marching. This backboard bounce, awkward ball, and somehow it stays out of net.
Oh, Shock just barely got to that save. Both players of the Sonics collapsing on it. Now Shock couldn't get the transitional touch to keep Sonics on. T. Carell, though, might. He had options in front of him, cut off by Adam. Coming up now on a minute left, and yet another deadlock between these two teams.
T. Carell wanted to get a bump. The Sonics still having some possession. T. Carell with a lot of boost as well. Shock, can he get a good 50? J-Wiz. Not only did he get that hit, got the boost. Now, see if Nefarious can do anything. Blocked in the midfield, but Stokely will have space. Hard hit off the sidewall. Stokely flip reset.
Oh.
Out to the middle. Shock jumps in that lane, and good thing.
Look at that touch from J-Russ downfield. Now Shock to help him out. Sonics could find the go-ahead goal, possibly the series winner. It's cleared away. Nefarious now have the opportunity if they can regain possession, and it could be. Here comes J-Russ back the other way. Does he get the touch? No, can't get by Jay Wisma. He's out of boost though. T. Carell has a lot of time and space. Shock comes to bail him out. That ball dangerously jumps over the net of Nefarious, but we will go to overtime.
And T. Carell and Shock, they weren't on the same page there. If they were, perhaps the Sonics could have made something happen at 0 seconds. This is it for Nefarious. They've got to get this goal, otherwise they're done. Adam, the lob, Shock. Didn't go for the double tap. Let Adam take the hit, and it proves to be fatal. Nefarious stay alive.
And that last man of the Sonics struggling to deal with the ball there. Jay Wismont just waiting for it to come through. T-Corral just hit the ground and was trying to jump back up to push it out of the way, and Jay Wismont just comes barreling through. Finally, Nefarious taking game. It's been a tight series here, James, and it felt like even Nefarious had the better of Sonics at certain points in these games. Finally able to put something together to get their first win.
Yeah, and a lot of it was on the back of that shot from Adam. That was such a good shot, and I'm sure we're going to see it in the highlight package, but the ceiling pass to flip reset to himself, that was remarkable. And then even this final play, Shock, maybe if he goes for that double tap, he might be able to shut down that opportunity. However, play of the game was right here. Adam to himself, the flip reset past the defense. That was amazing.
And again, for the defense, there's not much they can do. And Nefarious looked very dangerous here in this game. Comparatively to the games before, this was the majority of their chances. This is a game where they were able to put a lot more together. And while Sonics still had their fair share, they were a lot more limited. It was a lot harder for the Sonics to break out from their end. And, something that I asked for from the Nefarious in the going into the previous game was have more multiple shots, right? Having more chances in a single go is really important for this team, and they did find that in that final game, or the previous game rather.
Yeah, they were able to take a lot of territory, keep the Sonics in net, and then that, Adam with space, I think he showed us what he can do. So Nefarious, every one of these games has come down to just a single goal, that time in overtime. So Nefarious, they stay alive, but they're going to have to do it yet again. Match point for the Sonics. Adam gets help from Jaywiz. Jaywiz blocking Shock. J-Russ over to T-Corral. It's very high. Stokely there first as well. T-Corral wastes a ton of boost on that play. Booming clear, Stokely. Couldn't get it by J-Russ. T-Corral's shot broken up. And we're seeing, that's a huge miss.
Stokely.
And Stokely couldn't hit the open net.
And I think that one even was tough for Stokely to get to. Jay Wismont's going to sneak it through the left side and clean everything up for Nefarious.
And good thing, Stokely, it was a tough shot. This one also a tough shot. Put far post by Jaywiz. Nefarious, they're starting to heat up.
Yeah, that clear or pinch or whatever had happened on the Nefarious side. Obviously caught out the first man. Now J-Russ is going to get a kickoff goal for the Sonics as we are immediately tied up.
And you see this happen all the time on kickoff. You have to guess which side the ball rolls back. One team cheating up a little too far. Poor Jaywiz, you saw him cut left. Cut to his left, the ball went to his right, and it was game over. Now, Shock, airborne. Nobody from Nefarious charging. And now the shot from Shock. The defense a bit lackadaisical.
Yeah, Stokely had moves to work with here, but doesn't go for the touch as it came off the corner, and that's just a death sentence for him. Back post shot from Shock. Great placement from him. He knew exactly where Stokely couldn't get it. But like you said, a little lackadaisical from Stokely to not challenge that earlier to at least get the 50 or block the oncoming shot. He certainly could have gotten there, and he pays the price.
And we've seen that happen a few times in this series where you just got to go all in. You got to try to get that little tap on the ball, break up the play as much as you can, because if you give people space or an opportunity, they're going to make the shot, or at least it seems like.
Stokely did get a demo there on T-Corral and almost smokescreened the last man in J-Russ, but not enough. Now J-Russ returns the favor on Jay Wismont, but no danger here for Nefarious. Adam clears it away. It wasn't the best clear. J-Russ quickly receives a pass as he puts it on target. Good save by Stokely.
And that was a hard shot. The Sonics looking to make those infield passing plays. T-Corral the tap down. Shock has to dodge a bump. That gives J-Wiz a chance to go for backboard. Counterattack's looking good for the Sonics, but T-Corel couldn't get there for the shot.
I like seeing them try and find each other, especially in their own half, to get out. Great block by T-Corel. No one from the Sonics willing to go, and that was a tough shot to make either way. Shock still trying to keep the attack on. Will get another touch to the corner, and it will come out towards the middle of the net. Adam misses. J-Russ can he get the shot and puts it over. T-Corel couldn't get there. Chaos in front of the net. Shock finally puts it away for the Sonics, and they're up by 2.
This one was a moment of extreme peril for Nefarious. That ball on the goal line for so long.
Was that T-Corel who hit one of a Nefarious player into the other and cleared both of them out of the net? He pool shotted him out of the net.
That was crazy. The pool shot clear. I mean, what do you? It's a pool shot bump.
Yeah.
2 for 1. And T-Corel, he's been really annoying if you're Nefarious.
Oh yeah.
Getting multiple blocks as well. That one goal where he faked the shot goes for the dunk. T-Corel is the dunk master right now.
Yep. He has no shame in throwing his body at the ball, and it works. I think even catches out a lot of players. Even when he was on his previous team, it was something that he did so well, just constantly throwing himself in the front of the ball, and he buys himself a lot of opportunities that I think a lot of players wouldn't suspect that they could have gotten. And T-Corel just a master at it here. You're seeing it in this series alone.
T-Corel, playmaker, 3 assists. Now gets the block on the goal line. Stokely. Pinch attempt comes up a bit short. Flip reset clear from J-Russ over to T-Corel. T-Corel with some space. Deflection off the ceiling. Shock, another 50 win. Is that one in? No. J-Wiz will clear it out. Off the ceiling and down. T-Corel will go for the back pass. Even now, very tense. The shot coming in, and that's saved.
Oh, and that shot, that one needed to be near post, I think, for J-Wiz. Stokely had just cleared out the defense. T-Corel putting this game to bed with a double tap.
And T-Corel, a double tap to put a bow on it. He's been very good this series and this game. 100% goal participation. That last goal plus his 3 assists really have put the Sonics over the top. And it looks like Nefarious time is coming to a close. Only 30 seconds left for them to get this 3-goal comeback.
And, you know, it's always a concern as time running out here for anyone. But, you know, for me, when I look at someone like T-Corel who performed, I think if you just take his individual performance on XSET, I think a lot of people say, you know, T-Corel performed very well on XSET, especially for the circumstances he was in. And you never know if you're going to get that same player when he moves a team. But in this series alone, I feel like T-Corel is still performing at that same level individually here. And he's earned this Sonics win for himself and for obviously the performance of J-Russ and Shock. But the Sonics will take down Nefarious in this series, and their hopes of staying in this double elimination bracket are still alive.
The Sonics, I think they were the favorite. Just looking at the desk, looking at Twitch chat's predictions. And ultimately, that is how it plays out. The Sonics getting a solid win over Nefarious. The games were not easy. Those first 3 games, all 1-goal games, it was tight until this game. We started to see the Sonics start to pull away. And I agree with you, Corel. I think T-Corel is the player that I'm looking at on the Sonics as being that impact player.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he can make a bigger impact as they move on. They'll play the winner of the Peeps and Is I'm Dreaming.
So that's going to be a fun one. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more RLCS X.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Achieves, and Jorby will join us from the heavens above, just the voice of God, I guess. Jorby, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. The weather's great up here, Leaf. It's nice and sunny.
Beautiful. Let's talk about that last match there and what went down there. We once again, as a desk, collectively, Jorby, we're all right.
Yeah, Sonics came out, got the job done. I thought that there were some really good moments from Nefarious. Adam obviously having the wonderful goal that he had that will be coming up. But I think that you really wanted Sonics, if you're a Sonics fan, with T. Corell coming in. This is the kind of performance you needed to see from them. T. Corell got involved in every phase of the game. He was integral on defense and on offense. He was all over that highlight reel. He's been a wonderful addition to the Susquehanna Sonics so far.
Jorby nailed it. That is
all right. That's the analysis, guys. Well, then let's take a look at the bracket. As we have a few eliminations now. Achieves 3 teams down. Of course, 72 PC, Soul, and now Nefarious are out of this regional number 1 in the North American Winter Split.
Yeah, and Seoul, the series loss there did not belie how well they've been playing throughout the course of RLCSX. Definitely their most competitive one. Happy to see them get a couple wins. Nefarious, again, looking like a team you can't take lightly, but we finally reached the Peeps, Stax' favorite team, and we can't wait to see how they do.
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a moment here. Wait, you know what? Let's just do it now. The Peeps versus Is I'm Dreamin'. What a phenomenal name for these guys. That's going to be Kaz, Sharp, and Splashy facing off against the Peeps, which is a roster you guys should be all familiar with, Gyro, AJ, and Illusion. Now, I feel like we've talked about, Jorby, this team of the Peeps quite a lot recently, and there's reason for that. They're good. So Is I'm Dreamin' has a bit of an uphill battle here.
Yeah, it might continue to be a dream after this match. I think that the Peeps are going to be a little too strong, and you look at the win rate, and I think that right there will point you in the direction you need to head to figure out the disparity in this series. 56% win rate for Peeps is a league above where Is I'm Dreaming is, and while they've been able to have a good shot output, really the opponents that they've played so far haven't been Peeps caliber, if you will, or really just it's running into another wall is really what it is for Is I'm Dreaming. But the Peeps, statistically and on the eye test, are the superior team in this matchup.
And it's another foray into the professional scene for CRL as well. Sharp obviously has played for LSU, so good to see them get a chance here on the big stage, so to speak. But Jorby's correct. They're about to get a real taste of what it's like.
That's a good thing to point out too. Again, that collegiate scene is popping off. We're seeing name after name start making their way into these top level leagues, the RLCS, especially in Season X. We've seen it a bit more, so it's cool to see. But it's time for you guys to decide who's going to win this one for the Verizon fan vote. Get your hashtags in chat: DRMN for Dreamin' and Peep for the Peeps here. If you think, or for whichever team you think is going to win this one. Let's get your thoughts now, though, guys. I'm gonna start with Mr. Beautiful down at the end there. It's Jorby. You're looking good right now, so you get to go first.
Yeah, I never imagined that my peak form would be an Octane, but I have the Peeps in this. I think that they will take care of business, but I'm hoping that Is I'm Dreamin' can prove me wrong and make this a match.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Cheese, you can go too. I was going to compliment you as well because it seemed rude just only complimenting.
No, it's okay. You got to take the Peeps here, despite I think this being one of the greatest matchups of the chat vote you could have. Hashtag Peep and hashtag DRMN are both top tier, but unfortunately only one of them can win, and it's going to be the Peeps.
I was wondering what you were smiling about when that popped up there.
It was so great. I was like, wow, those are great.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go Peeps on this one as well. Again, there's just not enough data behind success from Is I'm Dreamin' to be able to predict them in this one. And I feel like chat should very much be in favor of this one. And it is. That's one of the higher ones we've seen today. I was going to say there's a couple matches that could have been, a steamroll, like a plus 90%. I think SSG would have been one, but it wasn't. And now this one's just kind of around that same range there at Chiefs.
Yeah, and I think this accurately represents what you should be expecting here. I definitely expect the Peeps to come out here and really run the table with them.
Well, this match is about ready. So get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. Let us know your thoughts on this next elimination match. Do we think Is I'm Dreamin' going to keep sleeping here, or are we all sleeping on the Peeps? I don't know. I'm getting tired about this match, but I'm excited for it. The Peeps versus Is I'm Dreamin' over in the Verizon Skybox.
Corelli, we've been finding a lot of very good teams down here in the lower bracket early. The Peeps are one of them. This is going to be a tough matchup, I think, for Is I'm Dreamin'.
Yeah, and we will see how this Is I'm Dreamin' team really come out, because I think for them, the biggest thing is how they perform under pressure, and they're going to feel a lot of it here against the Peeps, and it's going to be very tough for them to find that space to work with that I think they would normally find against some of the teams that they have taken and beaten here so far in the fall and into the winter.
Oh, and already an early statement. This one bouncing down off the arc. And Sharp, that was a huge hit.
Yeah, Lucian trying to get the in and out save. Almost got the read there. And Sharp had an easy tap in there at the end. And I'm Dreaming on top first.
And those are so difficult to read when they bounce like that, because sometimes they bounce straight down. Sometimes, you know, they bounce a little bit out. Very difficult to read from inside of the net. Splashy. Can't get it by AJ. Sharp will pop it up. Kaz, good 50. Gyro can stay on the ball. The shot forced Sharp to come out and make the save.
Great flick as well, but it's right into AJ, and he might have a second touch. Lucian can't get around to it. A great decision here by Lucian, not trying to force the shot, but to take it up the wall. Gives Gyro a second chance, second touch, and the first goal for the Peeps.
Gyro, that was a clean shot. Sharp has a ton of boost. You've got to be up for that early. There's no excuse to give Gyro that space.
And the Peeps quickly answer back here, and they had a lot of pressure in that last 15, 20 seconds. Oh, a fake kickoff, as it did come out to Kaz, but didn't really keep possession for I'm Dreamin', and they're not going to get it back. Here's AJ, tried to tip it up and over Sharp. Couldn't get it, and Splashy to clear it away.
Perhaps that pressure of being on stream, the nerves, can definitely affect you, make you a little bit more antsy to go for the ball. But you do not want to give this team space. You saw what Gyro did with it, and now AJ almost slapped one off the crossbar and in.
And nobody there for I'm Dreamin' either. I mean, nobody was up to even have an attempt at that save. It was wide open. Now AJ has full boost to work with, wants to take it himself. Splashy will shut that down.
And this could be a fun game to watch. If we can see AJ with open space in the air, we might see some double flip resets, something a little spicy. We know that he's got that in him.
He is a bit of a spicy player at times, and he's certainly proved that in his seasons here as Lucian trying to keep the attack on for the Peeps. It does come out to AJ, boost to work with, has 80 in the tank. Couldn't get over Kaz, and that's what I'm Dream is going to have to do. If they're going to shut down anyone on the Peeps, but mostly AJ in the air, you got to get to it quickly. And immediately before they can set up the flip reset, they did well there.
Now Kaz, stellar play to get this ball out to the middle. Zero boost, stopped AJ in his tracks. Will it be enough? Gyro has AJ in the middle. Will go for the play himself.
Oh,
the air dribble off the wall. AJ will clean it up. But look at that effort.
It was stuck to the top of his car as he just slowly brings it across the net. Great work by Gyro, especially with players bouncing off of him and in front of him. And that ball taking a tough and strange bounce off the back of his car, still able to carry it towards the net. And you've got players like AJ crashing to put it away. Now Lucian gives it over to AJ. Boost to work with once again. Wants a second touch. Almost found the angle and shut down by Sharp.
Gyro, big plays so far from him in game one. And AJ, you're starting to see too his tendencies. He loves to catch that ball, get a nice little pop close enough for him to go for it again in the air. And Gyro, solid mechanics. He got the double tap to score that first goal of the game, and then that play, faking out the defense, getting that air dribble, getting the rebound out to AJ. Peeps looking good early.
And we talked about I'm Dream is going to feel a lot of pressure. Well, they've already felt 10 shots from the Peeps. They've only been able to put up 2, maybe 3. And the Peeps definitely showing that pressure and that offensive prowess. Gyro had options over to AJ. This one off the back wall. Kaz to clear it away. I'm Dreaming have to be careful to not give up too much space and maybe take advantage of their own as Splashy is shut down.
It'll be a backboard read, and Kaz, I have been loving the defense that I've seen from Kaz, making some stops, making plays on zero boost, quality saves. Kaz helping keep I'm Dreaming in it. There's still only 1 goal down. Less than a minute left to go, however. And Gyro tried to get it by Sharp, couldn't. Lucian will be first to the follow. AJ caught in no man's land a bit. Kaz, hard shot. Gyro, early jump, the rebound almost went back to him.
Splashy came across for that demo on Gyro. That's why he was already up. Now Splashy over to Kaz and couldn't get to it fast enough. And now it was a breakaway opportunity for the Peeps, but a tough bounce. Illusion back post, and he will put it in. A 2-goal lead now for the Peeps.
And this was a good adjustment. You said it. That was a tough bounce. There was 2 players up from the Peeps. You saw AJ and Illusion all the way upfield. That bounce, you thought that might be their opportunity ending, but AJ sends it across the goal line fast, and that's exactly what you want to do in those situations. Just put the ball across the goal line, because there's really nothing a defender that's coming back can do in that situation. You just have to let it go across the goal line.
Yep, especially when you're facing your own net. You have all that momentum going towards the net. It's tough to not own goal if you do get the touch. Here's Kaz. Can he sneak it in? No, it goes off the post and rolls up and out. And the Peeps looking to take the Game 1 victory here, but we got to hand some credit to Is I'm Dreaming. They kept it close, and they had a couple of very tough chances not go their way. They might get one for the road. Kaz turned away by Gyro, and it will be Peeps Game 1.
And the Peeps making plays, led by that man right there, Gyro, starting things out with that quality double tap, and then that quality pass shortly after. The Peeps able to take Game 1. But I'm with you, Corelli. You do have to give some credit to Is I'm Dreaming. This was not an easy win by any means for the Peeps. A few plays go differently, we might see a different result. Is I'm Dreaming, I think they just have to tighten things up on the defensive rotations to where they're not giving Gyro or AJ any space.
I think they have to convert. I mean, they had actually a lot of opportunity downfield on offense. And, you know, you look at the replay there. I mean, that was a crazy play by Gyro. They get caught on transition here for the 3rd goal. So, I mean, for Is I'm Dreaming, it wasn't like they were just being completely outplayed by the Peeps here. They were taken advantage of in some tough situations. But I think at the end of the day, Is I'm Dreaming, they're going to have to put up more than 1 goal if they want to take down the Peeps in any of these games.
We'll see if they can do it. Their offense struggling to find its rhythm. Even at the end there at 0 seconds, they had a good scoring chance, but Gyro put his foot down. Splashy off the corner. Sharp diving in. This one is a tough ball for the Peeps to deal with. Illusion will pop it up. AJ had a lot of time in the middle going for the air dribble play, but Splashy was able to cut it out. Gyro. Back pass. AJ will tap it down. Splashy booms it upfield. Sharp is there, but didn't go for it. Sharp.
No boost.
Yeah. Running on fumes. If he had boost there, perhaps that could have been a play.
Still some opportunity here for Is I'm Dreaming. Sharp gets the demo. Gyro back in net. Can they play it across? Gyro jumps over it. Splashy, tough bounce down. Sharp's up, turned away by Illusion. Is I'm Dreaming, they have the right ideas. The execution lacking at the moment, but they had the Peeps on the ropes, especially with that demo to open up some space in front of the net. It forces the next man to cover the net instead of immediately being able to challenge. I think that's where Is I'm Dreaming are going to find some opportunity. Another demo now from Sharp.
Sharp looking for those demo opportunities. And this is a 1-2 passing play. Kaz in position, goes for the double. Splashy ready for the rebound. And there it is I'm Dreaming will take the lead.
And catching out the Peeps on transition. Sharp, that's a phenomenal pass over to Kaz. And look at the second touch. I think he wanted it all by himself, and he almost dropped it in. And good from Splashy to follow that play and crash the net on the potential miss, and gets credit for it. And the Peeps caught on rotation there, like we said. And I think, again, if Is I'm Dreaming are going to take advantage of the Peeps, they're going to take advantage when they overcommit, and they did. And a good outlet there by Sharp.
Everything was there for Is I'm Dreaming. The outlet pass, the pass back, the double tap pass into the middle. There was nothing you could do to defend that. You would just have to guess and get lucky, really. Gyro failed to make contact. Illusion in support. Pinches it over to the corner. Splashy. Oh, and another miss from Gyro. We've seen Gyro miss a few of these.
I don't know if he's trying to get tricky and play it through. I think the first one, I know he was trying to delay that touch as long as possible. but so far not punished for it. Gyro does clean up AJ here as he tries to push it downfield. Gyro's still on the ball, forces Kaz to turn back around for it. As I'm Dreaming, still trying to find a way out from their end. AJ gets through 2, then is just knocked out of the way, says, fine. If you win the challenge, we'll just remove you.
Wow, that was an aggressive bump. AJ looked like he got hit with a metal bat.
Sharp again. No boost, tough situation now. Here's AJ, it's just Kaz back, and he does get the touch and away. 2 demos on Gyro and Illusion, so it was just AJ, and he's still up here fighting for it, but both of his teammates sent back to respawn.
Oh, Illusion! Almost scored himself. There was a moment there, Curly, where there was half the players demoed on the field. Sharp. Corner pass. Gyro skimmed it. Kicks out to the other corner for the peeps. Illusion going for the 50.
Oh. Illusion got under 2 there. Still is I'm Dreaming hold on to this 1-goal lead. Been 4 shots from the peeps, but the execution lacking. That's a great bump. 2 players immediately race back from Dreamin'. Gyro almost able to collect, but good rotations from Is I'm Dreaming. Now they're getting some demos. Kaz and Sharp trying to put this one on target, couldn't do so. And it's been a while since we've seen Is I'm Dreaming on offense as the peeps have slowly cornered them into their own side. Is I'm Dreaming finally able to break out.
But the defense is there, you know. They're keeping this ball out, slowing it down at midfield. And we're under a minute left to go.
Oh,
that ball bouncing dangerously across the goal line. Peeps trying to tie this one up. As I'm Dreaming, clinging to this 1-goal lead. Ball will pinch far back to the Dreamin' corner. AJ looking for the 50. Nowhere close. Gyro, can he get there? Doesn't matter. Splashy cuts off the backboard and gets a big block.
Still fighting for it. Dangerous spot for the peeps as they're a bit slow to the ball. Kaz had free reign on it. Now a tough bounce for AJ. Does collect to throw it downfield. Last chance, Gyro. He's got to watch the magic, but a second touch from Splashy doesn't even let him get there. Now AJ throws it over to Illusion. Shut down. And Is I'm Dreaming take a game off peeps.
Much better from Dreamin'. They're getting up quick, getting to these challenges.
Yeah.
Not giving any space to the peeps. That paid off. Starting to get more on offense as well. This was a very close game. And even game 1, you could tell that felt like a close game, even though the scoreline wasn't as close. Dreamin', though, playing excellent Rocket League. You see Kaz credited with 3 saves, and this one was back and forth.
And I think you're saying the right thing there, James, at the beginning, is it feels like Dreamin' really got acclimated to the pace of play. They figured out how to shut down a lot of the attempts from the peeps side, and you could see that they were actually quite limited. Even though the peeps still spent a lot of time in that final third, or rather the offensive half, there wasn't a lot of scary chances. You didn't see the AJ pop into the flip reset as much. You didn't see a lot of passing lanes open up for the peeps. And I think that's really where Dreamin' started to realize and get some confidence in this series and in that game where it's like, hey, we can actually take it to these guys.
The number of uncontested possessions that the peeps had in game 1, way outnumbering how many opportunities they had in game 2. Game 3, tied up at 1 game apiece. Kaz, well, that one pinches off Illusion. That one might have been going in. Gyro panicked to get back. Sharp been, really targeting a lot of players on the peeps going for demos.
Yeah. It's a great game plan. Demos, I've always said, demos is always a good strategy because it always will throw off an offense and a defense, no matter what they're doing, no matter how organized they are. Really, even more organized, the better for the demo game. As Sharp bowling Gyro out of the way, picks up the ball and the boost. Has some options in Kaz to his right, tries to throw it over. Kaz has the shot, turned away by Illusion.
Illusion was on empty. That kind of ball movement, though, incredibly dangerous. Dreaming, gaining their footing. AJ, 0 boost. beat by Kaz. Kaz going for the bump on Gyro. Now Sharp with the demo from behind. Backward pass, AJ. Will go for the clear, but this is such a different game we're seeing. I'm Dreaming, keeping pressure on, getting bumps, getting demos, shutting down all these offensive opportunities for the Peeps. Now another chance, but Illusion will sail it right back. Gyro, the drop down pass attempt, but AJ far back. Will take a chance on net, but it was easily saved by Splashy.
And again, you're seeing the Peeps control the midfield once more. And while the defense has been good from Dreamin', they're not breaking that line of the Peeps. And you're seeing player after player on the Peeps side getting away with the ball and keeping that attack on. Now Kaz able to break out. But picked up by Gyro. Can he get past Sharp? He bumps him out of the way. Splashy to keep it on for Dreamin'. And now AJ to clear it to his own corner.
Another neck-and-neck game. Approaching that halfway point, still scoreless. Just one goal is all it took in game 2. Dreamin', this would be a big upset. The Peeps continually finishing in that top 6 area in almost every tournament that we see them play in Corelli. This would be disastrous.
Well, it might not be too disastrous as AJ has the shot just past that defender. Another pinch that Illusion reads nicely here, and he gets a good bounce that comes back to AJ. And that defense, the demo came out, but the defense in a little disarray off of the pinch and the bounce off the back wall. And that always is going to benefit the offense because they have to move forward and crash the net. Great play from AJ to put it past that last defender and find the first goal for the Peeps.
And that was perhaps the best demo of the game we saw so far. Very well timed. Gyro has been a huge part of the success for the Peeps. When he's playing well, it seems like the Peeps have that extra edge.
And they're going to need it, especially against a scrappy and tough match against Dreamin'. They are certainly not going to go quietly, and they're going to take advantage of opportunities if given it. Here's Sharp still trying to put the attack on. A lot of shots, or I should say a lot of touches from Dreamin', being popped up and over the net. Nothing really necessarily on target, and the defense not having to struggle too much with tough saves.
And Illusion keeps Dreamin' busy. AJ trying to pick up some small pads, still low on boost. The demo on Gyro is going to make matters worse for the Peeps. Illusion down to Splashy. Splashy gets dunked on by Illusion. Is it a good bounce? Yes, it is. Illusion off the backboard. What a series.
Oh my gosh, he's off the ceiling. He came off the ceiling with the boost. What a bounce there. Boy, oh boy, you dream of bounces like that one. And it comes straight back out to Illusion. But how about the dunk coming from the stars and doubling your lead?
Illusion, you know, that is sometimes the most effective method. Just go for it and hope. We saw that work for T-Corel.
It does work. You know, I don't know if that fashion's going to work too often, as that was a tough read for Illusion, but still, it pays off. And now, a lot of work to be done on the Dreamin' side.
Kaz. Seeing if Gyro's paying attention. Ball stuck in the Peeps corner. Kaz centering. Splashy wanted to go for the demo. Illusion getting dunked on. AJ will take it upfield. Beat to the ball, however. Illusion, the demo on Kaz. Chance to get one back, and they do. Dreamin' on the board.
And that shot from Sharp is kind of what I'm talking about with this Dreamin' side. Just not a lot of these shots going on target. It was put up and over. And Splashy there to clean things up. Great shot from him. I mean, look, Dreamin's got 11 shots here in this game. They've had a lot of opportunities. See if they can get one here off the kickoff, as it does go to the Peeps side, but doesn't look like they're going to hold on to it. Gyro all the way down the field, and now Splashy from his own corner. Can he make it happen? Sharp will pop it up, and Illusion kills it down and away. Peeps up 2-1 in the series.
Another close call for the Peeps. It's pretty remarkable, honestly, Corelli, to see all these series, these top teams getting sent down into the lower bracket, and these series being so close.
It speaks to what NA has kind of in that underbelly of talent. You know, you talk about all the best teams, the top teams, you know, the big three, big four, whatever. But there's a lot of these up-and-coming guys. And I don't even know if they're really up-and-coming. They've been grinding for a long time, finally getting their shot and finally performing well, finding that team synergy that's required to take down big teams like the Peeps. And a team like Dreamin' right here is executing to almost the full extent to give Peeps a hard time here.
They really are giving them a run for their money. Multiple one-goal games now. Dreamin', however, their end of the road could be here right now in this game 4. If the Peeps win it, tournament is done for I'm Dreamin'. So we'll see how they respond to this type of pressure.
Yeah, we'll see it. Again, I feel like the biggest thing for Dreamin' right now is just got to put the shot on target. There's a lot of popping the ball up and going for the demo, which is great. But when all 3 players do that, the shot never happens.
Yeah, you're going to have someone take that striker role. Who will it be? Sharp. Another quality block by Illusion. Illusion has been invaluable for the Peeps. And that one as close
yes, sir.
To that corner as you can get. Wow.
Look at this shot from Gyro. And that's tough for the defense to play with. Off the corner of the net and in. That is a balance that you wish for. Gyro gets it there with a quality shot and a 1-0 lead for the Peeps right off the bat.
Gyro continuing to be that key factor. The infield passing play. Kaz posting in the response from I'm Dreamin'.
This is a great play from Dreamin'. Sharp giving that ball over to Kaz a little bit in front of him off the post and in. And that space between the defender and Kaz is where that ball was baited right in front. And Kaz does a good job to get to it and a quick equalizer here. And it always feels good, especially when you give up an early goal, to find the equalizer just as fast.
I'm Dreamin' not giving up just yet. Illusion picking up another play. Gyro, weak hit. Illusion
dangerous.
Found himself in a tough spot. Kaz, the light tap, double commit. Splashy with the shot opportunity. The shot blocked by AJ.
Still, Dreamin' could have opportunity here, but look at the defensive effort by the Peeps. All of them were jumping for that ball. There was a double commit. I think there was a triple commit as well. People coming inside or coming out the inside of the net. I'm Dreamin' had him on the ropes, but just couldn't put it away, and it's off the back of a good save from AJ.
You know, and as exciting as this game is, we see, you know, you may be wondering what's going on in the back. It is a forward to, bumper to fender.
What is this?
Rule 1. It's
let me see this.
Special. I'm Dreamin'.
Wow.
Tournament life on the line here. And they're going for it. Okay. All right.
Do you think Kaz and Sharp beat Gyro and AJ in a 2v2? That's asking a lot.
Oh, this might be in.
Oh, it's
Illusion! What a backstab!
Oh.
Top 10 Rocket League betrayal before our very eyes.
Wow. I've seen a lot of that, the locking heads, but I've never seen someone break it to make the save, and then they're going to get the goal. No, it's Illusion.
No, that's karma.
Crossbar. It is karma, but maybe
no,
not
it's
for
not.
long. Gyro's going to put it away. What has this game turned into?
I don't know how I feel about this. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. Illusion has been marked. That will be remembered forever.
Reddit is going to have a field day.
Yeah, no, I already see. I'm sure there's people calling for bans in chat.
We'll have to check the competitive ruling on that.
Yeah, that's an unsportsmanlike conduct ban.
That might be a report.
Yeah, AJ in chat said we just lost 500 fans.
It might be more than that, honestly.
This is controversy unfolding before our very eyes. We'll see the fallout at the conclusion of this series. Right now, Dreamin', They find themselves 1 goal back. They've got to get one to tie it up and have a hope to stay in the tournament.
And they got 2 minutes to do it, so it's not panic time yet. And Is I'm Dreaming have been much more lethal as this series has gone on. Let's see what they can put together. Right now, Lucian doing a lot of work with no boost, just to force it downfield. Kaz erases everything with 1 pass. Splashy's there, shots high and wide. And another opportunity for Is I'm Dreaming that just doesn't go quite on target, but a great setup.
Sharp. Corner missed from Aleutian. AJ panicking, but still was able to get a hold of the play and scores. No, I thought he had it. It was barely wide.
Close call. Another one just squeaking by through the corner. Now here comes Splashy, and a tough initial touch. Going to try and whip it back, but Aleutian gets the save. Here comes Sharp as he's trying to force it through. Coming up now in a minute left, James. And Is I'm Dreaming, they've had a couple of opportunities that they couldn't finish. Don't know how many more they're going to get as the Peeps defense holds strong.
Sharp over to Kaz, blocked. AJ lobbing it. It's deep. Splashy will hit it out to the corner. Gyro stays grounded, launched it in, going for the demo. Sharp leaves it. Now everyone missing from Is I'm Dreamin'. They still recover. 30 seconds left. Kaz, the flick. Gyro sends it back. Splashy will go over Gyro's head, but Aleutian was there to support. Sharp over to Kaz. Kaz back to the middle. Sharp going for the backboard. Will the shot come? The block sends it back, and Aleutian will get that clear downfield.
Oh, huge block from Aleutian as well. This is not going to be the best touch from Sharp, and the demo comes out. Sharp can't get back to it. The Peeps hold on and hold off this Dreamin' team that certainly had a dream coming into this, and it was immediately squashed. But it was a close series, James.
Corelli, I'm still rocked by that betrayal. I honestly, I don't know how to feel about this. I have a lot of, I have to reflect on what we saw from Aleutian. He committed to that rule 1, as many would call it, for so long, and then, he didn't honor it. He dishonored it.
And then they scored. I think that's the bigger controversy. Yeah. Then they scored after that. So I don't know. That's not for me to judge. I'm just here to call the shots. Okay, that's not my job. That's not in my job description.
Well, regardless, this is going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. I'm going to be staying tuned to all of the social media that comes out of this. But we're going to go to a quick break. We'll have a chance to check it out, and when we come back, more RLCS X.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. We are well into day number 2 of the first regional of the winter split for North America. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Achieves and Corelli down at the other end, where we can talk about that last match there. Peeps versus Is I'm Dreamin'. They had a little bit of a fight, couple swings in there against the Peeps, Corelli, but ultimately the Peeps do move through.
Yeah, look, a lot of credit given over to this Dreamin' squad. I think the points that James and I were talking about near the end of that series, where it felt like they never really took the shot when they had opportunity, when they had the Peeps on the ropes. It just never came through. It was more popping it or playing it to the side, and the execution just wasn't there for the Peeps. You know, Gyro did a great job to move the ball down the field and have and give his team a lot of opportunity. That's in the highlight reel as Illusion breaking the rule of 1. But yeah, so but for Dreamin', this is a tough loss, but I think, you know, to use Achieve's word, a quality loss. I think they really took it to the Peeps here in a tough series.
Yeah, really surprised by how well Is I'm Dreamin' played. I mean, pretty much all 1-goal games with the exception of game 1, and I definitely didn't expect it to be that close. So well played to him. Unfortunate to see the road come to an end for him, but the Peeps move on, and they deserved it.
Well, to answer for the sins of his comrades, on the line right now is Gyro from the Peeps. Welcome to the show, my man.
Hey, Lee. Thanks for having me.
Well, we asked you during the break there what was going on. You said, well, you're going to have to wait when you ask me on air here. So I'm asking you, how can you deal with a teammate that does that?
I would just like to point out that no one told them to break it. Honestly, I saw the ball going in, and I was like, oh, it's a goal. Like, it's guaranteed. He's in rule 1, and he just breaks it. I'm like, and we have a chance, and then we go back to the other end and we score. We felt bad. We started laughing when you did it. And then we scored, and we thought we would have some karma, but we didn't.
I gotta ask, were you caught off guard at all by how tight the series was against Is I'm Dreamin'? Did you feel like you were gonna have an easier time than you did?
I mean, I tend not to underestimate my opponents. Usually I overestimate them because I just expect the best out of them. So I didn't really, I wasn't really shocked by how they played. I knew that they were mechanical and fast players. But I knew we would win the series in the end. Not that shocking to me, honestly.
How did you guys deal with the demo game? Because they brought out a lot of demos, especially in the midfield. Was there anything said, or was it just kind of, we need to react to this and everyone knew what they needed to do?
Well, game 1 we just played it out, and then game 2 they started going crazy demo heavy, and that's the game we won. I mean, they won, and we just try to be more cautious with what we did and like played safer as second man so we don't leave our teammate alone. But yeah, they kind of caught us off guard with that in game 2 because they didn't do it at all in game 1, it felt like. But yeah, we just adapted to what they did.
So obviously your next match is up against the Sonics. How do you feel with this new Sonics roster with T-Corral on there?
I'm not sure if we've played them yet. I think we might have scrimmed them like once. It's gonna be a different feeling. It's probably gonna be like how they were with Roldiz, but T-Corral's gonna be a bit more mechanical, I think. It should be a tough match, but I think we want it more than them.
You want it more than them. Those are some brave words to say, that you want it more than them.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll see if the karma comes around to bite you later on. But Gyro, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Leaf.
I don't know. I wonder if that karma illusion, the curse they put on them now. Well,
it could be some delayed karma, you know.
Yeah,
they might have won that series, but here comes the next match.
Yeah, they got some brave words there. Let's take a look at the bracket now just to see where we're at. We've eliminated 4 of the teams from our side of the bracket. Reminder that twitch.tv/UGC does have the other part of the lower bracket going on. The teams you see here aren't all the teams that are in the tournament or were in the tournament. This is just the half we're broadcasting now. So head over there to watch the rest. But over here, this is what it looks like now. Corelli, 4 teams eliminated. I think we're in a spot where, you know, these were the predicted teams, I think, to move on to this next stage here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so far there hasn't been some groundbreaking upset, at least in this part of the bracket. So that's good. NA still sort of staying intact. But here's, you know, this round, especially with the losers round 2 here, this is really where we start seeing these top teams being sent home. The teams that you would expect to at least be, you know, at least in the top 16, if not much, much higher. You know, that's where we start sending them home here.
Well, we do have to talk about our next 2 matches. Only 2 eliminations left before we let them take a break before we head to day number 3. So on day number 2, let's talk about this first match coming up here before the last one. It is Space Station Gaming versus XSET. Space Station has had some time to chill out. They're down in the lower bracket, Cheese, from day number 1, a team we would never expect to see in this spot. And now they have to face off against XSET.
And XSET was playing pretty well. J-Pow in his series earlier this morning was playing some phenomenal setup defense. Alpha kept able to be there in a lot of situations to put the ball away. And I think it was Johnny Boy who was like, you know, I would take Soul if you got Space Station in game 1 form in Space Station series. So Space Station definitely not playing at the top of their game at the start of the day, but now they've had some time to chill out, get some lunch, you know, get locked in versus XSET. Who knows what happens?
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. You guys know what to do. Get those votes in chat when you see the hashtags appear right below our faces. There they are, SSG or XSET, to cheer for the team you want to win this one. Space Station Gaming, earlier when we were against 72PC, Corelli had I think it was an 86% chance. We expected it to be a lot higher, so I feel like this one might be close. The question is, do you think it's going to be close? And you ultimately think Space Station Gaming is moving on here?
Yeah, I think Space Station's going to win. I think it's going to be a close series. I think the potential, you know, after hearing from Trey in his interview earlier, I absolutely agree. Bring on Hoxer. The potential is probably a lot higher here, and I don't think we've seen it yet. This is a time to really prove it if you're XSET.
Yeah, no, Space Station coming in as the heavy lifters. How do you feel about this one, Cheese? Corelli's got Space Station. What about you?
I think I also have to pick Space Station, but I would not be surprised to see it go a little bit tougher than they might like it to. XSET, I think, looked really great versus Seoul. Obviously, perhaps a different caliber of team, but I did think Seoul was playing pretty well. So you got to pick Space Station because of the favorite, but don't be surprised.
I picked my boy Trey before with XSET, but I think I will have to go against him on this one. He knows the match that he's up against here. Space Station Gaming, the favorites. We expected them to be in the upper bracket all the way probably to the finals, winners finals, or even the grand finals. So to expect them to lose here would be a little absurd. Hitting that 84, a little more belief in XSET over 72 PC, and this matchup is still heavily favored for Space Station Gaming. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, and of course, we always like to hear your full thoughts on these matches and how excited you are about this winter split. But now it's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match.
Now, Xset getting the denial on the desk, Turtle. Space Station expected to pull through in this match, and I would say just keep an eye out for Xset. They have a tendency to play above their station at times, and this is certainly a time to do it, if ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task, though, for Xset, as they talked about on the desk. This is a different challenge for them versus Seoul. I think, they were going to that series with the advantage, being the team with the most experience. Also, I'd say better mechanics, but it is the opposite going up against SSG. No matter the results we saw yesterday, SSG have stepped up today, and they are much more prepared. While it's not the peak SSG we expect, one player in particular, Typical, I just want to mention, has been playing exceptionally well. I think his success is what's reviving SSG, and it's going to give them a chance to make a lower bracket run.
Well, on the other side, what's helping out Xset is this guy, Alpha Kep, behind the ball, trying to force Reddles off, but he constantly finds himself in the center of every push, every defense that Xset have. T. Corell or Hoxer, doesn't matter. Alpha Kep has been a consistent force for this team. In his last match, he certainly looked that way. And Hoxer, the question mark's kind of still on him because T. Corell is having some success over on the Sonics today. And you think when you look at that switch off, you'd hope for the same for Hoxer.
Yeah. Well, it's been a different day, I'd say, for Hoxer. J-Pow has been a highlight player from Xset, but Hoxer's been a bit shaky off the backboard. I think he had that clutch assist, though, in Game 5, the 0-second goal winner in that series, but previously had made the mistake off the backboard. So he's been very hit or miss. We'll see how he performs in this series against SSG.
Good shot, but taken away pretty easily by Typical. It hasn't been really completely Space Station dominant in the first minute and a half. In fact, it's Xset who have 4 shots to the 1, but shots aren't the entire game and not indicative of the entire flow of how things have gone, but a lot of aggressive challenges from Xset. Won't get caught out this time. We'll have to come back. J-Pow on the assignment to keep everything smooth on the blue half.
Yeah, and this seems like the style that SSG want to get buried into, where they're just going back and forth between corners. This was the start of the version 1 game that we watched yesterday, where SSG just constantly battling back between corners, taking every single boost pad. I think the only issue was the striking. They gave too many chances, for version 1 to get back in the game. But coming out here, look at all the starvation. They're winning out in the clears like that from Reddles. He lands in the corner, takes the boost, and even when demos come out, J-Pow has nothing in the tank. He can't do much with this, but just stall for his teammates.
He did get that corner boost and shoveled the ball out for Alpha Kep, but that's only going to be delaying Space Station. Hoxer challenging the backboard, but things have been pretty clean for Space Station. Getting another touch here in the corner. They start to win a couple more of those 50s. They could have some success, but Reddles tried to go for the bump, and he still almost got the goal.
Oh, the 1v1.
Barely avoiding both. Now J-Pow swings wide left to take it out.
And that's an unfortunate situation for J-Pow. He got the turnaround to get a counterattack, had the 1v1 situation. He tried to get the ball right on top of his hood, but once it dropped to the left, he had no option, couldn't go for the shot. Ideally, you want to put at least one flick on net in that situation. That's a missed opportunity.
Ooh, the shot from J-Pow's off the post, and he almost grabbed the rebound. A close one for J-Pow, who's had 2 looks at the net. One a little more difficult, couldn't take a shot. That one barely off the mark. Hoxer just on the mark on the touch for the clear, and stops the ball past his own third. So Xset, say what you want about them, of their ability to keep the ball in the orange half, but even in some tight boost situations, they've kept Space Station scoreless.
Yeah, I think this is not the most panicked situation though for SSG. They've definitely learned to just stay calm and keep their composure, because at the end of the day, like I said, this is the style they want to fall into, having possession. They're not worried too much about absolutely obliterating Xset with the score line. They just want to make sure they can starve them out and have a consistent game with pressure the entire time.
Arsenal patient on that last touch. Space Station are always going to make you think about how they're approaching the ball. Not afraid to take a break check when they think a challenge is going to come too fast. And if then they get you to stop, that's typically where they start to peel you apart. But Xset, again, very solid on getting these hard clears out. They have a little bit of space to work with as well. Hoxer uses everything in the tank. Not the most productive touch that actually turned into a shot. I wasn't sure about the quality of that, but J-Pow made the most of it.
Yeah, it was an awkward rotation, too, from SSG. There were two players sitting in net. I believe it was Reddles who didn't want to push out. And then now we've gotten more of a midfield battle where both teams have to win those 50s if they want to push forward. Originally, I started with SSG. This one might drop down. Could we get overtime? Tipped in the middle. Almost a shot there for Reddles, but it is going to drop, and we've got overtime.
Well, I think there's been a lot of good looks for Xset on offense, which bodes well for this overtime.
Yeah.
If they can secure the kickoff, and they do. But Space Station, they always have to be wary of how they're approaching the pitch. Be aware of where all three of them are at all times. They'll try to take advantage of you on your blind spots. Xset, very aware, but playing really well overall to keep the Space Station offense without much havoc. I haven't seen a ton of demos. Space Station have tried to control the pitch a lot, and Xset have met them.
Yeah, it's a much more controlled game. That's off the backboard for Alpha Kev, who has a good read, but you'll notice SSG, they're not too aggressive. They just want to have little passing plays like this where it's very collected, nothing too risky, and that's a beautiful little drop-off for Reddles.
Hoxer was just too far back on that play, and he was working on limited boost. So as soon as that first touch happened, that was pretty much it. Reddles, Typical, and Arsenal getting the first win for Space Station, but this was a really close one. That touch from Typical was absolutely important. That gave the space to Space Station, but beyond that, that was really the most quality shot that we saw at a Space Station all match.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to SSG with those quality shots, you're right. Sometimes the opportunities haven't been coming as much, actually. Mostly in this regional event, I've noticed SSG don't want to force opportunities as much. Maybe they're trying to go for a more risk-free style where they don't have to overextend as much. It's resulting in less goals, but they did look relatively dominant with the pressure. Things were scary for their defense at times because Xset, they had those solid challenges to push forward, but nothing in terms of their opportunities were that great because J-Pow, he had, 2 looks at the net, still didn't put one in.
I think you make a good point about Space Station being more risk-averse than other teams. They definitely take their share of risks, but lately they've been very content to, play low. They don't really care about trying to I wouldn't say out mind game is the wrong phrase, but they're just trying to read where you're going with the ball, and they're going to take it away. They're not going to try to force some crazy 50s or go for a third man challenge. It's a little too aggressive, maybe. I think they're content to play this very control-heavy style that has worked in their favor and why they've been so successful. But even here against Xset, where it's been difficult, they don't really deviate from that. They pick their battles pretty well.
Yeah. Well, and I'm wondering if this is a change in playstyle because of the format. Now that we have gotten into the double elimination bracket, in Swiss we would play so many games. I feel like SSG had a bit more confidence to say, all right, we have a couple of lives here. Why don't we just throw everything we have at them with a different playstyle, be super aggro? And that seemed to be working out for them relatively well in that format. Come out here, they only have, one life, especially if they get down to the lower bracket. This is it. If they lose this series, they go home. So playing a safer play style is very expected if you're a bit nervous.
And version 1 had success against that simply because they had played perfect defense. Even in high stress situations where they didn't have a lot of boost, Xset have to match that. They have to match that defensive perfection that version 1 had in that game. Otherwise, they're going to constantly find themselves fighting in their own third for boosts for the ball, and it's always really dangerous when Space Station spread out wide in midfield because you don't really know where each is going to go with the ball. You can count on Reddles to catch the ball, try to carry it most of the time. Typical loves to take to the skies for his control, and honestly, Arsenal just loves to do anything. But I'm not trying to overcharacterize each player, but just everyone's got something they like to go to a little bit more in their toolkit on Space Station. But they're switching it up a little bit, keeping the ball a little bit closer. Xset, as much as they've been able to keep Space Station out in this game. They're having troubles getting into the orange half.
Ooh, Arsenal going for some demos. I like the aggressive reach there on the rotation. That's something I want to see more out of SSG. But again, it's the same situation we found ourselves in the first game where we're scoreless coming on to the second half. And it's simply a battle at the midfield where neither team really wants to push up and be too aggressive. There's a bump play that could result in something. J-Pound now trying to get another one. The 50 goes in favor of Hoxer, but he can't push past that second challenge off the wall, and it ends up getting broken up from SSG.
Wow. AlphaKep stole that boost in the corner, and it just threw the Space Station rotation into chaos. You had two players that were sitting on low boosts right in that corner. AlphaKep had chipped one of them, came in and got a bump as well on top of it. And Xset, they still have the ball here. Space Station, for all that happened, they were able to keep the ball out of the net thanks to good first-man effort in the defensive third. But AlphaKep, you know, the eyes, they start to fall to him in this kind of situation. He's gotten Xset in the lead out of tight situations, and he may be called upon again to do that. Typical can't find any way through against the Xset wall. AlphaKep taking the save here, but he's got to keep close. Reddles was always lurking, but he got over him, and now Xset can reset.
Yeah, and you mentioned players to call upon whenever you need to clutch out a situation. Reddles has been that for SSG these past few days. His accuracy, especially against that 72 PC matchup, he was so accurate with hitting the corners. His striking, absolutely fantastic. And that's something they need again here in this series. We saw it in game one. We'll see if he comes through in the final minute like he did earlier.
Reddles gets the catch on the rebound. Typical, a quick follow-up. Xset, it looked like they had something good developing on the transition earlier, but it got stinted again. And now they got to get by Arsenal. AlphaKep in a 1v1 battle. He beat Arsenal to the play, but Hoxer was getting tied up and he was late on the second man rotation. J-Pound wins another solid challenge. His last couple of 50s have been really favorable, but Xset just haven't been in position to capitalize. Regardless, they've kept Space Station scoreless yet again, but they got to do it one more time. Reynolds with a pass, but it's saved by J-Pow, and AlphaKep gets the catch.
Lovely positioning from J-Pow. He knew Reddles was trying to get an infield pass off the backboard, so J-Pow had some man coverage waiting for that shot to come out. Forced the 50, and they stay alive. They have held on through so much pressure of SSG. Even with the double commit there, they're still going strong.
AlphaKep launches it forward. Xset starting to feel desperate for a clear at the end of regulation. Arsenal plays it slow. Got the kick to Typical, and it's knocked out by J-Pow. It will touch the ground, and we go to OT.
Again, it's the reads from J-Pow. Pivotal on the defensive side for Xset. Good kickoff, and SSG still scoreless.
Typical back to his own corner. It's been a struggle for Space Station to keep pressure, but they've also not been too greedy to go for the pressure when they don't need to. They still want to stick to that control, and it's been successful. They've had to guard minimal opportunities from Xset. They only have 4 shots on net. Compare that to the 8 from Space Station, and the difference is Space Station don't feel a lot of pressure, but one whiff can make the difference. Typical couldn't get that touch earlier, but his teammates are able to give him a little bit of time, and he gets the clear.
Yeah, that touch earlier, or excuse me, that miss from Typical, that is where you get scared. If you're going to play the passive play style and not be too greedy, like you said, with the shots, instead throwing one person forward like Arsenal there, you have to make sure everybody has boost and you can get those solid touches on defense because you're not wasting too much time. Reddles went for the cheeky little mind game. Typical has an easy finish, but there was a rotation just in time from Hoxer.
AlphaKep, all he can get is a small touch forward. Typical had plenty of time to get back and get a full tank of boost, but now he's got to turn around. Here comes AlphaKep.
He
faked out Typical, and Xset take down Space Station in game 2.
AlphaKep, he was put in such a difficult situation. The one-on-one, he jumps one little second and delays it, assuming he's going to go for the flip. Typical just flies into the air. And AlphaKep, what a clutch play, put Xset back in the series.
Again, the centerpiece, Turtle. He always finds himself behind the ball in these situations. When Xset win these types of games, it's typically AlphaKep doing stuff like that. Now, that will put, that might not put a spook into Reddles, but, you know, you got to be thinking about the tweet a little bit, or all the tweets, all the talk. It's not one tweet, it's not one specific anything, but that's just where the mind goes.
Yeah.
At least my mind did initially. It's like Xset win this game, and now you might immediately start thinking, uh-oh. And I think there's reason to think so. Xset have played pretty solid defense for the most part. They're just gonna have to be that good for the rest of the distance here.
The crazy thing is, we could have seen that same exact result from the first game. You remember J-Pow had the counterattack. The only difference is this time it was AlphaKep, and he got the fake. He got the clutch play to put Xset ahead. We almost saw that. If J-Pow had found the shot in game 1, we'd be looking at 2-0 for Xset. We are tied up 1-1 in the series. SSG, we haven't seen the demos. We haven't seen that aggression. It's usually been Arsenal going for a one-on-one solo play, trying to break up the defense. But like we saw against version 1, that is not going to work the way they expected.
Well, that pass in front was solid to Reddles, and it'll be a goal for Space Station. Arsenal picks up the rebound on the board.
This is a lovely hit off the backboard from Sypical. That turn in out into the midfield. Then the hit from Reddles. That was just a three-man passing play. And SSG, that's the composure that we look for. They had gotten the space, and they made use of it.
Arsenal will take over again for Space Station on this next kickoff, where in the first 2 games, Xset were able to hold Space Station to 0 for 5 minutes. But game 3 might tell a different story. J-Pow got the catch and got the follow-up to get the ball out to the corner. But Hoxer just wanted to give Alpha a chance at it, and the bouncer shot from Reddles was not bouncy enough. J-Pow back to AlphaKep for the clear.
That must have been a wake-up call last game, because this is a chaotic SSG, but I'm loving it. You see Reddles keeping his rotation a little bit longer in the other side to go for a demo, get a couple of bumps. We've noticed the defense from Xset has been pretty all over the place, and it's creating a lot more space for SSG to do some damage. Typical has some room to grow and get those mechanics in as well.
Typical able to get around J-Pow, and a flick after that. Trying to put together a couple combos, Space Station. Reddles with another flick off the back wall. The shot almost snuck its way through AlphaKep. Hoxer able to get that ball out by midfield. He's able to win the ball in the corner and can't really get much farther. The ball just knocked against his car. AlphaKep and J-Pow just keeping Space Station at bay for a moment. Nice challenge by Hoxer. Oh, and J-Pow was actually lurking in front. Xset loving the positioning that we're seeing. And Hoxer, in the last few opportunities, has had some good 50s to set Xset up back on offense.
His team passing plays, though, still risky for the defense of Xset, as it is working out very well for SSG. As long as they can thread it on that transition, find somebody who's lurking upfield. Usually it has been Reddles. And now the fake from AlphaKep. The one-on-one plays from this man have always been impressing me.
He might be able to fake him once, but he couldn't fake him twice. We'll keep it back into the corner. It was enough to keep Xset on offense, but trying to secure those corner boosts as well to put the pressure even closer to the wall. And a demo on the backside from Hoxer might open up a seam. J-Pow waits in the corner. He'll take the boost but lose the ball. AlphaKep X-Man up. He'll take care of that issue. The demo from J-Pow, and he'll score on top of it through the flames. Xset tie.
Oh, we got the demo. The 50 from AlphaKep, who's again a part of that offensive strike. J-Pow has the whole net to shoot at. AlphaKep carried that beautifully. You mentioned it, Jorby. The demo, Xset, tie it up. And I'm amazed. I heard Johnny Boy talking earlier about, if Xset play the same way they did earlier against Seoul, going into this matchup for SSG, that he thought they would take it. And I thought that was a little bit of a bold prediction. But after seeing this performance from Xset, it makes complete sense.
They've matched the field awareness of Space Station. That's part of why this has been so defensive. It's been so difficult to generate some consistent offense. But Xset, they found that secret final gear where they could stay on Space Station's half for a while and finally collect on a goal. But now you have to do it again. They've only been able to score one other goal in this match so far, and yet they're in position to take the lead in the series. So J-Pow on the carry, gonna get Xset set up once more. Gonna be a good space play for... Oh, maybe got the shot. Here comes again on the rebound, but AlphaKep dove right on top of it. And J-Pow got the catch off the ramp. That was looking really dangerous, but Xset got out of it. It's probably the best look Space Station had out of the, I don't know, last 4 or 5 that we saw from them. They had the passing play there. They seemingly had Xset beat, but then just couldn't actually get the ball completely on target. Still a tough situation. Alpha kept rolling right on back on that ball, and I mean, this is looking like it's headed to another overtime, unless J-Pow has something to say and just can't find the mark.
The corner play from J-Pow, originally it was Alpha kept, but now J-Pow getting a piece of it. They're moving this ball through that corner. Once they get the 50, like, look at Hoxer. He won a challenge in the corner, continues forward, gets another touch out. That time it was blocked away from a player on SSG, but if that rolls across again, they're looking at a second goal. Hoxer tried to do it for a 3rd time, and Sibco can't get the dunk. It's just back and forth, Jorby. Not one counterattack is working for either team, but demos have been increasing.
They've gotten so much value Xset have out of their 50s on the orange half. Quick transition for Arsenal, but it will be caught by Hoxer. They need a follow-up. J-Pow's so quick to the ball in this game. Here's a potential pass that actually comes for free off the back wall, and the challenge goes back over to Hoxer. Gotta keep control. Don't give Space Station that chance. And the 3rd straight overtime in this match.
I'm surprised too. I saw Arsenal have a little chance to control the ball, bring it down, go for the typical one-on-one play that he's so good at doing, but instead he just decided to take an early shot. Could have maybe gotten a buzzer beater there. But like you said, Jorby, we're in the 3rd overtime. That went off the ceiling. It drops down for Reddles, and they're there to punish.
Great shot from Reddles on this play. Alpha kept rolling in as the last man. He wanted to come up, tried to get reset on it, and Reddles knew he had him dead in the net. Put the bounce shot far side. Easy goal for Reddles. Space Station, 1 more to go, but I mean, game 4 is not theirs. It's not theirs. They have to earn that one. Xset have played an excellent match so far, Turbo.
Oh, certainly. And it's also Hoxer on the backboard, who has been a bit inconsistent still. I talked about it earlier in game 5. He was the reason why they had to get that buzzer beater in the first place. Granted, he did make the play to make up for it, but he comes out here against SSG still a bit shaky. I think Hoxer on the offensive side has always been very dominant, but he's been, like I said, shaky on the backboard. So I think if he can pick that up, we'll see a better Xset defense. And still, if they move through the corners like this, I can fully expect to see a game 5 if we see a couple more plays like that.
It's like they'd win a 50 around that area or even in the 3rd. And even if they don't get the immediate follow-up, they got so much value out of taking a boost out. And Alpha Kep especially was constantly harassing the back line on the orange half. And he was forcing them to move every single time. Like Space Station, they weren't able to adapt to it readily enough, but I think that in game 4, Xset might not have as much success securing those corner boosts, but it has worked, Turtle. I think they have the blueprint, and if they can be successful on that first 50 in the orange half like that again, then Space Station are going to be in trouble.
Well, they're going to have to do it right now. We're on match point. Loser goes home. Xset facing elimination against SSG, who are a bit passive, but confident, to say the least.
And we'll start with Hoxer on the back wall. He's got enough boost to get downfield. Alpha Kep is waiting, and he watches it go in. His teammate gets the goal, and Xset strike first.
Oh, this is revenge for Hoxer. He sees him in the air, knows that if he keeps boosting, he can outpace Typical. To follow it up after you're clear, that's an incredible task. But then to put it on net, it's another difficult one to face. Hoxer makes it look easy.
Like Space Station really expected it to head right to their net on that play. Launch downfield to put Hoxer up. Typical will win his first 50. He'll get around the second defender, just trying to get J-Pow in an awkward spot. I think he accomplished his goal. The Space Station trying to keep that ball away from Xset in the corner. They just want to bang it back. They got the bump, and they don't get the goal. It went off the crossbar into Hoxer's bumper.
And then now on the counterattack, I got worried. That's where Xset had been able to strike. I mean, you think back to the Alpha Kep one-on-one dribble earlier, and then now whenever Hoxer gets that clear, he's able to follow it up. It's all started in the defensive end for Xset. That's where they need to prioritize their boost, make sure whenever they do get possession, they can explode out of their own half, because SSG are not prepared for it.
And Alpha Kep just sat there as Reynolds tried to carry it out, but not enough to be able to move downfield quick enough, and just launched it by him and ended up being forced to give up possession. Sometimes Xset really do take the driver's seat, and it's starting to feel even in that respect for both teams. Impressive stuff from Xset to handle this Space Station attack, and they almost got the goal, but Reynolds with a great diving stop.
Oh my goodness, that was so difficult, especially for Reynolds coming off the back wall. Whenever you're flying across the net, it's so easy to arrow and ruin how you're gonna hit the ball and actually own goal it yourself and pinch it off the post. Reynolds, nice defensive mechanics there to keep his team only within 1 goal.
Hoxer has really heated up as the match has gone on. I felt like he was pretty quiet in game 1, but since then has filled the role of just winning that 50, get a lot of awkward touches where Space Station can't really read it too far ahead of time. Give your team enough time to get close, get a quick follow-up, and that's really worked. And Hoxer, he doesn't get this one. A typical hops right on top of him. And if Space Stations start to get a little bit faster on those types of plays, and Xset, they really got to keep their cameras on a swivel for it.
Well, earlier too, Jorby, for SSG, you made the point that everybody has that type of toolkit that they want to use the most on their roster. And now you're seeing the same thing from Xset. You see Hoxer do the plays that you were talking about earlier, Jorby, by himself, and then Arsenal wraps around. It doesn't matter what toolkit you bring out. It doesn't matter what you have to throw at him, because if you've got solo plays like this off the wall, the wave dash too, oh, it was clean.
It was clean, and it had to be because Alpha Kep got harassed in net by Reddles, and Alpha Kep avoided him, but he got stopped on the inside of the net ramp, and that gave Arsenal just enough time to get around and sneak that in, but Alpha Kep was ready for it. Had Reddles not forced him out, I think that definitely would have been saved, so that bump coming in at a critical time for Space Station to tie it back up quickly on an Xset defense that's proven pretty difficult to crack through.
Oh, nice control from Arsenal in the corner. Look at that first touch. He might not have won the 50, but being able to force it out, and then now Reddles can get the better clear. That's wonderful from Arsenal. SSG still haven't seen the panic once.
They've been pretty consistent on their approach. The difficulty comes now, getting the game leading goal. On front, Xset haven't really felt much pressure themselves on defense. Been very clear, the body language on the pitch, or car language, if you will, as well as I'm sure the vocal comms, very clean. Their play on the pitch would certainly suggest so. Hoxer up high here for J-Pow, who's been electric at times in this match. He's gotten close on a few plays.
Yeah.
If you give him space like that in front a couple more times, he might deliver.
I like that idea as well. I think that could be a huge tactic to go up against his SSG defense. Off the backboard, Reddles doesn't get the best first touch, but gets a good 50, and there's still saves coming out from everyone on Xset. They're stopping every single shot, even if a double commit has occurred. Somehow they've managed to keep the rotation.
Hoxer was able to recover after almost double committing, and that shot came by pretty quickly.
Oh my goodness,
Hoxer almost sniped it, rolled off the post. J-Pow, the second man up, got demoed by Sipical. The Space Station, that was a high flick from Arsenal, and now they want to move. Here comes Reddles. Sipical couldn't deliver a blow onto the Xset defense. Alpha Kep, that ball kicked out away from him in the final remaining moments of Game 4. Could it be another overtime? Or will Space Station end it here? A whiff! I don't think he expected it! And Reddles couldn't find the target. Sipical wins the 50, but that's going to be J-Pow's ball at the end of regulation. Hoxer and Arsenal battle, and Sipical, he catches it with under a second left. Alpha Kep gets the catch. Sipical still has the pass out to Arsenal. It's a high bounce for Reddles on the rebound. Wants it back to Sipical, but it drops. Here we go.
You could see that touch from Sipical to keep it in. I thought maybe we'd get a buzzer beater, and the kickoff, that's going to slip to the left side. I thought maybe it was going in, especially from Arsenal's perspective. That looked like the 50 was going in, but this one, surely, from Sipical off the kickoff, they continue with their pressure.
J-Pow had one good 50, but that was one too many for him to handle. Perfectly timed on that 50 from Arsenal, and Sipical ends it for Xset. The lights fade on their run in this first regional. Space Station move on, and that was definitely just probably one of the more tense matches that we've had in this regional, Turtle. The defense for both teams was immaculate.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it is tense, because as I'm sitting here in the series, it's not, you know, the normal ball chasing style that we'll see out of either team coming out here. It's very, very controlled and methodical. These teams always want to know where they're going to go with the ball forward, which is something sometimes we don't get out of SSG. It's very chaotic, demo heavy that we mentioned earlier, but this is very passive. They just want to breeze through this lower bracket, even if they drop a game to exit, so long as they can stay consistent with the way they're moving down the field. That's one thing we'll always know about SSG with this style, is that when they do transition out, it's very solid. A lot of these passing plays coming out are just, you know, exploiting the defense of XSET, because XSET, a bit slower on the rotation, SSG, they don't need to force those demos like they normally do. They can just wait, and when they get those opportunities, just make sure they strike, and they did here.
Coming up next, the Susquehanna Sonics take on the Peeps, who just won in the last match. As we continue through the lower bracket, only one can stay in the tournament. We'll have that after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
to the
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. We are getting closer to the end of day number 2 as we send some friends home and some victors onwards in the lower bracket here. I'm Leaf, alongside me as James Bott, and Cheeves is holding the desk steady with me as we talk about that last series. James, I'm going to go to you first here. SSG versus XSET. SSG is on that plow-through path to get back up to those finals there.
I mean, for Space Station, this was, a series where you think XSET does have a chance to win it, but Space Station proves over and over again why they are a top team, if not the top team in North America. They find ways to win no matter what. Even when it's close, they're still winning, and that's what's important.
Yeah, but 4 straight overtimes, that's dangerous close. Overall, an excellent series, but you got to commend the defense of XSET being able to keep a lot of the scary chances from Space Station out of the net. And of course, you got to love the execution that they were able to bring when they broke them down. So excellent win from Space Station. Sad to see XSET out, but that's the way it goes.
Well, to talk about that victory and their run so far, Reddles is joining us on the line from Space Station Gaming. Reddles, thanks for joining us.
Of course.
Well, I'm going to talk about. I'm going to take a step back to yesterday. Of course, we didn't expect you to be down here. I'm sure you guys didn't either. Talk us through, kind of what happened yesterday, since we didn't get to hear from you.
I mean, it's a new team, right? V1. We were coming in from Miami. Me and Arsenal both moved back a few days ago. Definitely not what I'm going to blame it on, though. We played awful. I was embarrassed, to be completely honest. It was not the best timing, too, with all this NA better than EU talk.
Yeah, no,
however,
worst timing.
it's a long bracket. It's a long split. It's a long season. So kind of just trying to work our way up through the lowers bracket as well as we can. If we get knocked out, not the end of the world. However, obviously, we do want to stay on the top of NA. It sucked. I'll be completely honest. I didn't expect to be playing today. But V1, I have to commend them. They played really well, especially Communism, or Com. Kind of old names.
And of course, like you said, you do have the much longer bracket. We were kind of talking about it on the pre-show about whether we thought your side or NRG side of the bracket was easier. Can you kind of give me what you think?
So my thought process is the top bracket is a lot harder, but NRG is gonna probably just destroy everyone in it because NRG is super good against everyone except us. We're their kryptonite, I guess, in terms of matchups. So I'm actually looking at our lower bracket. We're pretty blessed, I think. I don't think we'll lose before lower finals if we do lose then, because realistically we have to run through Peeps and like Rogue and then NRG. And I know we have the matchup against NRG as long as we're playing well. So it's kind of just, this week is going to be a long grind. We are going to be putting everything into scrims and our matchups for next weekend.
And Reddles, one of the things that I saw today that deeply disturbed me was the Rule 1 being broken by Illusion. And now that we have a pro player like yourself on the line, I want to know how you feel about it. And
to be completely honest, I mean, it does kind of give him the villain name, but I would have done the exact same thing. So props to Illusion for not falling into the social media trap of Rule 1, which is actually Rule 2, by the way, not Rule 1.
Oh, there you go. Hot takes. I love it.
Oh, wait, I don't know if we can keep you on the line anymore here, but I actually want to talk about these hot takes, man, because you've been, again, you alluded to it yourself there with like, not a good time to go lowers based off of all the smack you've been talking here. Is there strategy behind this? Because I'm loving it, man. I'm sitting back, I'm loving this. Is this like to get in your opponent's head to get them a little shook?
It's that mixed with because everyone who I'm friends with knows that I'm very good at getting under people's skin, and everyone else knows that as well. But it's kind of just more the fact where anytime I open Twitter or Reddit or anything, when BDS inevitably beats Vitality or Top Blokes or Giants in the finals, it's like, wow, they're the best team in the world. No one's ever had a win streak like this. It's like, it's cringe to me, to be completely honest. Vitality scrims like once a day, Alpha's on 15 hours past weeks, and they're the second best team in the region still. Like, that region takes nothing to be good in, to be completely honest. But I am not saying that BDS is not a good team. Everyone mixed up my words there. BDS would be like a top 3, top 2 team in NA. I never said they would. Everyone was kind of going off on me for that. I think BDS is insane. I like all 3 of the players, but the European region at the top is much weaker than NA, and it's undisputed, to be completely honest.
I am glad that, okay, you know what? You can come on more often. Reynolds, we're going to let you go right now, obviously, just to get prepped for the next few days here. Congratulations on the win and good luck on your run through the lowers bracket.
Thank you, Leaf.
There's Reynolds, guys, from SSG. We expect the fire on Twitter, and he brought it here at Chiefs as well.
You know, I was actually more surprised that he said the top bracket was harder than the lower bracket. I was like, what?
That's what you were surprised about him saying? Oh, my goodness.
I already knew Reynolds was going to go bash Europe. I'm not surprised by that.
The next time that we have a LAN event, this recording is going to be played back. I guarantee it.
Yeah,
one way or another, this is going to be revisited.
Clip it and retweet it and tag Reynolds depending on the outcome. That's the timeline there.
That's brilliant. Let's take a look at that bracket that SSG is trying to run through right now. They've made their way through the day. Only one other team can qualify now, and that, of course, is going to be either the Sonics or the Peeps that are waiting in our next match there. If you do want to, again, catch some of the other matches over on twitch.tv/UGC, I do believe they're in their last one as well. Crimson Wings versus KCP, trying to get that qualification through and not be sent home. But let's talk about the match that's going to be over here, James. We got Sonics and the Peeps coming up now for our last match of day number 2. One more team is going to be sent home. How's this match going to look when they hit the field here?
Oh, this is going to be very interesting because we saw Gyro making some big plays. He also had a few mistakes on defensive reads, but the Sonics, you know, they also had some very close series as well. This will be an interesting matchup. I think it really could go either way. And I honestly, you know, I might be taking the Sonics here, surprisingly. So this one's going to be a fun one to watch, no doubt.
Yeah, Chief, this is, I think James nailed it on the head. This is going to be a close series. I mean, even, again, looking at stats, they're fairly close on this. Just across the board here, a little bit differences back and forth, but the Sonics with T-Corral now are looking pretty clean.
Yeah, that's kind of what I alluded to a little bit earlier on in the day. This one felt the most coin flippy just because, like you said, of how tight they do play, even across the stats here. So I think earlier I chose the Peeps, but after watching them play, I think I'm with James. I might be leaning the Sonics way as well after watching them both play.
Okay, well, we'll get your prediction on the board in a second, but not before chat. We got to let them go first. We know how they are sometimes. So we got to get their thoughts out there. Hashtag Peep or hashtag SQ in chat. Get your thoughts out there. Get your vote on the board. We're recording it starting right now, and we'll get to look at those results in just a few moments here. I mentioned getting ours up on the board. Let's start doing that now. Let's get the predictions out. You both kind of said what you're going to do here. Let's make it official. Chiefs, I'm going to start with you. Who do you have moving through your Sonics or the Peeps? And you know what? Because we know it's going to be close, what's the game series?
Yeah, I like the Sonics in, I think, 4 here. I don't know if it's going to go all the way to 5, just because I think they've got that much of an offensive upgrade with T. Corral. So
okay.
I think they'll be able to box the Peeps in a little bit.
Sonics in 4. James, do you agree or disagree?
This is so hard because I think someone ought to pick the Peeps here. They've earned that respect. But, you know, watching T. Corral play out there, I think he is really he is a great addition to the Sonics. He's a very good pickup. He had some really good plays earlier. So I'm going to be with the Chiefs. I think the Sonics are going to get the win. I think 3-1 is a good scoreline.
Do I break? We've all agreed across the entire day today.
You've agreed with me all day. We've been right.
It's been right.
Someone's got to be right. Just take that approach. Someone has to be. If you go Peeps, someone's going to be right.
But then someone's also wrong.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And it could be me. All right. Well, I'm going to go with the Peeps then. I am going to go with the Peeps. I think too many times people have slept on them. I've seen them today. They're looking good. They went up against Is I'm Dreaming, who was honestly, you know, they were duking out them pretty good. So they had to fight for this. The Peeps are ready. They're warmed up. You know, it's going to be close. I agree. I'm going to go with it in 5. But it's going to be close. And chat is undecided too. A little bit of edge into the Peeps. Thank you guys for being on my side here. Or maybe I'm on your side. Get on Twitter and let us know how you've liked day 2 so far. It's been pretty exciting. At RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But one more team is being sent home here on day number 2 of the North American Regional number 1. Let's head over to the Verizon Skybox for that match.
Now, the desk just experienced what we might call the T-Corral effect, which puts you to sleep on the opposition, and they're sleeping on the Peeps. At least the Chiefs and James are, Turtle. You know, I can see why. I think the T-Corral hype, I get it. You know, the T-Corral has looked awesome so far for Sonic.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely put them a step above.
Yeah, and even whenever you consider these guys and their recent results, I mean, they played in the fall major and Sonic swept them. And that was without T-Corral. That was when they had Roldiz on the roster. Now coming in with T-Corral, the upgrade to their offense, as most of us would say. Maybe we can expect the same results, but Gyro, you know, they talked about him on the desk. I think he has been fantastic today so far. A couple of defensive errors, but on offense, his mechanics have been outshining the rest. I think he's going to have a huge impact.
AJ getting the first 50 there, but Gyro was the first on that push, and Gyro has looked solid today as well. You might see him on the forefront of the attack again. That seems to be what happens on this Peeps roster more times than not, as Gyro finds himself in that striking position. Not that AJ or Illusion aren't capable of pulling out all the stops as T-Corral gets the push down in front of the box.
Peeps have been on our radar for quite some time. Coming into the first 2 regional events, they had placed in the top 4, but recently not doing the greatest. They have made playoffs in the major and also in regional event 3, but we're waiting for that pop-off again where they'll make top 4 and exceed a lot of our expectations. They're up against Sonics who, you know, like we've always talked about with those new additions. I mean, it's revived a lot of the energy, and now we see Shock back on this team. It's a lot of potential on both sides and underrated players.
The individual talent on this field right now is ridiculously high.
Yeah.
It's like every player has something ridiculous in their own right that they can call theirs and pop, you know, that pop-off potential, if you will. So all the pieces are certainly there for both squads. But consistency is the hardest thing in Rocket League. And T-Corral almost found that second touch. He tried to thread it. Oh, and Shock just hitting the edge of it, but T-Corral collected some boost. He goes for another double, but he just misses it high. Shock can't get the shot, and T-Corral, 2 chances on a double. One he typically hits, and a little frustration for J-Rust. He's gonna go for it again.
Oh, it's all over the place so far for both these teams. I mean, J-Rust had gotten a demo, then as he's rotating out to go keep the pressure, and he gets bumped, and then comes back and then demos Gyro again. So it's just left and right physical plays from either side. And this one off the backboard, nobody has a read. There's a couple of whiffs on the field, but this is so much faster pace than the one we just casted, Dorby.
That one drops down, especially if T-Corral, if he feels confident to challenge the backboard every single time on his catches. And he's like, it doesn't matter. If I get behind the ball, I'm going for a double. But J-Rust, he stays on the ground. Goes for the bump, and J-Rust flexes! 1-0 for the Sonics.
It's all been these physical plays. J-Rust got that first demo earlier on, and then now, even whenever he has possession, he's still going for the demo. Gets a little piece of AJ. AJ tried to flip out the way and find some kind of touch, maybe throw off the route to get the demo, but it's not enough. Sonics go up first.
And the Sonics first added J-Rust to the roster. His potential got a lot of Sonics fans hyped for what it could really look like on this team. And he had moments back on that previous roster where you felt like, oh, that's it. The J-Rust is here now. But, you know, a couple of iterations later and tournaments later, they find themselves with T-Corral. And that just opens up your teammates when you have a talent like T-Corral to have more space to do what they can do.
Yeah.
And when you have 3 players are capable of doing that, I think you're going to see a lot of success out of the Sonics, and there's 2 goals for J-Rust.
Yeah, and we had covered this earlier. Gyro on the defensive end has not been looking the best. On offense, he's been great, but right here, that touch, you've got to do more with that. I would save your flip a little bit to use right under the ball. It has to go any other direction, get some kind of stall out of that touch. Instead, he just gives it right back to the offense. Sonics able to capitalize, and again, it's J-Rust.
Gyro finding a pass. Ooh, and AJ shoots a banger in front of the box. Peeps split the lead.
Yeah, constantly consistent on the offensive side, but on the defense, it's a little bit shaky. Gyro, he's the start of this play, so he gets revenge. He's not going to be too tilted. That's one of those very relieving goals if you are Gyro. You just make the mistake, so you try to improve and make up to your team for that previous error, and he does so just in the right moment. There's plenty of time left, 136. I mean, the Peeps, they've had some offensive pressure. Surely they can get back.
Surely they can. With a push towards the box. Illusion next up on the rotation. It's a good pop for Gyro, but AJ's gonna stay on the ground for Gyro to pass it. I thought AJ actually had a lead on the follow-up there, but instead waited for Gyro to come back down to it, while the entire defense was expecting Gyro to go for it. It was definitely a chance for AJ with a full tank to go for something, but they're still getting the bumps, got a lot of value, and they still can't put it in. It rolled right off the post.
We're getting more bumps than I thought we'd get between both these teams. I mean, we even saw on the, I believe it was the stat sheet, as Illusion almost own goals it. That would have been scared. The stat sheet before, though, I just wanted to mention, coming into this series, I think it was the Peeps who had about 1 extra demo per game on average, but it's been Sonics who are more physical.
Ooh, J-Russ really has a feel behind the ball right now. The ground game has been excellent from him in game number 1, and it may net Susquehanna a lead in the match, but the Peeps aren't quite done. AJ trying to create some space. Oh my gosh. On the backside, Illusion just popped up and got the demo, and they said, Gyro, let it rip, but they couldn't get the ball back on. Here comes again. Shock takes away the next shot. And around again we go. AJ and Illusion, Gyro next up. Keeps it close as time expires. It's killed by T. Carell, but scooped up by Illusion. J-Russ couldn't grab the ball. Gyro setting up one more chance for AJ, and T. Carell blocks the ball. Sonics survive game 1.
Oh my goodness, we've gotten so close. We've gotten teased so many times, Jorby, in the final moments. There were a couple ones in the previous SSG series where there was maybe a buzzer beater in some of those overtimes, and then now coming out here against the Peeps, you could see they almost got a touch for AJ, but Sonics, this was a better start for them, and I want to compare this start as well for Shock. If you remember yesterday, the series from the Sonics versus G2, Shock had a horrible start to both the first games. And then now coming out here, he has been consistent, got a couple of good saves on the defensive side. And then J-Russ on the offense has been carrying the way.
Yeah, J-Russ punishing Gyro on that last play. I mean, that was a tough spot for Gyro to be in. But that first play from J-Russ, where just the good maneuvers on the ground to get Sonics the goal. And the Peeps, well, the road's going to get a little tougher. I have to say, I'm really impressed with how Sonics have started this match. I thought the Peeps would play it a little more dominant on their half, but maybe I haven't experienced the T. Carell effect of full effect, and I am well aware of how dynamic T. Carell is.
Yeah.
But Sonics, to consistently put out quality game after quality game, it's starting to turn into it's starting to be fun to watch Sonics, is what I'm trying to say, Turk.
Yeah, well, and they've got the solo potential as well. A lot of these plays have just been from J-Russ alone doing a lot of work on the offensive side. I mean, we can only imagine what happens once they start connecting a few more passes. And they're not getting too desperate as well. You know, if a couple of solo plays is what works, then there's no need to force other extra outlets. Just keep going with what's working and what's effective on offense against the Peeps, which has been the solo plays, and capitalizing on Gyro's mistakes, and you're good. Oh, that's just in.
That's just in. Illusion launches it, and yeah, that's a goal. That's what we call. I mean, he straight just bombed it.
And J-Russ got demoed. I was trying to find out where he was on the pitch, but ideally in that situation, he would have been the man rotating back to get a touch, as that one just sunk in from the corner, and the Peeps get an early start.
Another long. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
J-Russ backflip, recovered, and T. Carell backs him up this time. I think T. Carell was always the first man on that one, but
what is going on?
What is going on with all these long balls and the rebound? What, you missed the ball? Sonics shoots. I'm sorry, the game became unreadable for a second. We're just launching the ball wall to wall, and not the sidewalls.
I don't know what's happening. J-Russ should have gotten a shot there. He backflipped, but then the way that play started was, I believe it was Gyro on the backboard who had missed a touch. So mechanics are getting thrown out the window this game, and it's just sloppy, but it's so fun to watch.
Maybe a little too speedy on the approach for Sonics on that last play. And, you know, as goofy as it may have looked, that was an opportunity that they didn't capitalize on. They have another rebound that just comes so far out. The rest of the Peeps flat on the recovery. They're having trouble grabbing control of midfield. Illusion got bodied out of the way by T-Corel, who now finds an outlet pass and a shot right into AJ for another save.
Those are the passes I was talking about. Sonics, you know, if they can start connecting those more frequently, it could be deadly because they've got the solo plays from J-Russ. And once they thread the midfield pass, that final element, they will look like a perfectly well-rounded team, in my opinion. Illusion does get a demo. More physical play still coming out. We saw those in the first game, but the Peeps, they're the only team who's been able to punish.
But Sonics have had a couple of good pushes. They're gonna need a solid clear if they want some more of them. Shock, the catch, couldn't get anything going on it. T-Corel banged it off the corner. He'll keep it close, but he had to use all of his boost to make it happen. Trying to kill the ball in the 50 for J-Russ, flipping under the ball. Sonic's just rushing a lot of their touches. Feeling like they have to, I don't know if they feel like they have to outspeed the Peeps, but the Peeps have been, you know, sitting on the ground waiting to receive some of these plays. Sonics have controlled the pitch pretty well. And so you're kind of wondering what's going on with some of the mechanical gaps. J-Russ tries to right that ship, just a little too close to the backboard.
Well, I don't know how many chances Sonics are going to get, though, because this style had worked effectively earlier on because they forced out that mistake, but they weren't able to punish. So I don't think we're going to see those silly mechanical issues that we did at the beginning from the Peeps because they're prepared now. They've had their few minutes, what is it, 3 minutes, 4 minutes now to get their defense settled. I don't think we'll get those simple mistakes. They need to force something themselves.
On the other side, T-Corel killing the ball for Shock. Oh, and it's a fight for the Sonics just to get out of their own corner right now. T-Corel squared up that 50 as best as he could. J-Russ launched AJ to the ceiling. That's one way to get the ball back. T-Corel, 150 going the wrong way. Illusion gets bopped out of the play, and finally J-Russ gets a long clear out. Tend to let that ball drop right in front. Well, if it started fast, it slowed down, and J-Russ heats it right back up with that shot. Illusion, nice carry, but the bounce, that's gonna be Shock. T-Corel couldn't get AJ to bite on the attempted bump. Illusion too far back to receive that, and Gyro has to contend now with Illusion and T-Corel. We'll kick it back out to the side, but time's starting to run out for Sonics. T-Corel gonna stay on the ground. He'll collect the boost, that's all he's gonna get.
Oh, and this is a very aware defense. Out of everyone on the Peeps, look at the carry from Gyro. First, we had the demo dodge from AJ where he knew somebody was trying to take him out. He slowed down his rotation, dodged the demo, and got the clear. Now Gyro's able to stall and waste a lot of valuable seconds off the clock, still controlling it. This defense from the Peeps leagues ahead of Sonics at this moment.
Oh, T-Corel got that first touchdown, but they got to move downfield, and now it's got to be in the air. T-Corel getting harassed by AJ. Illusion got the kill, and the Peeps back in the match, tying up the series.
The one goal they got was that silly, dare I say, wacky goal at the beginning where he's just clearing it all the way from his corner. There was a bump, I believe, on J-Russ that we're going to take a look at again. And the Peeps, they got that one goal at the beginning, held on. Their defense improved tenfold, and they were able to casually carry it out, Jorby. And this was nothing too crazy, but very solid, held down in the defense from the Peeps.
Yeah, game 2 looked like it was going to be as tense as game 1, but then some cheesiness happened at some point in the game. First, a long shot from Illusion goes in the net, and then this miss.
Oh, look at this
right
backflip.
There. Oh. But that wasn't the first time that happened for J-Russ. He was struggling in those opportunities in that crunch where he was just, the timing was just a little too quick. And I think J-Russ can afford to slow the play down a little bit. Peeps haven't been, forefront on every single challenge. J-Russ typically has a little bit of wiggle room. And I think he just has to adjust a little bit on that timing.
Yeah, and at the beginning, I thought the Sonics were, it was their game to win, but then the Peeps slowly picked up on the defense. And still, I think there have been opportunities that Sonics have missed. I think that if they can pick up the shooting, like you said, Jorby, slow down the pace a little bit. The bump came out there on the defense from the Peeps. Still, pretty solid performance, managing, to carry this ball out in the transition game, not letting up.
The rotations have been slightly offset to where you're seeing more bumps than you probably normally would with players going for 50s and ending up hitting the player off the ball instead. It's nearly as effective, sometimes more effective, depending on the situation, but that seems to be what's happening on both sides of the pitch. It did in game 2. Whether that continues in game 3 is yet to be seen, but Sonics finally on the board where they could not score it all before.
Oh, that's a poor double commit from the Peeps as AJ's on the backboard. The timing to jump off was just too poor. AJ sees J-Russ trying to get the shot. You want to stay on the backboard. If you see somebody taking that shot, wait for his hit to come out and then jump off. Otherwise, you're left just floating down. J-Russ got the easy shot in, and AJ wasn't there to get the save. The Peeps, it's the beginning half where they struggle on the defense.
And while it was simpler for J-Russ, might be a little juice in the confidence jar. The shock.
Oh, yeah.
Makes the 50 happen. Because you miss a couple, make a couple mechanical mistakes. That could start getting into your head, but scoring a goal typically does pretty well at wiping those mistakes clean out of your short-term memory. Shock getting that touch out, and AJ really struggling to find some consistent clears.
Oh.
Just nothing in front for Shock there, but they still have to get a clear.
A lot of the positioning, too, is they're on top of each other. They're not spaced out too much from the Peeps. You'll notice two players are oftentimes in the same spot going for the same clear. It's
Shock.
Double commit now. Shock the double tap off the backboard. Throw in a demo, and you've got yourself a goal.
Full team effort for Sonics on the play. J-Russ straight up demos Illusion. A good touch by Shock in front gives T. Corell the open net. That's what we call a textbook play.
Oh, yeah.
From the Susquehanna Sonics.
Yeah, and that time it wasn't just a simple mistake that they were waiting out from the Peeps. They actually forced it themselves. That's what I was mentioning earlier. I wanted to see that in the previous game because they didn't want to take any chances or take a risk to go for that demo play. But this time, it's a different story. They're starting out, very strong here. Sonics, very impressed with them so far.
Shaw couldn't recover in time, but T. Corell grabs the ball and launches it on the challenge. J-Russ got up for it, but got a little too above the ball. And now it comes back for Shock. Squares up on the first 50, and T. Corell cuts in to keep the Peeps on the back wall and almost got the goal on top of it. Sonics have taken complete control of the pitch in the last minute.
Yeah, I'm on the hype train now for T. Corell. I love this man. He has been a beast. Look at the way he's moving down the field, getting that first touch, being able to control it, push forward. This Sonics roster has a lot of potential to do great things. The Peeps still, in contention in this matchup, but they have not had one single solid look at the net, I don't think, all game.
T. Corell getting another solid steal, forcing the Peeps the whole way back to their own corner. Chalk staying there just for the threat. J-Russ got the first touch out. That wasn't the best bounce for his team, but he did get in front of the ball, and T. Corell just got that one above AJ, who almost got that goal. Wow. Okay. T. Corell just straight up dribbled it over top of two players. And then
he got the save previously as well. You got to mention the save he just got to push forward. So if he's not making a flashy play on offense, which is, difficult to come by, he's definitely holding down the fort on defense.
Tough to really get consistent pressure going when every third man in the rotation, you come up against a brick wall. And not to give T. Corell all the credit, Shock and J-Russ have won their fair share of 50s in tight situations, but it's this guy, T. Corell, who's been stealing the ball away from the Peeps every single time they try to transition. And then even when they do get down the field, T. Corell somehow gets back, gets that double off the backboard, and it's going to be off and in. Shock gets the third goal for Sonics, but it's all set up by T. Corell.
Even his own teammates don't expect him to make plays like that. J-Russ had jumped up with T. Corell, not knowing he's going to get the double tap. T. Corell did get a touch, outpaced that opponent, and J-Russ was able to recover in time, get the pass out of the middle, and Shock's got to clean up.
Not too bad for a Renegade Cup monthly winner, eh?
Yeah, not bad at all.
But launch downfield. T. Corell certainly bringing a lot of the value Sonics were hoping for when they brought him onto this team. And they might have gotten even a little bit more than they were expecting this early on. Shock and J-Russ have certainly benefited, but, Peeps, broken down in front. Nothing has really worked for them. It's been a complete reverse for the Peeps. They've had a disjointed transition. They haven't been able to stay in front on offense, and for some reason, the majority of their opportunities look like that.
Illusion absolutely bodied whoever was in net. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was T. Corell waiting to get the save, and Illusion just flew by, knocked him out. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it again because a goal had not gotten scored because of it. Still, I like to see that play. I like to see it develop. We need more of that.
Gyro had gotten that first touch out, but now it's already moved by Illusion downfield will find Gyros. AJ was waiting, but he's got to wait for the touchdown from T. Carell, who flips it right over one. And Gyro passes it to J-Russ for the final goal for the Sonics. On a read, T. Carell. That was sick. Well done.
You got to go to his perspective as well for this, because he's coming around trying to read where this is going to bounce. He knows it's going to hit the crossbar. That is such a difficult read, especially off the crossbar. One of a striker's worst enemies. You still find the read. T. Carell, you are popping off this game. We'll see if you can continue this forward, because if we see the same T. Carell in match point, it's not looking good for the Peeps.
The Peeps put on match point. This is it. They cannot afford any more laxity. Is that even a word? They can't afford to be lackadaisical. The urgency button has to be hit about 5 times right now, because Sonics got them on match point and are about to take them out of the tournament.
You have to account for, I think, the defensive transition from T. Carell. I know this is all the player we're talking about the most right now is T. Carell, but
I think it's warranted. He had 2 goals, 3 saves, Turtle. Go for it.
Exactly. And it's not even just the fact that he's getting the goals and the saves. It's his carries out of defense. That's what I like the most about him. He's able to get, past 1 or 2 players and relieve all of that pressure. And he'll do some crazy things on offense, yes, that we all love to look at. The flashy plays, the crossbar down reads. But the defense that this man adds to the team and being able to carry it out, the Peeps have to counter that and prepare to have a second man challenge once he beats the first one.
Peeps struggling to stay ahead, or at least even in the boost game as well. They were always having to contest their corners, and they were never really in a favorable position in the leading position in winning that battle. So where does that leave the Peeps? Well, they got 5 minutes to figure it out. Otherwise, Sonics just may take them out in 4, as 2 astute analysts predicted on the desk.
Wow. Just giving credit to them.
Now, I've never heard Achieve so confident before. It's like, typically I go for the Peeps, but I like T. Carell and the Sonics for this one. And I don't know. Achieves is a really smart guy, so I tend to listen when he talks. Shock, pass up in front of J-Russ, who couldn't quite get the connection, and he just had to increase the latency a little bit to find it.
Well, it seems like we have hit the urgency button for everyone on the Peeps, as everybody's in the same spot. Double commit. Illusion, thankfully, did not go for that ball and was able to get the save, but the boost, it's getting taken left and right from the Sonics. The Peeps, the double commits are coming out even more. Illusion has to pre-flip. T. Carell is hunting him in his own half. How do you handle all this and not get scored on? Of course, J-Russ ready for the cleanup.
Again, another full team attack from Sonics. I mean, that was a great shovel from Shock. And the bump. You talk about getting multiple plays out in a few moments to open up some space. And that was a wonderful progression from Shock to open that gap up for J-Russ.
Yeah, and the Sonics were able to keep pressure like that forward for, 20, 25 seconds. Normally, we'll see maybe one good opportunity. If a team doesn't get a goal, they'll all rotate back. But in that instance, all of the Sonics, every single player, kept that rotation forward, continued moving on with the demos, and did not let up.
Well, T. Carell ready for that comeback, and what a touch from J-Russ. Shock wasn't in the perfect spot for it, really. The net well defended. T. Carell fighting for possession, but now it's a breakaway opportunity. 2-on-1, back to Gyro, and it's saved from the grave. Shock keeps the Peeps in scoreless. Whatever, they still couldn't do it. Shock downfield. T. Carell, nothing. And Peeps are able to get a win in midfield. Can they find a couple more wins on their way to the Sonics net? Well, they're having trouble getting the ball away from Shock. Got to getting chipped by Illusion. AJ slips under him, but then J-Russ sneaks that one away. Peeps, another transition. They've been unsuccessful so far. And in the corner, can't win the 50.
I just want to point out that Illusion just broke another Rule 1. It happened for a second. I'm not sure if anybody caught it, but he's continuing that trend. Doesn't like Rule 1s. He's gonna stay with that theme, the evil villain with the Rule 1s, and still the Peeps scoreless. Not even breaking the Rule 1 will get you one.
Rule 1, this is not the time for a Rule 1. Peeps, you are in urgency mode. There is no time for games when you're down a goal and you're about to be eliminated in game number 4. AJ, what a touch, but Illusion was just a little too far left to it. I don't think even he was expecting AJ to get around the ball and then stop it. He was definitely playing it to shade to the left a little bit more. Another long ball for the Peeps. Shock has a good carry up the corner, and now the Peeps are just forced back. From one touch from Shock, T-Corel forced up against Gyro, and Illusion is up for this. Kicks it up high, making it awkward for J-Rust, but he's up to the task. Jumping for it quickly was Shock, and T-Corel grab the boost. He doesn't need to grab the follow-up, though. Shock stays right with it, and they stop another attack from the Peeps.
At first, we had Shock getting that last-second save on the goal line. Now J-Rust. It was an unthinkable read. Somehow we managed to understand the ball was going to drop down perfectly and get that correct touch. Oh, more time and continues forward. J-Rust, you can't ask for any more as a teammate. He's got the defensive stops and also the offensive 1v1s.
J-Rust throws the bowling ball into Illusion, and he cannot stop it from knocking down all the pins in his net. 2 goals, big insurance for the Susquehanna Sonics. Less than a minute 30 left to go. What do the Peeps have left in the tank? Corel back behind the ball. Peeps have had a couple good ideas. Gyro's got a good touch and a good pass, but good isn't good enough. They have to be great. And who has been greater? The Sonics. No, yes it goes. I thought that was going to be disastrous for the Peeps, but disaster is their middle name apparently. They get a goal.
We've just seen so many double commits. They had worked so hard for that shot. If the double commit had ruined it, I don't know what that would have done to the mentality, but the Peeps, they worked so incredibly hard that it didn't even matter if a double commit did come out. Gyro was there with the rotation, the save to give them a chance at least to stay alive. This is facing elimination for the Peeps. You have to win this game to stay alive. You want to continue forward in the loser's bracket, and still you're making double commits. 50 seconds left. You need to put one in.
Peeps have had some weird looks on offense. They have unconventional looks, maybe, whatever you want to call them, but they have not been able to collect. And J-Rust behind the ball again. Forces the own goal! J-Rust plays pinball and regains insurance for the Sonics!
It's a disaster. Absolute disaster for the Peeps. Illusion is just sitting in front of the box, waiting for that challenge, wanting to go ahead in rotation. The ball squeezes out across. Nobody's on the backboard. Everybody is positioned so close, and the Peeps, the worst time to get an own goal. 30 seconds left now. You're trailing by 2 goals, Jorby. What do? Make it 3.
Corel gets the launch cannon shot from J-Rust and the finesse to put it in the back of the net. Sonics preparing to go to sleep, because it is looking like they're going to be moving on to next weekend with a 4-1 scoreline. Nice and snuggled in.
I mean,
it's feeling comfortable, Turtle.
Oh, yeah. I'm almost getting reminded of the previous Sonics roster. You know, we had Dapper, Sathu, and Shock, and how defensive they'd be, then all of a sudden explode out onto offense and get this incredible counterattack. We're seeing similar plays, but a better, more well-rounded offense. Everybody's got something to bring to the table. The Sonics, this is an incredible performance from them, and they're going to move on.
Once again, the Sonics catch victory, and they move on in the lower bracket. This could be the team to watch in this lower bracket run outside of the 2 powerhouses when you're talking about dark horses, Turtle. Sonics, they look really solid. T-Corel, it was all over the pitch. When you talk about centerpieces, he was so impactful that it felt like there were 2 of him on the pitch, and it almost didn't feel fair at times how he constantly got back to the ball, how he always seemed to have just enough boost to get that next touch to make things awkward for the Peeps, and they couldn't adjust. Peeps could not adjust to what Sonics were giving them, and they get eliminated.
Yeah, and you mix that in with J-Rust and those backboard reads on the defensive side. Going forward, J-Rust, every time he's put in a situation where he has a one-on-one with the counterattack, he's nailed him almost every single time. So J-Rust coming in clutch. Shock, the goal line save. All 3 of these guys had highlight moments throughout that series that we can talk about, made or broke the series. And in that instance, it was the Sonics who clutched it out every single time. The Peeps could not match them.
Well, for the Sonics, the road continues they won't have another chance until next week. But we'll take a look at how rough that road looks for them as we take it back to Leaf and the guys to close the day out.
Thanks, Jorby. Yeah, no, it only gets tougher from here on out.
Leaf.
You're absolutely right.
Muted in
I was muted
buddy.
to these guys, not to the other guys though. So everyone else heard my epic speech. It wasn't that epic. I just said, yeah, it's gonna get hard from here on out. that's about it. Sonics and Peeps. It looks like James and Achieves. It looks like that karma did come back to bite them at the end of the day here.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs, who could have seen this coming? 3-1?
Who could have, Who knows? Overall, I thought it was an excellent series, but that game 4 was scary. There were a lot of good approaches from the Peeps, and it took some real good defense, but I think Jorby said it in the middle of that series. T. Carell, man, stealing away every breakout opportunity, setting it back up in a dangerous spot. I mean, that guy delivered huge in this one.
Yeah, and that's what we were expecting. T. Carell, he was so good on X set, and he looked even better moving over to the Sonics. I mean, he really has been a great pickup, and the Sonics are a threat now. I feel bad a bit for the Peeps. They're running into the Sonics this early in the bracket. The Peeps, another very quality team in North America. And, one thing I think Reddles is right about is the depth in North America. These teams putting in the work, putting in the hours. They know how to play Rocket League, and they were playing very well. But unfortunately, there's so many teams that are capable of making deep runs, and we're seeing that exact thing play out. The Sonics, from a team that was struggling to now a team that really is a threat to anybody out there on the field.
Well, day 2 is done, but we're only halfway through. Let's take a look back at what we saw today. Today marked the start of eliminations. Day number 1 was just moving the bracket along, but today we sent some people home here, and only 4 teams made it out through this section of bracket that we're looking at right now that we had on this broadcast here. And of course, it was Space Station and Sonics that made their way through, Chiefs.
Yes, Space Station and Sonics make it through, but they were not easy opponents to beat. Soul gave them a good run, and Nefarious actually gave Sonics a pretty tough ride as well. So looking forward to seeing those guys in future regionals. Unfortunately for XSET and Sonics, fell at the hands of Space Station. Sonics, thankfully, they get to continue.
And of course, we had more broadcasts over on twitch.tv/UGC. Their bracket looks thus. NRG and Kansas City Pioneers, James, made it through. These obviously, of course, were the predicted teams to make it through, and it looked like they weren't the most difficult paths for either of these teams.
Yes, unfortunately, Team Down to Earth, I was rooting for them. Unfortunately, they got beat by the Pioneers. The Pioneers are a very good team, and I think we expected the Pioneers to continue making deep runs. They've proved it over and over again that they're legit. They're here to stay. NRG dropping a game to Loco, I think, was a bit unexpected. But overall, I think a lot of things we did expect today.
And that leaves us with 12 teams total going into next weekend. Let's take a look at the upper bracket, though, just to see which of those teams, 8 teams sitting up there in the upper half of this very large bracket. You can see this is how it started, and this is where those 8 teams landed off. A little bit of a different kind of look to it, Achieves, than we would have expected because of that NRG and SSG upset that happened earlier in the bracket.
Yeah, perhaps different than you might expect, but there's a couple of matches that really look good. Version 1 versus Rogue and Ghost versus Alpine. Those are 4 teams that I really cannot wait to see on the pitch. So those are my 2 that I want to see, despite, Envy and G2 always being a great watch.
And all these teams, I must remind you, in this upper bracket do have an extra life compared to the ones we saw today. Everyone down in the lower bracket, only 1 more life, whereas, again, these 8 teams here, have 2 lives they can lose here, and some will lose and drop down to the lower where they have to fight again to get back to the end. And at the end of the day, the whole regional, it is a bracket reset situation. So you want to stay in that upper half of the bracket just to make it a little bit of a easier, I suppose, run on you. But once you get down to those final few teams, it's not going to be easy regardless of everything here. But day number 2, guys, is done. We have sent some teams home. Unfortunately, that's just the way the bracket works here as we try to crown one single champion. We'll be back next week. But any final words now that we've started to see what this lower bracket is looking like with NRG and SSG specifically down there terrorizing Achieves? I'll start with you.
Great day. A lot of great potential, even for the teams that got knocked out. I think Soul and Nefarious gave everyone an excellent show in their elimination matches, and their teams to keep an eye on going forward.
James?
I would say if you can find anyone on the esports team at Psyonix to get a ruling out on that illusion play, now's the time to put on the pressure. I think we really need to get to the bottom of this and see if that is indeed allowed. The broken rule won by illusion that ultimately ended up in them winning. I think that was probably the spiciest moment of the day.
It was very spicy, but again, as we said, ultimately came back to bite him a little bit. So maybe the karma's been served here. But I mean, you never like to see him go. But we'll have to go to the jury on that one later. But for now, we are done here for day number 2. We still have 2 more days starting next week, same time, of course, 12:30 for the pre-show, and kickoff will be at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Do not miss it. We hope to see you guys there. More Rocket League, of course, throughout the rest of the week. On behalf of everyone here on the production and the casting crew, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.